Chapter 264. The ranking competition had not yet begun, but the gazes of the younger generation were no longer the same. It was an undisguised fighting intent. Tua Baku glanced at Sikong Xing, then glanced at Yi Qin. In his eyes, there were only these two that he could not see through, which was extremely horrifying. Sikong Xing's power did not even need to be mentioned. He was ranked number 1 in the last hidden dragon rank, and had the bloodline of a king. His attacking power was extremely powerful, and it was definitely not something that one could handle with brute force. And then there was Yi Qin. If Sikong Xing was a flying dragon that everyone knew about, then Yi Qin would be a hidden dragon hiding in the deep abyss. No one would know how much potential he could bring out until the critical moment. Whether or not the hidden dragon would shock the whole world would still need to be confirmed. Of course, Tua Baku was not looking down on the other top young warriors. In fact, besides Sikong Xing and Yi Qin, he did not have much of a chance to win against the other top young warriors. For example, the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua, who was ranked 2nd in the last hidden dragon rank. His blade art was unparalleled and his aura was aggressive. Each movement of his was wide open and could split the sky and the ground. He was definitely a horrifying warrior. Lin Yun's aura was slightly weaker than the others, but his chi was way too powerful. With Tua Baku's experience of training his defensive martial art to its 11th level, Lin Yun had definitely reached this level, and should not be underestimated. Li Daoxian did not seem to be that famous, but in this true spirit continent, who would dare to underestimate a sword artist who had learned the sword intent? Once a sword artist threw out a sword attack, it would be the moment of life and death. Lastly, Murong Qingcheng. Facing this extremely mysterious and attractive girl, Tua Baku had the feeling that he was facing Yi Qin. It was not the pressure from her chi, nor the dominance of her temperament. It was a horrifying feeling of being shrouded in a dense fog that people could not see through. There are too many experts. It won't be easy to carve out a bloody path. Tua Baku was a carefree and fearless person, but he could not help but shake his head. He was not an idiot who would rush forward whenever he saw a powerful warrior. Actually, every time he encountered a powerful warrior, he would evaluate his opponent's power. On the other battling platform, Bing Ling, who had recovered to her peak condition, frowned. Before she came here, her lowest goal was to get into the top 3 of the hidden dragon rank. But now, it was basically impossible for her to get into the top 3. She might be able to fight for the top 5, but she was very clear that the battles for the top 5 would be even more intense than she had imagined. At this moment, the head judge spoke again. After a day of continuous competition, everyone is a little tired. If you don't have enough stamina for the ranking competition, you won't be able to handle it. Therefore, before the ranking competition, there will be 3 days of rest. Everyone try your best to adjust your condition to the peak. You must participate in the most difficult competition with your strongest abilities. Now everyone go back and rest. The ranking competition will officially begin in the morning 3 days later. Just as he finished speaking, all of the young warriors who had entered the ranking got off the platform one after another. The head judge was right. After a whole day of competition, all of their spirit and chi had been exhausted. This kind of exhaustion was something that they themselves could not even notice. Once they entered into a high-intensity competition, or a battle with a powerful warrior with similar power, even the slightest bit of difference would be enough to make them regret for the rest of their lives. They are not tired, but I am a little tired. My eyes are getting sore. 2 stages of the competition, thousands of battles. Even if we only watch 1/10 of them, our eyes would still be tired. Going back and resting for 3 days would be great. Otherwise, when the top young warriors battle, we might not be able to see the results. Hearing him, all of the warriors who were watching the battles left without a trace of dissatisfaction. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 4th day, the audience seating was filled with people, and the sound of their voices could be heard everywhere. Looking at the 6 battling platforms above the abyss, they had already merged into one, forming a 300 meters long and 200 meters wide rectangular battling platform. The battling platform was still surrounded by a dark blue light wall. Outside of the light wall was a bottomless abyss, where chi flow was surging. At the 9 entrances that led to the surrounding areas of the battling platforms, the young warriors walked in groups of 3 to 5, including Yi Qin and Su Jing. The atmosphere is different. Once he entered the arena, Yi Qin could immediately feel the intense atmosphere, and a lot of it was directed at him. It was not surprising though, since the previous competitions were only for eliminating the unqualified warriors. Those who were supposed to make it to the next level would still make it to the next level, and there would be no conflict. But now it was different. All of the warriors present were powerful warriors who had made it to the hidden dragon rank. The higher the rank, the more powerful the dragon fountain chi would be, which would bring unimaginable benefits to themselves, their martial institutions and their families. On the path of a warrior, if one did not move forward, one would fall behind. It was also very suitable for the competitions of the hidden dragon rank. Yi Chen had even sensed that there was a subtle atmosphere between the disciples of the same martial institution. Although it was a little warmer and more subtle, there were still quite a lot of sword lights and sword shadows. Facing the competitions of the hidden dragon rank, not to mention the disciples of the same martial institution, even brothers would have to compete to see who was better. Plus, if one did not use all of his power, the others might not show any mercy. After everyone had arrived, the head judge started to announce the rules of the competitions. The hidden dragon rank competitions were also known as the Super Points competitions. The competitions would be held on the same battling platform, and would be divided into 71 rounds. Each round would have 36 battles, which meant that there would be one opponent in each round, and 71 rounds would have 71 opponents. In this situation, there would be a battle between all 72 people, which was unavoidable. As for those who had already fought against each other in the elimination competitions, they could still fight again in the ranking competitions. It would be up to them whether they wanted to give up or not. No matter what, the loser would have a part of their dragon fountain chi taken away, while the winner would have their dragon fountain chi strengthened. Of course, the 71 rounds of competitions would not be held in one day. When the sky was getting dark, the competitions for the day would be finished, and the competitions would continue the next morning. Therefore, the time of each hidden dragon rank competition would be different. The shortest would be 2 to 3 days, while the longest would be 4 to 5 days. If there were some special circumstances, it would even be delayed to ensure that it would be as fair as possible. 71 rounds of competitions, 36 battles in each round. This way, everyone's power would be exposed gradually, and no one would be able to hold back. Maybe we will see the battles between the top young warriors in the first few rounds? Yeah, this possibility is very high. You guys have not watched the last hidden dragon rank competitions, right? This possibility does not exist. Later, the 13 judges will vote for the 10 seeded warriors, and the battles between the seeded warriors will be in the last 9 rounds. It will not be brought forward. Oh, I see. Just like what this person had said, the head judge had already discussed with the 12 judges about the 10 seeded warriors. Xikong Xing will definitely make it, and Yin Qihua Li Daoxian. Lin Yun Bing Ling. Mo Yin is qualified as well. Right now there are 6 seeded warriors. I think Tua Baku is qualified. Yeah, Tua Baku is very powerful. He is definitely qualified to be in the top 5. I would like to recommend Murong Qingqing. Her power is no weaker than Mo Yan's. Then only the last 2 are left. This is easy. Yi Chen is definitely a seeded warrior. If he does not make it, people would think that there is something fishy going on. Hehe, I don't need you to tell me. Yi Chen is definitely in there. I am thinking about the 10th seeded warrior. Do you think it should be Qian Yun or Gu Yuyun? This is indeed a bit hard to choose. Qian Yun is the second disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Sunset Martial School, and is very powerful. Gu Yuyun is the second disciple of the rank 6 martial institution, the Floating Mountain Martial School, and has the Stone King bloodline. The power that she has shown would not be weaker than Qian Yun at all. No matter who I choose, the other one will not be happy about it. What can we do if we are not happy? We are the judges, and the job of choosing the seeded warriors falls on us. There is nothing we can do about it. How about this? Let's all vote, and whoever has the most votes will be the seeded warrior. The other things have nothing to do with us. Alright, I choose Qian Yun. I choose Gu Yuyun. What was more dramatic was that Qian Yun and Gu Yuyun had the same number of votes, which were both 6. Obviously, in the eyes of the judges, it was indeed hard to tell who was more powerful. The good thing was that including the head judge, there were 13 judges in total. Right now, only the head judge had not voted yet. Whoever he voted for would be the seeded warrior. Could be said that one vote would decide everything. The head judge took a deep breath and said, Gu Yuyun. In the end, the 10 seeded warriors were announced. They were Xikong Sheng, Yen Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, Bing Ling, Mo Yen, Tua Baku, Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen, and Gu Yuyun. Regarding this result, Xikong Sheng and the rest did not look surprised at all. All 13 judges were astral-reaching realm warriors, and they would be able to judge one's power from their chi. Adding all the performances in the previous competitions, it would be too easy for them to pick out the 10 seeded warriors. Only Qian Yun looked very upset. He had not been chosen. Although the seeded warriors might not be able to make it into the top 10, it was still a shame for him, a huge shame. Just you wait. I will make you regret not choosing me. Chen Yun looked very bad. He was not happy about the judge's decision. The leader of the Sunset Martial School and all of the core masters were also not happy about it. No matter how they looked at it, Chen Yun did not seem to be at a disadvantage. However, he was still not a seeded warrior, which had undoubtedly humiliated the Sunset Martial School. But of course, no matter how unhappy they were, they would not say anything. The 13 judges were chosen by all of the leaders of the South Rudra region. No matter how arrogant the Sunset Martial School was, they would not criticize the judges recklessly. Plus, the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank were extremely sacred. Even life and death realm warriors would not dare to mess around. As long as Chen Yun works hard, we will get our Sunset Martial School's face back. The leader of the Sunset Martial School let out a breath and said lightly, If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Chen Yun to show more of his power in the elimination competitions. Don't worry. Although the top 5 might be a bit difficult, the top 10 should be very promising. I hope so. Although people from the Sunset Martial School were very confident in Chen Yun, the appearance of Yi Chen and the other young warriors had made them feel threatened. Otherwise, Chen Yun would not have failed. Second brother disciple, you have to work harder. The luck of the Sunset Martial School is on you now. The head disciple of the Sunset Martial School was sitting among the core masters. He was ranked number 6 in the last Hidden Dragon rank. If it were not for the fact that he was over 24 years old, he would definitely be able to make it to the top 10. But what could he do? Even the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire, who was ranked number 3 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, was over the age limit. His power was no weaker than Yan Qihua. As the head judge announced the names of the 10 seeded warriors, there were more or less some discussions among the audience. Not only the second disciple of the Sunset Martial School, Zhang Feng, who was ranked number 9 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and Gu Qing, who was ranked number 10 in the last Hidden Dragon rank, had also failed. Gu Yuyun was quite lucky. In this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there were 2 top young warriors who were over 24 years old who did not participate. Otherwise, the competition for the 10 seeded warriors would be even more intense. You must be talking about the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire and the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School, right? Indeed, I wonder what level their strength has reached now. The ranking competitions have begun. Everyone's eyes landed on the battling platform in the middle. Chapter 265. The 300-meter-long, 200-meter-wide battling platform was huge. It stood in the middle of the abyss all by itself, attracting a lot of attention. Right then, the first battle was happening on the platform. Both contestants were not weak. One was at the mid-clasping Yuan realm, while the other was at the peak-level early-clasping Yuan realm. Both of them performed their ace attacks as soon as they got on the platform, without any intention of testing each other. Eventually, the mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior won the battle. A shocking scene occurred. After the victor was decided, the dragon-shaped phantom outside the victor's body flew out and pounced on the loser's body. Visible to the naked eye, the dragon-shaped phantom outside the loser's body shrank by a size, shrinking from 1 zhang to 9 feet. As for the victor's dragon-shaped phantom, it grew to around 11 zhang. I knew it. Yichen did not need to guess to know that it was a way to steal the dragon fountain qi, which was not controlled by the contestant. The battles went on one after another and soon, it was Lynch's turn. His opponent was a warrior who was ranked at the bottom of the last Hidden Dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow was around 1 meter long, but after being beaten by Lynch, it had shrunk a lot, from 1 meter long to 1.5 meters. Meanwhile, Lynch's dragon shadow, which was originally 1 meter long, had shrunk to 1.5 meters. Su Jing seemed to have figured it out. The richer the opponent's dragon fountain qi, the more dragon fountain qi one would get after beating him. Yichen nodded. On the other hand, if the winner's dragon fountain qi was more abundant, and the loser's dragon fountain qi was weaker, then the amount of dragon fountain qi one could get would be less. Perhaps there would not be any increase at all. The dragon-shaped shadow outside Xikong Sheng's body was around 8 meters long and 2 meters long. If he randomly beat a young warrior, he would be able to get a lot of dragon fountain qi. After a couple of battles, the dragon-shaped shadow would be able to reach 9 meters, which was obviously against the rules. That was why Yi Chen had made this assumption. What Su Jing and Yi Chen had guessed was not wrong. Then there was a young warrior who had beaten a young warrior who was ranked quite high in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and the dragon-shaped shadow had increased by a lot, almost by half. On the other hand, a young warrior who was ranked quite high in the last hidden dragon rank had beaten a young warrior, and the dragon-shaped shadow had only increased by a very small amount, not even 1 foot. There were 36 battles in 1 round, and each battle would have 2 people battling. After 1 round, everyone would have a chance to go on stage. This time it was the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. His opponent was a young warrior who was ranked at the bottom of the last hidden dragon rank, who was only at the early clasping yuan realm. I admit defeat. The young man admitted defeat without hesitation. It was unknown what was so mysterious about the illusory dragon. As soon as his opponent admitted defeat, it leaped out from Yan Qihua's body and devoured the latter's illusory dragon. However, no matter how much it swallowed, it was still 25 feet long. There were no changes to it. The difference between the two was too great, so it was difficult for it to gain anything. The 24th battle, Yi Qin against Mo Wuxia. Before Yi Qin showed up in the world, Mo Wuxia was the most powerful warrior among the young generation of the 9 nations. Even Yuan Hingying and Lu Zhao were slightly weaker than him. But now he was only a kid in front of Yi Qin. There was no comparison at all. Lightly tapping his foot on the ground, Yi Qin appeared on the battling platform, looking at Mo Wuxia who was in front of him. Mo Wuxia's pupils shrank. Right now, Yi Qin was giving him too much pressure. Not to mention Yi Qin's late clasping yuan realm cultivation, only his 50% sword intent was already enough to shock the entire 9 nations. Before he entered the Heaven Dream ancient region, he didn't even have the interest to look at Yi Qin. Calming himself down, Mo Wuxia said, "One blade attack, what do you think?" He didn't expect to beat Yi Qin, he only wanted to know how big the gap between them was. "Sure," Yi Qin said lightly. Without much hesitation, a blood-red long blade appeared in Mo Wuxia's hand. This blade was something he got from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace. It was the top of the low-rank Great Blades. Its power was almost equal to a normal mid-rank Great Blade. Taking the blade out of the scabbard, a thin beam of blood flashed out, and an air-tearing sound was heard. The Star Scar sword was pulled out by 3 inches. A beam of sword light shot out, cutting the blood beam in half. The remaining power of the sword light did not disappear. It landed heavily on Mo Wuxia's protective Jin Qi layer. Mo Wuxia's protective Jin Qi layer had been shattered. Oh! A dragon roar was heard. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Qin's body jumped onto Mo Wuxia's body, devouring his dragon fountain qi. Within a blink of an eye, the dragon-shaped shadow returned, from 1 meter long to 16 meters long. Not only had it grown a lot bigger, but it also looked a lot clearer with a serious look on its face. The gap is unimaginable. Mo Wuxia forced a smile. After Yi Qin got off the stage, the next battle was none other than Xikong Sheng. His opponent was not weak either, it was Ting Mo, who was ranked 19 in the last hidden dragon rank. Without a doubt, Ting Mo had lost, and he did not even choose to give up. After devouring Ting Mo's dragon fountain qi, Xikong Sheng's dragon-shaped shadow was still 2 meters long. Looking at it more carefully, it was only half a foot longer, and that was because Ting Mo was ranked pretty high in the last hidden dragon rank. If it were another young warrior, it would not even be 1/10 of a foot longer. The battle was carried on in an orderly manner. As long as it was a top young warrior, his opponent would either give up or decide the winner with 1 attack. The result was obvious. The gap between them could not be seen clearly, because they did not even have the power to force out 50% of their power. After Murong Qingqing had beaten her opponent, it was Su Jing's turn. The 27th battle, Su Jing against Qi Xiaofeng. Qi Xiaofeng was ranked 38th in the last hidden dragon rank. The gathering in the Three-River City of the Spirit Nation was organized by him. Back in the 100,000 Mountain Forest, Yi Qin had even saved his and Murong Qingqing's lives. He was very powerful. His weapons were 2 special weapons: the Waning Moon curved wheel. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of his body was 12 meters long, and had an abundant dragon fountain qi. Within 100 attacks, the two were evenly matched. After 100 attacks, Su Jing was getting more and more powerful. Her whole body was covered by a layer of golden light. It was not Jin Qi but the materialized form of Qi power. Judging on the destructive power, it was way more powerful than most Jin Qi, which made Qi Xiaofeng feel quite exhausted. After 158 attacks, Qi Xiaofeng's palm had gone numb, and he could not hold his weapon anymore. Su Jing seized the opportunity and threw out 3 punches in a row. After devouring a part of Qi Xiaofeng's dragon fountain qi, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Su Jing's body had grown extremely fast. Within a blink of an eye, it had expanded to almost 10 meters, which was no weaker than the middle-ranked young warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. You are quite powerful. I almost do not want to beat you anymore. Losing one part of Dragon Fountain Chi would not make any difference. Lin Yun was very excited. If he could, when he met Su Jing again, he would definitely not devour her Dragon Fountain Chi so that she would remember him. Unfortunately, the Dragon Fountain Chi could not be controlled. Once it sensed something, it would jump out on its own and he would not even be able to stop it. You have overestimated yourself. Tuabaku made a face. Although he did not care about Su Jing's power, the person behind her was Yi Chen. Among all the warriors, only Sikong Sheng and Yi Chen had given him a mysterious feeling. The others were slightly weaker. The first round had finished, and the second round began immediately. After 5 rounds, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 28 meters. His luck was not that good as all the opponents he had met were not that powerful. After 5 rounds, none of them were as powerful as the one where Su Jing had beaten Qi Xiaofeng. Among them, the luckiest one would be Tuabaku, who had beaten Zhang Feng, who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 12 meters. Added with the previous 4 battles, it had grown to more than 12.5 meters, which was almost as powerful as the top 30 warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. In the 6th round, Yi Chen had finally met an opponent who had a very rich dragon fountain chi. It was Cui Xiao, who was ranked 15th in the last hidden dragon rank. After devouring his opponent's dragon fountain chi, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 12 meters. Among all the young warriors, he was only second to Tuabaku. Lynch was not that powerful after all. He had lost 3 and won 3 out of the 6 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow was still at 18 meters. Su Jing had won 6 battles in a row, and her dragon-shaped shadow was still at 19 meters. Soon, the 7th round of the competition had finished. The 8th round. Yi Chen's opponent was Gu Qing, who he had never fought before. Gu Qing was ranked 10th in the last hidden dragon rank. His dragon-shaped shadow was originally 21 meters long, but after winning 7 battles in a row, it had grown to 21 meters. Take my blue cloud 9 attacks. Gu Qing had no reason to give up right away. In fact, he really wanted to fight against Yi Chen, who was good at attacking the weak spots. Only battles like this would allow him to notice some of the flaws that he had not been able to notice and perfect them. Chen. Taking out his Star Scar sword, Yi Chen held the long sword in his hand and pointed in the air. Gu Qing's continuous stick art had been broken immediately. He had only performed 1 attack and the other 8 attacks had all been blocked. How is this possible? Gu Qing was shocked. The blue cloud 9 attacks were all connected. If it were the last few attacks that had been broken, he would have been able to understand it since the later attacks would be harder to control and there might be flaws. However, the first few attacks did not have any flaws at all. Yi Chen said, I have seen the blue cloud 9 attacks once. It is indeed a very powerful attack. Each stick attack is faster than the last, but the first to the second attack is the slowest part. As long as the sword speed is fast enough, you will be able to find that crucial point. Right now, what you need to pay attention to is not the speed, but how to make it uneven so that people will not be able to grasp the pattern. Thank you. Gu Qing thought about it. Just like what Yi Chen had said, the previous blue cloud 9 attacks had been connected one after another, and each stick attack was faster than the last. However, the first to the 9th attack would take time, and people would not be able to watch you perform it all the way until the 9th attack. If you wanted to increase your speed, the weakness would still be there, but it would be reduced by a lot. After all, there would always be people who were better than you. No matter how fast your attacking speed was, there would always be people who were faster than you. Therefore, if you wanted to make up for this weakness, the only way would be to make people unable to grasp the pattern. Thinking about that, Gu Qing could not help but admire Yi Chen. The first few attacks of the blue cloud 9 attacks were not fast, but it was actually already very fast. Only his opponent could find the gap and hit the crucial point with 1 sword attack. I give up. There was no need to compete anymore since Gu Qing had already learned a lot. Whoa. Gu Qing had just finished speaking when the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body jumped over. When it came back, the 43 meters dragon-shaped shadow had already grown to 57 meters, which had surpassed Tuabaku and was the same as Murong Qingqing. Chapter 266. This dragon fountain chi has the effect of nourishing the spirit and chi. When the dragon-shaped shadow was only 43 meters long, it was only good for the condition, as it would not be easily affected by negative emotions. However, after growing to 57 meters, the spirit and chi that Yi Chen had lost had obviously been replenished. Spirit and chi were the most important things in the human body, and would be consumed in everything they did. For example, raising one's hand would consume a little bit of spirit and speaking a word would consume a little bit of spirit and qi. However, the consumption was so small that it could be completely ignored. But what was undeniable was that spirit and qi were indeed being consumed all the time, and would need to be replenished through careful rest. Otherwise, it would have a big or small effect. After 7 or 8 battles, Yi Qin had consumed a little bit of spirit and qi, but right now it had been replenished completely. Thinking about it, Yi Qin could easily think of training. Training for warriors would consume a lot of spirit and qi. Ever since he had the spirit replenishing pellets, qi replenishing pellets and spirit replenishing pellets, Yi Qin's training speed had increased drastically. He was no slower than any of the martial geniuses. The reason why he could reach late clasping Yuan realm within 1 year was all because of these 3 pellets. Right now, with the dragon fountain qi that could replenish his spirit and qi, together with the spirit and qi replenishing pellets, his training speed would definitely increase to the next level. No wonder the warriors in the last hidden dragon rank could train faster than the others. It must be because of the dragon fountain qi. Yi Qin thought to himself. The 10th battle, Gu Yuyun against Qian Yun. Gu Yuyun was the second disciple of the floating martial school. Just like Qian Yun, she did not make it into the last hidden dragon rank. She was only 19 years old and she was very small and pretty just like the girl next door. She did not seem to have the Stone King bloodline at all. Compared to Gu Yuyun, Qian Yun looked more arrogant and aggressive. Whenever he opened and closed his eyes, there would be a bright light shining. The two had formed a huge contrast. I don't care what Stone King bloodline you have. I will beat you. Qian Yun naturally knew that it was Gu Yuyun who had stolen his seated contestant status. He planned to use all of his power to beat her and show everyone that only he could be a seated contestant. Please. Gu Yuyun cupped her fist. Qian Yun said impatiently, there's no need for pointers. You and I have to decide who's the winner. Take this. Yelling in a low voice, Qian Yun extended his body and appeared in the sky above Gu Yuyun. He threw out a palm attack. This palm strike was like a thunderbolt, as if it had stirred up all the clouds in the sky. It was the top-rank Earth Realm martial art of the Sunset Martial School, the Purple Sunset Thunder Palm. Crack. Gu Yuyun was not surprised at all. She swung her fist to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the two of them flew backward. Cloud Shadow. Since his palm attack had failed, Qian Yun performed his high-rank Earth Realm flying art, Phantom Cloud Shadow. His body flashed once and disappeared from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already right next to Gu Yuyun. Then his body was like a ghost, like a cloud, circling around Gu Yuyun. Bang 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 bang, being caught off guard, Gu Yuyun was hit 6 times in a row. Her protective Jin Qi was almost shattered, and her blood and Qi were boiling. It looked like she was going to lose. Stone King Protective Fist Art. In that critical moment, Gu Yuyun stabilized her Qi and blood. She lowered her center of gravity and pushed out all of her Jin Qi, throwing it out along with her fist aura. After throwing out 1 punch, her protective Jin Qi had increased by 1%. By the 3rd punch, her protective Jin Qi had increased by 3%. Qian Yun had not only failed, but had also lost his balance because of the fist power. It is the Stone King's unique martial art, the Stone King Protective Fist Art. This fist art is different from most other fist arts. It focuses more on defense, but its attacking power is weaker. With this fist art, it would be impossible for Qian Yun to finish the battle quickly. Now, let's see who has more stamina. Qian Yun had never seen such a weird fist art before. It could actually strengthen his protective Jin Qi and shake away part of his power. Then let's see if your Stone King Protective Fist Art is more powerful, or my Purple Sunset Thunder Palm. Giving up on using his flying art, Qian Yun threw out all of his attacks, attacking towards Gu Yuyun one after another. Pow, pow. Within a blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of attacks. The sky was filled with palm shadows and fist shadows. Thunder 4 movement. As the battle reached its climax, Qian Yun yelled out and threw out both of his palms. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The sound was not any weaker than the thunder in the sky. There was obviously the poetic perspective of thunder contained within. The protective Jin Qi layer outside of Gu Yoyun's body started to peel off layer by layer. It started to weaken rapidly as she backed out 4 steps, leaving 4 deep footprints on the battling platform. Sunset 5 movement. Qian Yun was not going to let his opponent go easily. Before the Thunder 4 movement was finished, he performed the last movement of the Purple Sunset Thunder Palm, the Sunset 5 movement. Compared to the Thunder 4 movement, the Sunset 5 movement's attacking speed was much faster, and it had endless power. Gu Yuyun did not even have the chance to fight back. She could only passively step back, and step back again. Even with the Stone King body protective fist arts buff, the Zhen Qi layer outside of her body had already been weakened to the point where it could break at any second. In everyone's eyes, Gu Yuyun was basically going to lose. Only Yi Qin and a few other people could see that something was not right. Every time Gu Yuyun backed out, a wave of power would be accumulated inside her body. This power was not released at all, but it was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it was already showing signs of breaking through. Waiting until the last movement of Chen Yun's Sunset 5 movement landed, Gu Yuyun did not back out. Instead, she moved forward and fought back like a thunderbolt. The aggressive fist power was like a collapsing mountain. The Stone King's anger. It was said that the Stone King was a good-tempered man back in the day, and would not get angry easily. No matter how his opponents tried to provoke him, he would not fight back. However, once his emotions had accumulated to the limit, anyone who tried to provoke him again would face the Stone King's anger. Not many people knew how horrifying an angry Stone King could be because they were all dead. Strangely, the good-tempered Stone King ended up with enemies everywhere. After his death, even his bloodline was almost wiped out. No one knew why. The Stone King protective fist art was a top-rank Earth Realm fist art created by the Stone King. The Stone King's anger was one of the top 3 ace attacks. Right then, she performed it with a horrifying aura, as if the space was about to be shattered by her. Puking out a large amount of blood, Chen Yun was blown backward. This little girl is not simple. She is able to stay so calm and turn the situation around at the last second, beating Chen Yun. Unless she could easily break through Gu Yoyun's protective Zhen Qi layer, once the Stone King's anger comes out, anyone who is more powerful than her would lose. There are not many people who could break through her defense. Gu Yoyun's defense is even more powerful than Bing Ling's. The Stone King protective fist art is not something to be trifled with. Everyone was quite impressed with the Stone King's martial art, so they could not help but think more highly of Gu Yuyun. A part of his dragon fountain chi had been taken away, and Chen Yun's heart was bleeding. He had lost the battle that he was so confident in, and in such a strange way. Thank you. Gu Yuyun looked like she was from a powerful family. She held her fists together again before leaving the stage. However, this made Chen Yun even angrier as he thought she was mocking him. It was already the afternoon, and the competition had already reached the 19th round. Yi Chen had won 18 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow had finally reached beyond 5 meters, reaching 21 meters. However, Tua Baku had also caught up, and was at 21 meters, while Murong Qingqing was at 63 meters. The three's dragon fountain chi was almost the same, and they could easily surpass any warrior with a rich dragon fountain chi. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had encountered a young warrior who was ranked 14th in the last hidden dragon rank. After taking away his opponent's dragon fountain chi, his dragon-shaped shadow had grown again, reaching 24 meters. Judging on the amount of dragon fountain chi, he was already in the top 20 of this hidden dragon rank. Su Jing had won 15 out of 18 battles, and her dragon-shaped shadow was 12 meters long. Lynch had won 9 out of 18 battles, and his dragon-shaped shadow was around 25 meters. As for Xikong Sheng and the rest of the warriors, their growth was very small. Xikong Sheng was still 24 meters, while Yan Qihua was 25 meters, Li Daoxin was 24 meters and Lin Yun was 24 meters. All of them had grown within 1 or 2 feet, and could not be like Yi Chen and the rest who had grown at an insane speed. When the 21st battle had ended, the sky had turned dark. The head judge announced that the battles for the day had ended, and it would continue tomorrow morning. Under everyone's expectation, the long night had passed by slowly. The second morning. Battles continued to happen on the battling platform. The 22nd battle had ended. The 33rd battle had ended. The 38th battle had ended. Until the 39th battle had ended, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of Yi Chen's body had grown to 24 meters, only 1 step away from 24 meters. Up until now, there were only 10 warriors who had reached 24 meters in dragon-shaped shadow. Among them, 6 of them were old top young warriors, and the other 4 were the top 10 young warriors in the last hidden dragon rank. They were quite lucky as they had not encountered any top young warriors, and were still undefeated. As for Tua Baku, Murong Qingqing and Gu Yuyun, they were just like Yi Chen, still not able to reach 24 meters. Zhang Feng, who was ranked 9th in the last hidden dragon rank, and Gu Qing, who was ranked 10th, could have made it, but unfortunately, they had lost to Tua Baku and Yi Chen respectively. Right now they were only around 6 meters, which was still a long way away from 24 meters. The 5th battle of the 40th round, Yi Chen against Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was indeed the young warrior who was ranked 13th in the last hidden dragon rank, and whose dragon-shaped shadow had reached 22 meters. However, when he found out that his opponent was Yi Qin, he could not help but feel nervous. Although he knew that there would be a battle when the time came, he was still a bit annoyed. Increasing his Jin Qi layer to its limit, Lu Chuan stared at Yi Qin cautiously. Facing this year's top young warrior, it was not that he did not want to be lucky. Sky-shattering clouds. Yi Qin did not plan to waste any more time. He held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. Thunder and lightning appeared in the sky and the wind started to pick up. An invisible massive sword chi was thrown out with the sky full of thunder and lightning. Lu Chuan, who was prepared for this, was shocked. He had only managed to dodge half of the attack, while the other half had completely shattered his Jin Qi layer. Half of his body had gone numb, and he had lost the battle within a second. Whoa. The dragon-shaped shadow jumped onto Lu Chuan's body, then turned back. Right now, the dragon-shaped shadow was 23 meters long. Chapter 267. The 20 Zhonglong dragon-shaped shadow had a huge body and a majestic look. It circled around outside of Yi Chen's body and roared towards the sky. The powerful dragon roar had even attracted the dragon-shaped shadows of Sikong Sheng and the other 8 warriors to roar as well, as if they were competing with each other. This feeling is so strange. My spirit, chi and soul are not damaged at all. Instead, they are getting stronger and stronger. My condition has reached another level. Before, in order for Yi Qin to maintain his peak condition, he would have to use his sword intent to cut out all the distracting thoughts and get rid of all the negative emotions. But now, with the rich dragon fountain chi, he would not have to worry about his condition declining anymore. He would be able to stay at his peak condition all the time, and it would even increase steadily. I wonder what would happen when the dragon-shaped shadow reaches 90 zhangs. 9 was the highest number in the world. Before, it was almost impossible to reach 90 zhangs. However, this year's hidden dragon rank would be the most popular one in the past 1,000 years, so it would not be impossible for it to reach 90 zhangs. The 9th battle of the 40th round, Su Jing against Wei Renjie. 3 battles away from Yi Qin, Su Jing appeared. Her opponent was Wei Renjie, who had reached the entry-level blade intent. He was ranked 37 in the last hidden dragon rank. According to Yi Chen's estimation, he should be able to make it into the top 25 this year, which would be a powerful opponent for Su Jing. The dragon-shaped shadow outside of Wei Renjie's body was also 50 zhangs long. Together with his muscular body and the long blade in his hand, he looked like a powerful blade artist. Chin. Taking out his long blade, the blade light was like water. Wei Renjie said to Su Jing, "You are worth my full power." There were not many young warriors who were worth Wei Renjie's full power. Those top young warriors were not worth it anymore, they were simply unbeatable. He would not be interested in those who were too weak. Although Su Jing was not as powerful as Yi Qin and Tua Baku, she was definitely one of the top warriors among the young generation. If he did not use all of his power, Wei Renjie might lose. Even if he used all of his power, he would not have the confidence to win against Su Jing. Su Jing said lightly, "You are worth my full power as well." The two stopped talking and stared at each other. Wei Renjie made the first move. Driven by his small success saber intent, his sharp saber chi was like a peerless fierce dragon, slashing towards Su Jing, who was dozens of meters away. Before the saber chi arrived, the air around Su Jing's body had already started to disintegrate. Her soft long hair fluttered in the wind along with her white clothes. Vast divine fist. Su Jing took a step forward and the air vibrated. Her jade-like fist drilled out of her sleeve and punched the incoming blade chi. Creak. The blade chi twisted and shattered, turning into specks of white light. "All right, raging waves." Wei Renjie boldly rushed up and slashed with his saber in the air. The saber light was like a tide rolling and surging. That kind of artistic conception that could drown and devour everything was obviously the artistic conception of water or the artistic conception of the sea. It was majestic and magnificent. This Wei Renjie is indeed powerful. Although he isn't at the level of the young giants, there aren't many who can beat him in blade techniques. That's right. Besides the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, there aren't many who can compete with him in blade arts. I wonder, between him and Su Jing, who would be better. The warriors in the audience seats were all discussing. Facing this blade attack, Su Jing looked very serious. She made a fist with her right hand, and there was a golden light moving around inside as if she was holding a golden flame. She threw out a punch toward the incoming saber light. Rumble. This punch was extremely powerful. The saber light had a gap in it and the saber intent realm had a flaw. It was not able to form a complete attack. Even though the saber intent had been broken, Wei Renjie was not happy or angry. He turned his body and flew towards Su Jing like a dragon. His majestic step art was also quite ingenious. It contained the snake movement, which was powerful while the snake movement was tricky. The combination of the two seemed to be quite contradictory. Mid-rank Earth Realm flying art, dragon snake step art. Su Jing felt the difficulty of this step art. She kept backing out, trying to avoid the best rhythm of the dragon snake step art. She did not want to give Wei Renjie any chance to attack. Flying dragon riding the clouds. Seeing that he could not attack, Wei Renjie changed his step art. He got rid of the tricky snake movement and changed it to the majestic dragon movement. With one step he appeared above Su Jing and threw out 3 blade attacks in a row. Unexpectedly, Su Jing was already prepared. Once she saw her opponent change his step art, she changed it as well. Her toes touched the ground and she jumped up into the sky. Her right fist carried a soaring aura as it exploded. Clang. The fist and the blade clashed together, causing sparks to fly everywhere. So powerful. Wei Renjie's arm had gone numb, and he had almost lost his grip on his great blade. He could not help but be shocked as he threw out a punch with his left hand. Su Jing used the same move as before. She blocked with her right arm, blocking Wei Renjie's punch. Boom. The two of them separated right after they clashed. Neither of them could do anything to the other. This is my self-created swimming dragon blade art. I hope you can block it out. Once his feet landed on the ground, Wei Renjie combined with his blade. His body was like a dragon and his blade was like a dragon. He threw out a blade attack towards Su Jing. There was no poetic perspective, no sound or light. It was just a smooth movement. What? Wei Renjie can create his own blade art? He is only at the Clasping Yuan realm. Normally, astral-reaching realm warriors would not create their own martial arts, because it would not only take a lot of time and effort, but it would also take a long time to perfect it. It would not be worth it unless he could make sure that the created martial art was almost perfect. While everyone was talking, Wei Renjie's attack had already arrived. With a clanging sound, Su Jing's gloves emitted a blazing flame, and she was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Her body staggered unsteadily. Aha, take another one of my attacks. Wei Renjie was not going to stop. He performed his swimming dragon blade art again and again. Each time he would be able to push Su Jing back for dozens of steps. His blade aura was like a rainbow. Off the stage, Yi Qin studied Wei Renjie's swimming dragon blade art carefully. He eventually realized that it was not a complete blade movement. A complete blade movement would have to have a matching Jinqi route and poetic perspective. The swimming dragon blade art not only lacked poetic perspective, but also did not have the best Jinqi route. Even so, Wei Renjie was able to create a blade movement which was already something to be proud of. Of course, Yi Qin also had the ability to create 1 or 2 movements. In fact, if he wanted to create a sword movement, it would definitely be twice as powerful as the swimming dragon blade art. But right now, no matter how powerful Yi Qin's sword movement was, it would still not be as powerful as the lone peak kill and the sky-shattering clouds. Wei Renjie was Wei Renjie, but Yi Qin was him. The swimming dragon blade art might be powerful for Wei Renjie, but it was nothing special for Yi Qin. If it were him instead of Su Jing, he would only need one glance to find the weakness and beat Wei Renjie. Therefore, either he did not create his own martial art or he had to create a martial art that would be useful to him. Otherwise, he would not do something that would not bring him any benefits. For him, time was extremely precious, and he did not have that much energy to waste on things that could not help him increase his power. Backing out again and again, Su Jing soon reached the dark blue light wall. There was nowhere else for her to go. Lose. Wei Renjie yelled as he threw out a smooth blade attack towards Su Jing. Boundless killing fist art. At that critical moment, Su Jing had finally found the weak spot of the swimming dragon blade art. She had prepared for it in advance, throwing out a punch with a powerful destructive poetic perspective onto the blade light. Boom. The blade light was shattered. Blood leaked out from the corner of Wei Renjie's mouth as his body was blown away. As Su Jing had beaten Wei Renjie, the dragon-shaped shadow outside of her body had stolen her opponent's dragon fountain chi. It had expanded to almost 15 meters. The 40th round had ended, and the 41st round had begun. Yi Qin was facing Qian Yun. Mad Thunder 4 movement. Without any intention of testing, Qian Yun threw out all of his attacks, aiming at the weak spot of Yi Qin's protective Jinqi layer. Although the movements are powerful, they are a bit messy and not pure enough. Shaking his head, Yi Qin took out his Star Scar sword and threw out a sword attack at Qian Yun's weakest spot, breaking his Mad Thunder 4 movement instantly. Before his opponent could react, Yi Chen threw out a sword light and pierced through his protective Jin Qi layer. Instant kill. Chen Yun was not Bing Ling. Bing Ling had a powerful Jin Qi layer, but Chen Yun did not. Therefore, in front of Yi Chen he could only be killed within a second. Since the fast sword was not a secret anymore, it did not matter how many times he used it. Plus, facing Xikong Sheng and the others, the effect of the fast sword would be limited. Not only did the younger generation suck in a breath of cold air, but most of the cultivators in the spectator stands were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Chen Yun, who had almost become a seeded contestant, could not even survive one sword attack from Yi Chen. If it were before, they would definitely think that it was fake news and would not choose to believe it. But right now it had happened right in front of their eyes and they could not help but believe it. How powerful is Yi Chen? Comparing sword arts and eyesight, Wei Renjie, who had created his own movement, is no different than a kid in front of him. This is the real killing sword art. Gu Yoyun's eyes were wide open as well. Chen Yun, who she had spent so much effort to beat, could not even handle one sword attack from Yi Chen. What a monster. After devouring Chen Yun's dragon fountain chi, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow did not grow that much. It had only grown from 21 meters to 21 meters. However, his opponent's dragon-shaped shadow did not decrease much either. If Yi Chen wanted to increase his dragon-shaped shadow drastically, he would have to beat the top young warriors who had the most powerful dragon fountain chi and the other 3 warriors who were ranked 10th or so and had better luck. Time passed by quietly. The second day had passed quickly, and it was already the afternoon of the third day. After beating the other 3 warriors whose dragon-shaped shadows had reached 21 meters, Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had never been so powerful before. It had grown to 25 meters. Of course, the top young warriors from the last hidden dragon rank had also grown. Xikong Sheng had reached 24 meters, Yan Qihua had reached 29 meters, Li Daoxin had reached 28 meters, and Lin Yun had reached 28 meters. Bing Ling and Mo Yen were slightly weaker. Right now they were only 26 meters, which was not that far away from Yi Chen. Tua Baku and Murong Qingqing had also caught up. One was 23 meters and the other was 24 meters. Gu Yiyun was right behind them, who was 22 meters. The rest of the warriors had lost too many battles, so none of them had reached 22 meters. The Dragon Fountain Chi had basically gathered on the top 10 seeded contestants. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but when the third day had finished, there had been 62 rounds of battles, and there were exactly 9 rounds of battles left. In the last 9 rounds of battles, the top 10 seeded contestants would not run into anyone else. There would be battles against each other and none of them would be missing. Because in the previous 62 rounds of battles, they had already beaten 62 people. There were only 9 seeded contestants left besides themselves. All of the warriors who were watching the battles felt their blood boiling. By the next morning, they would be able to see the battles between the top young warriors. One battle after another, it would be hard for them not to be excited. Chapter 268. Early in the morning, the whole hidden dragon ancient city was boiling. Looking down from the sky, one could see countless streams of people moving towards the battling field in the central area. Right then there was still some time before the battle began. Yi Chen, just try your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. In the yard, everyone from the Sky Cloud Martial School had already finished washing up. Luo Xinglia said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Leader, don't worry. What should be mine will be mine. Since he had joined the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, Yi Chen's goal was to be the champion. It was very simple. Alright, let's go. On the battling field, everyone's eyes were all on the top 10 seeded contestants. The rest of the young generation had become the background. The 13 judges are indeed very good. The top 10 seeded contestants had not lost a single time in the previous 62 battles. There is no doubt that they will be in the top 10 this year. I thought Chen Yun would have the chance to be in the top 10. Who knew that he had not only lost to the top young warriors, but also to Gu Yiyun, Yi Chen, Tua Baku and Murong Qingqing. He would not be able to be in the top 10 at all. It is the first time that a disciple from the Sunset Martial School has not been in the top 10. What else can we do? This year's young generation is just too shocking. Chen Yun's power is a bit weak after all. He is not as powerful as the head disciple of the Sunset Martial School. While everyone was discussing, the first beam of sunlight shone over from the east and landed on the battling platform. The head judge stood up. The 63rd round of the battles begins now. The first battle was not a battle between top young warriors. It was the third knight from the Moon Pavilion and Wei Renjie. The third knight was tall and skinny with a normal appearance. He looked to be around 22 or 23 years old, and his power was much higher than the fourth knight. After dozens of rounds, the third knight had barely won against Wei Renjia. The second battle was also not a battle between top young warriors, which made everyone a bit disappointed. It was not until the sixth battle that two top young warriors got on the stage. They were Tuobaku and Gu Yuyun. Tuobaku's background was mysterious and no one knew where he came from. In all of the previous battles, his defense was very famous. Even the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, Mo Yen, could not break through his defense. Towards the end, Mo Yen had made up his mind and tried to take out Tuobaku's eyes. Unfortunately, he had still lost to Tuobaku, which made the audience have a new understanding of Tuobaku's defense. As the descendant of the Stone King, Gu Yuyun was not as bright as Sikong Sheng, and her talent was not that amazing either. However, the Stone King's bloodline had brought her a huge potential, which allowed her to catch up and become one of the top young warriors. With her Stone King body protective fist art, she had beaten Chen Yun, who was a threat to her, and made it into the top 10. The battle between the two had aroused countless people's interest. Everyone wanted to know which one was more powerful, Tuobaku's defensive martial art or Gu Yuyun's Stone King body protective fist art. Please enlighten me. Gu Yuyun was still polite as she clasped her fists. Tuobaku laughed. Why would there be so many rules in a martial competition? But your power is not bad and so is your Stone King body protective fist art. Take one of my fist attacks first. Without performing his savage godly fist art, Tuobaku threw out a brutal fist attack with only his own power and Jin Qi. The fist power was like a mountain. Boom. Gu Yuyun threw back a fist attack. The two were evenly matched. Alright. Now, I would like to try your ace attack and see how powerful the Stone King's anger is. Tuobaku jumped into the air and threw out his Ruin 18 fist attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The Ruin 18 fist attacks were one of the ace attacks of the Ruin godly fist art. Each movement did not carry any fancy tricks. It was all about brutal power and overwhelming aura. There were only two ways to break the Ruin 18 fist attacks. One would be to use an even more powerful power to shatter Tuobaku's fist aura, and the other would be to use an extreme technique to break it. Both of them were extremely difficult. Tuobaku's fist art was already powerful and heavy, and it would be impossible for Gu Yuyun to surpass him in this aspect with her current power. But the extreme technique would be even more difficult, since once the power reached a certain level, the warrior would have the power to beat everything. Under such circumstances, the technique would have to reach another level in order to be able to break the Ruin 18 fist attacks. Obviously, Gu Yuyun had not reached the requirement in both areas. Therefore, she had to perform the Stone King's exclusive martial art, the Stone King body protective fist art, in order to strengthen her protective Jin Qi. Tuobaku's fist aura was getting more and more powerful, more and more brutal. Chen Yun's Thunder 4 movement and Sunset 5 movement were like a kid holding a wooden hammer in front of him. So powerful. In Gu Yuyun's eyes, Tuobaku was like a mountain, a wild mountain that was rushing towards her at a high speed. Not to mention fighting back, she could barely even defend. Her qi and blood had been shaken by the fist aura, and her Jin Qi was boiling, almost exploding out of her body. The 16th punch. Tuobaku threw out a punch. The air was torn apart, bringing up a series of booming sounds. Crack. Her protective Jin Qi layer was about to shatter. Gu Yuyun bit on her lower lip, trying her best to defend. She thought to herself, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The more pressure I get, the more powerful the Stone King anger will be. The 17th punch. A dragon roar and tiger roar was heard. Tuobaku's punch seemed to have brought Gu Yuyun back to the ancient times, where danger was lurking everywhere. Boom. Gu Yuyun's protective Jin Qi layer had finally been shattered. However, by then, her fist aura had already accumulated to its limit. The Stone King anger took the opportunity to explode. It had not only shattered Tuobaku's fist power and aura, but had also been thrown back along with the Stone King anger. Facing this horrifying punch, Tuobaku's protective Jin Qi layer had been shattered, and his body had been blown away. Testing the attack with his own body. This Tuobaku's defense is indeed powerful. Ichin was extremely observant. Although the power of Tuobaku's savage 18 fist art had not been reduced by much, its speed had obviously been reduced. Plus, the power of the 17th punch and the 16th punch were almost the same. He must have saved some of his power. Otherwise, Gu Yuyun would have been defeated by the 17th punch, and there would be no chance for her to perform the Stone King anger. Tuobaku had done this because he wanted to see how powerful the Stone King anger was. Lynch was surprised. You mean Tua Baku did it on purpose? He was extremely talented in blade arts, but he was slightly weaker in other areas. Before Yi Qin could answer, Su Jing said, "It is not entirely on purpose. Gu Yoyun's protective Zhenqi layer and the Stone King anger are indeed very powerful. Tua Baku did not underestimate her. When he performed the 17th punch, he had already prepared to defend, using all of his power to block out the power of the Stone King anger." Stepping on the dark blue light wall, Tua Baku flipped his body and landed on the ground. He looked down at his chest, where his clothes had already been torn apart, and there was a light fist mark on his muscles. It was black and blue. He could not help but praise, "Impressive. Luckily I had prepared my defense beforehand." Seeing that the Stone King anger could not do anything to Tua Baku, Guyun let out a sigh of relief and said, "You win." Tua Baku chuckled as the dragon-shaped shadow outside his body jumped towards Guyun. After devouring a part of the dragon fountain chi, it had grown to 26 meters, which was even bigger than Yi Qin. The two got off the stage and the 7th battle began immediately. The 11th battle, Murong Qingqing against Bing Ling. Just as the head judge finished his sentence, a huge commotion came from the audience seating. Among the top 10 seated contestants, there were only 3 young girls, Murong Qingqing, Bing Ling and Gu Yoyun. Gu Yoyun's temperament and appearance were not as good as the other two, so naturally her popularity was not as high as theirs. Murong Qingqing was one of the top 2 beauties of the Black Dragon Empire. Although she was wearing a light veil that covered half of her face, only the shape of her face was enough to shake people's hearts. Combined with her mysterious and noble temperament, she had won over countless young warriors. Bing Ling's temperament was completely different from Murong Qingqing. The former was mysterious while the latter was cold. Her delicate facial features and cold aura combined together, making her look like a snow lotus that grew in an ice mountain, cold and elegant. Both of them had reached the top young warriors level, and their appearances were also extremely beautiful. Once they got onto the stage, they had caused a huge commotion. Bing Ling is one of the top young warriors from the older generation. Murong Qingqing is not really a rising star, but she has also just started to rise this year. I wonder who will be more powerful. It does not matter who wins or loses. Among the young generation of girls in the South Rudra region, they are the top 2. If I could get their attention, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. If you are willing, why would they not be willing? But you are right. Murong Qingqing and Bing Ling could be considered as the top 2 martial geniuses in the South Rudra region. In the recent generation of the True Spirit continent, I think they are only second to Xianhou. Xianhou is not someone that a country or a region could compare with. She is not only the number 1 martial genius in the past 1,000 years, but also the number 1 beauty of the True Spirit continent. Compared to her, there would be a huge gap. Even martial geniuses like Xikong Sheng would be beaten by her. No one would be able to call themselves the number 1. The number 1 martial genius in 1,000 years. She would not be inferior even in the ancient era. Xianhou had indeed made all the other martial geniuses feel hopeless. I wonder who would be able to break this record. Alright, the competition is about to start. Xuanhou's name was known by everyone in the True Spirit continent. As long as someone talked about top martial geniuses, people would subconsciously compare her to them. Everyone watching the competition was no exception. Murong Qingqing's body flashed, her purple clothes fluttering in the air. She disappeared from where she was standing like a bubble. When she reappeared, she was already on the stage. In front of her, Bing Ling's body was surrounded by a freezing cold qi. Wherever she went, the water yuan qi in the air would be frozen, turning into tiny ice crystals that fell onto the ground. Glacier break. Feeling the pressure brought by Murong Qingqing, Bing Ling attacked first. She performed the ace movement of her ice break fist art. When the freezing fist power was still 10 meters away from Murong Qingqing, it suddenly exploded. Sky Demon catch. The Sky Demon power field gathered on her palm. Murong Qingqing took a step forward, grabbing towards Bing Ling, who was dozens of meters away. Crack. The stage was shattered, but Bing Ling managed to dodge it in time. While she was in midair, she made a grabbing gesture in the air with her right hand. An ice blade that was made of freezing Zhenqi was thrown out. Murong Qingqing looked very calm. She pushed out her long and slim palm, shattering the ice blade instantly. In the next moment, a wave of invisible ripple instantly landed on Bing Ling's protective Zhenqi layer, bringing up piles of ice shards. Such a powerful attack had shocked a lot of young warriors. The Sky Demon power field was shapeless and hard to defend against. In the previous competitions, most of the people had been caught by Murong Qingqing through the air, which made them feel dizzy. Chapter 269. Ice Sky Crack Cut. The Ice Break Fist art was a top-rank Earth Realm fist art. There were 14 movements in total, and the last 3 killing movements were extremely hard to train. Until now, Bing Ling could barely perform the third last movement, the Ice Crystal Fist. Although this Ice Sky Crack Cut was not a killing movement, its power was way more powerful than the Ice Break art, and was only weaker than the top 3 killing movements. Swoosh. The perfect ice blade appeared in front of Bing Ling's body. After a slight pause, it flew out with a power that seemed to be able to cut through the air. Because of its high speed and low temperature, it actually left a white ice trail in the air, which was beautiful and dangerous. Murong Qingqing did not dare to underestimate the ice blade. She reached out both of her hands and gripped in the air. The Sky Demon power field burst out. Squeak! The ice blade's speed suddenly slowed down, and its surface started to twist slightly. Break! Murong Qingqing saw Bing Ling's movement again, so she frowned. Her Sky Demon Jin Qi disappeared like water, turning into the invisible Sky Demon power field. Bang! Ice shards flew everywhere. Right then, Bing Ling had already prepared a new ace attack, which was the Ice Spirit exploding spell that she had used on Yi Qin. The crystal ice ball spun faster, shooting towards Murong Qingqing as fast as lightning. Sky Demon Palm Print. Destroy. Although Murong Qingqing had never experienced the power of the Ice Spirit exploding spell herself, but from the battle between Bing Ling and Yi Qin, she could tell that it was definitely not a normal ace attack. It was a killing attack. The Sky Demon power field could defend against that explosive power, but it could not defend against the horrifying low temperature. Without thinking about it, she immediately cancelled the Sky Demon power field and poured all of her Jin Qi into her right arm. Her slim palm carried a power that was as deep as the ocean and attacked in the air. Boom! In front of his palm, all the ice crystals within 100 meters floated up and turned into nothingness. The ice ball, on the other hand, seemed to have sunk into a swamp, and its speed slowed to a terrifying degree. Then, it exploded with a bang and was completely annihilated. If it was in the past, Murong Qingqing would consume too much of her true qi after using this move, and her combat power would be sharply reduced. However, since the Great Heavenly Devil technique had been upgraded to the 10th stage, she could now easily use the Great Heavenly Devil palm print, and the consumption of true qi was no more than 10% of her total true qi. Demonic palm print, Heaven's Rebuke. Before she retracted her right palm, Murong Qingqing's left hand struck out. A shocking scene happened. Bing Ling seemed to be repelled by this space. Her whole body was thrown out uncontrollably, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her body twisted a couple of times in the air before Bing Ling landed on the ground steadily. She said, "The Great Heavenly Devil art is indeed worthy of its reputation. I have lost." The Sky Flying Demon Martial School had 2 top martial arts, one was the Sky Demon art and the other was the Great Heavenly Devil art. The Sky Demon art was good at seeing through weaknesses and killing with one attack. The Great Heavenly Devil art was a martial art that mainly focused on attacking. Not only could it train the Sky Demon power field, it also contained the accompanying martial art, the Great Heavenly Devil palm print. Among all the top-rank Earth Realm martial arts in the South Rudra region, it was one of the top ones and extremely hard to train. Although Bing Ling's Ice Break Fist art was powerful, the Great Heavenly Devil art was the bane of it. Bing Ling could not even get close to Murong Qingqing. "Thank you for letting me win." Murong Qingqing held her fists together. As the two got off the stage, the audience seating was still very lively. 4 of the top 10 seated contestants had already been eliminated, and there were still 6 contestants left for this round. Among the 6, 5 of them were super popular, such as Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun, and Yi Qin. As for Mo Yen, because he had lost to Tua Baku, his popularity had dropped drastically, and he was not as popular among the top young warriors. The 15th battle, Li Daoxian against Yan Qihua. The battling field was silent for a second, then a shocking wave of voices exploded. Yan Qihua was ranked 2nd in the last Hidden Dragon rank, and was the #1 blade artist among the young generation in the South Rudra region. His blade art was extremely powerful and aggressive. Even the older generation of blade artists could not compete with him. Before Yi Qin showed up, Li Daoxian was the #1 sword artist among the young generation in the South Rudra region. His sword art was sharp and ruthless, and he could kill with every movement he made. He was called the emotionless sword artist. One was the #1 blade artist, and the other was the #1 sword artist. The battle between the two could ignite the blood in the hearts of the warriors watching the battle. A lot of people felt their throats go dry, their eyes wide open as they stared at the two on the stage. You and I have not fought for 3 years. I wonder if your emotionless sword art could break my blade art. If Xikong Sheng was the king warrior among the young generation, then the fire spirit prince, Yan Qihua, would undoubtedly be the tyrant warrior among the young generation. His aggressiveness was born naturally and he could look down on the whole world. We will know after we try. Li Daoxian was wearing blue robes, looking very skinny. Standing there, he looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, once his sword appeared in his hand, a sharp and ruthless sword intent spread out. The whole world seemed to be covered by his sword intent, cutting everything in its way. Yan Qihua glanced at Li Daoxian and said proudly, 3 years ago you were not my opponent and 3 years later, you will not be my opponent either. Right now, I will let you attack for 3 times. Within these 3 attacks I will not take out my blade. If you can win even 1 or 2 attacks from me, I would not mind losing to you. Li Daoxian frowned, there is no need to let me win. I will let you take out your blade for the first attack. Haha, bring it on then. If I cannot even let you have 3 attacks, how could I compete for the number 1? Without saying a word, the blade aura around Yan Qihua's body had increased a little bit. His blade was not out of its scabbard yet, but it gave people the feeling of a long blade piercing through the air, which was extremely aggressive. Clang. Li Daoxuan's sword had been taken out of its scabbard. The blade could not be seen, only a faint sword light could be seen sweeping out and flashing. Break for me. Yan Qihua shouted loudly. His red Jin Qi shot up into the sky, turning into a huge burning blade that was 30 meters long, and slashed heavily in the air. The sword light was like the wind, invisible and formless. Although Yan Qihua's burning huge blade, which was made of Jin Qi, had shattered the sword light instantly, but in the next second, the sword light had gathered together again, slicing towards his opponent's face. Such a sharp sword move and such a strange wind mentality. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. The sword light that Li Daoxian had waved out was like a gust of wind. Even if the wind dispersed, it was still the wind. Or, it could be said that the wind would never disperse, it would always be there. So what if you have the wind mentality? Help me with my blade aura. Yan Qihua's right hand sucked in the air, and the sword light was pulled over. Immediately, beams of red blade light shot out from his palm. The blade light was like fire. After swallowing Li Daoxuan's sword light, it became even more powerful, and rushed back towards Li Daoxian like a forest fire. Once this move was performed, half of the top young warrior's expressions suddenly changed. How overbearing was this? He had taken the opponent's attack as his own. Li Daoxuan's expression was extremely serious. After 3 years, Yan Qihua's blade art had reached an incredible level. Just relying on the wind mentality would not be able to force him to use his real power. Kill. Once the emotionless sword art was performed, Li Daoxian had thrown away all his emotions. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. His sword did not have any emotions either. All it had was an endless sharp light, cutting everything in front of it. Break it for me just the same. Without taking out his long blade, Yan Qihua's attacking power had been reduced drastically. Facing Li Daoxuan's second sword attack, he pushed his spirit, qi and soul to the peak. Using both of his arms as blades and both of his hands as blades, each of them had thrown out a couple of meters long red blade light, clashing together in the air. The surface of the platform was instantly filled with hundreds of holes. Sword qi and blade qi were flying everywhere like a hornet's nest had exploded, which was extremely spectacular. The third sword attack. Kill. Once this sword attack had been performed, the air had strangely calmed down. The sword light pointed right at Yan Qihua. Yan Qihua kept backing out. He had let Li Daoxian attack 3 times, not only because he was confident, but also because he wanted to challenge his own limit. If he could handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian safely, then he would be qualified to challenge Xikong Sheng. Otherwise, there would be no need to even talk about challenging Xikong Sheng. This sword attack from Li Daoxian was extremely sharp and sharp. No matter where Yan Qihua backed out to, he felt like he was being stabbed by a needle, making his hair stand up. Right then, Yan Qihua was finally ready to use his great blade. Without taking it out of the scabbard, he directly threw out a horizontal attack with the blade still in the scabbard. That red blade light spread out, giving people a horrifying illusion of a volcano eruption and lava shooting up into the sky. It clashed with that heart-piercing sword light. Boom. 2 colors appeared on the 300 meters long battling platform. One was a light silver color, and the other was an endless red color. They were clearly separated, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Right then, Everyone held their breaths and did not even blink their eyes, afraid that they would miss the most crucial moment. In their eyes, Yan Qihua was unbelievably powerful. Without taking out his great blade, he was able to handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian without falling into a disadvantage. It was indeed horrifying. Yi Chen's opinion was slightly different from everyone else's. Although Yan Qihua's blade art was powerful, Li Daoxian was not bad either. The reason why Yan Qihua was able to handle 3 sword attacks from Li Daoxian was not only because of his extremely powerful power, but also because he knew everything about Li Daoxian. If it were another unfamiliar sword artist who was at the same level as Li Daoxian, Yan Qihua would not have been so careless. Besides these reasons, there was another reason. As everyone knew, 3 attacks was neither too long nor too short. When 2 equally powerful sword artists and blade artists were fighting against each other, if one of them did not carry a blade, then his attacking power would be greatly reduced. However, it would not be a problem for him to hold out for 3 attacks, since he still had the mentality of his blade art. What he lacked was only the attacking power and aura. It would be impossible for one of them to lose immediately without a weapon. Of course, Yan Qihua's power was that he did not fall into a disadvantage within 3 attacks. The number 2 of the last hidden dragon rank was indeed not a normal warrior. 3 sword attacks have passed. 3 sword attacks were already Yan Qihua's limit. He took out his great blade without any hesitation and continued to attack along with his previous blade aura. He had pushed the mentality of volcano eruption to another level, which had shattered Li Daoxuan's sword aura within a second. It was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, rushing towards Yan Qihua. Empty kill. In the previous 3 sword attacks, Li Daoxian did not seem to hold back at all. However, facing a blade artist who did not even take out his blade, his attacking power had subconsciously weakened a lot. Maybe he thought that it was not a fair win. Right then, as Yan Qihua threw out his blade attack, Li Daoxuan's sword aura had reached another level, his sword intent surging. Ding, dang, dang. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of attacks. Burning sparks flew everywhere and no one could even see where the 2 of them were. That kind of soul-stirring battle had even made the audience forget to breathe, their faces turning red. The sparks did not disappear, and the 2 had exchanged more and more attacks at a higher frequency. For the first time, Mo Yen, who had been operating his sky demon eyes, felt a bit sore in his eyes. Swoosh. A human shadow flew out. It was Li Daoxian. There was a burnt mark on his shoulder, and his clothes had been burned into ashes. Chapter 270. Looking at Yan Qihua again, he was perfectly fine. However, there was a strand of hair missing from his temple, which was flying in the wind and falling onto the ground. Taking my ace attack and not dying. You are the first one in the past 3 years. Putting his long blade back into its scabbard, Yan Qihua touched his temple, which seemed to still have Li Daoxuan's sword intent. Cough. Li Daoxian puked out a mouthful of blood. What a shame. I was still 1 point away. On the 198th attack, he threw out his sword first, cutting off a strand of Yan Qihua's hair. After that, Yan Qihua's attack arrived right at his shoulder. At the critical moment, it was flicked away by Yan Qihua's finger, saving him from a serious injury. However, that burning hot blade light still brushed past his body, causing some damage to his meridians. In the battle between the 2, Li Daoxian had lost by half an attack. Whoa. The dragon-shaped shadow on Yan Qihua's body jumped towards Li Daoxian. When it came back, it had expanded from 29 meters to 22 meters, getting closer and closer to Xikong Sheng. Amazing. Yan Qihua is indeed worthy of being the top young warrior who is only below Xikong Sheng. Even Li Daoxian could not stop him. It is indeed amazing, but I could not see through anything at all. I wonder how they managed to decide the winner at the last moment. If even you could see through it, how could it be amazing? Waiting until the 2 got off the stage, everyone's heart was in their throat again. There were still 2 more battles between top young warriors in this round, and no one knew who would be fighting who. The 16th battle was Su Jing against the 4th Knight. The 2 styles were quite similar, choosing to fight with brute force. In the end, it was still Su Jing who was slightly better and beat the 4th Knight. The 17th battle was between Gao Feng and Wei Renjie. Gao Feng's sword art was superb, not sticking to a single style, while Wei Renjie's blade art was big and bold, with the demeanor of a master. The 2 of them fought for more than 30 rounds, and Gao Feng used his sword to knock away Wei Renjie's long blade, and the tip of his sword landed on Wei Renjie's neck. The 18th battle was between Mo Wuxia and Lynch. As an experienced warrior in the hidden dragon rank, although Mo Wuxia had just comprehended the blade intent not too long ago, his cultivation was way higher than Lynch's. The two had exchanged hundreds of attacks, but Mo Wushua's skills were still better than Lynch's. The 19th match. After the 25th match, the audience burst into cheers. Yichen was one of the two contestants, and his opponent was the head disciple of the Sky Demon Martial School, the Demon Eyes Mo Yen, who was ranked 8th in the last Hidden Dragon rank. Ever since Mo Yen had lost to Tua Baku, his popularity had dropped a bit. However, some of the powerful Clasping Yuan Realm warriors would not underestimate him. The reason why he had lost to Tua Baku was because his opponent's defense was on the higher side, and it would not be easy to see through his weaknesses. Otherwise, if it were someone else who was at the same level as Tua Baku, it would be hard to tell who would win. After all, as an experienced top young warrior, the Demon Eyes Mo Yen would not be easy to deal with. Of course, no one would dare to underestimate Yichen even more. Since the beginning of the elimination battles, he had been winning all the battles without losing a single one. His sword art skills were just as powerful as the heartless sword artist, Li Daoxian. Plus, he had the 50% sword intent plus his extremely calm personality. In other words, Yichen was one of the most horrifying young warriors in this year's young generation. He and Tua Baku were the two new top young warriors. His popularity was right behind the top young warriors like Sikong Sheng and the others. What caught people's attention even more was that the Demon Eyes Mo Yen had trained the Sky Demon art, which allowed him to see through weaknesses. Once he attacked, it would be aimed at his opponent's vital parts. Judging from the previous battles, Yichen's ability to see through weaknesses was just as horrifying. What was different from Mo Yen was that Yichen was good at seeing through the weaknesses of martial arts. As long as he got serious, his opponent would not be able to perform a complete martial art. Bing Ling and Chen Yun were the best examples. On the battling platform, Yichen and Mo Yen stood 80 meters away from each other. Just like a small portion of the people, Yichen would not underestimate Mo Yen. In fact, among the top young warriors besides Sikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian and Murong Qingqing, Mo Yen would be ranked number 1 in terms of battling with him. Even Tua Baku and Lin Yun would be slightly weaker than him, because Yichen was a martial artist himself, while Tua Baku and Lin Yun were not as good at it. However, Yichen also knew that Tua Baku and Lin Yun were more powerful than Mo Yen, since the two of them had both reached the 11th realm of their martial arts, which made them extremely powerful. The Sky Demon Eyes are very mysterious. They can see through the weaknesses of things and nothing can hide. Yichen's protective Jinqi layer is a bit weak. I am afraid this battle will not be easy. Indeed. Among the top young warriors, there are a few who could counter each other. For example, Tua Baku could counter Mo Yen, and Murong Qingqing could counter Bing Ling. In a way, Mo Yen could counter Yichen. You are right, but Mo Yan's movements might also be seen through by Yichen and it would not work. Without a real battle, no one would know what would happen. The battle had not started yet, but everyone was already expressing their opinions. Your protective Jinqi layer only has 2 weaknesses, which surprised me a lot. Mo Yen did not attack right away but said something suddenly. Yichen smiled lightly. Even the nature has weaknesses. As a human being, I naturally have weaknesses as well. However, knowing the existence of weaknesses and hitting them are 2 different things. He had already trained his mysterious great art to the highest realm, and it came from the Heaven Dream Battle Palace. So, it was natural that he would not have many weaknesses. As for the other top young warriors, although their martial arts were of a very high rank, none of them had reached the highest realm. They were only more powerful, and their protective Jinqi layer had even more weaknesses than him. Mo Yen sneered, I haven't finished yet. Your protective Jinqi indeed only has 2 weak points. But in my eyes, your protective Jinqi itself is the weak point. Under one attack, it won't be able to hold on for a blink of an eye. It might not even be able to hold on for half a blink. Since you are this confident, then I have nothing else to say. From now on, your attacks will not touch me even once. The Star Scar sword appeared in his hand as Yichen stopped talking. Mysterious Spirit Finger. Just as Yichen was about to speak, Mo Yen moved. He put his right index and middle fingers together, and a dim light appeared on them, stabbing towards Yichen from a distance. He thought to himself, fake and real, real and fake, this is my fighting style. If it is not because you cannot adapt to it, then I am sorry. All of the warriors watching the battle were speechless. They had already known about Mo Yan's fighting style, but attacking when someone else was talking was a bit too petty. All of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School frowned. They knew how powerful Mo Yen was. Even Tua Baku had been hit a couple of times. If it were not for his powerful defense, he would have been beaten by Mo Yen already. And it was a fact that Yichen had trained a weak martial art. He was afraid that his protective Jinqi layer would not be able to block out that finger attack. He could only try his best to avoid it. The mysterious spirit finger could change its route within a second, and this time was no exception. When it was 5 feet away from Yi Qin, the finger light suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Yi Qin. Right at that moment, a beam of sword light sliced across, cutting open the finger light. It was like it had been waiting for the finger light to arrive. How is this possible? How could he see through my mysterious spirit finger? Mo Yen did not expect to beat Yi Qin with his mysterious spirit finger. In his opinion, Yi Qin would definitely avoid it, just like Tuo Baku. If that happened, the mysterious spirit 7 fingers would be ready to attack. Even if it could not beat Yi Qin, it would at least make him look bad and lose his previous glory. He had never expected that Yi Qin would be able to see through his mysterious spirit finger attack with only one glance. Cutting open the finger light, Yi Qin said lightly, "I said it before, your attack will not touch me even once." Arrogant. Mo Yen was furious. He put up his index and middle fingers, stabbing out at Yi Qin. It was indeed the mysterious spirit 7 fingers that had shaved off one of Tuo Baku's eyebrows. Ding, ding, ding. There was no need to throw out 7 sword attacks. Yi Qin had only thrown out 3 sword attacks to cut open the finger light one by one. Moreover, he did not even move an inch. After doing all that, Yi Qin's body moved, flying towards Mo Yen at an extreme speed. Back out. Mo Yen switched to his more powerful mysterious spirit finger attack, attacking towards Yi Qin from a distance. It was Yi Qin's Jinqi shadow that had been shattered. His real body was already less than 1 meter away from Mo Yen. His blue robe danced in the air as he waved the long sword in his hand 4 times. Ghost shadow perplexing step. His body turned into a black qi flow and disappeared. Mo Yen pushed his Jinqi and appeared behind Yi Qin within a second. However, what was waiting for him was also a beam of sword light. His protective Jinqi layer had been cut in half. Mo Yen was shocked. Right then he looked like he had just seen a ghost. No one had ever been this relaxed in front of him, as if he was in control of the whole situation. Meanwhile, he was like a bug on a spider's web. No matter how hard he struggled, it would all be futile. This kind of feeling annoyed him even more. I do not believe that you can predict my attack route again. Mo Yen continued to perform his ghost shadow perplexing step. His whole body turned into a black qi flow, surrounding Yi Qin. Looking over, one could only see countless black lines, but not a single human figure. Yi Qin took 3 steps to the right, then suddenly turned his body. The star scar sword combined with the fast sword poetic perspective throughout an attack. No sword light could be seen, only blood spilling everywhere. Mo Yen did not believe it, so he pushed his ghost shadow perplexing step art to its limit. Towards the end, Yi Qin was surrounded by layers of black qi flow. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. The star scar sword flashed once again. Another stream of blood spilled out. This time it was even more serious than before. When Yi Qin waved his sword for the 3rd time, Mo Yen froze on the spot, unable to move. It was not that he could not move, but that he did not dare to move. Because the tip of Yi Qin's sword was pointed at his throat. The sharp intent had even pierced through his skin a little, and a drop of blood came out. It would be fine if you do not move. Once you move, you will have a lot of weaknesses. Hearing him, Mo Yan's face turned red. From the beginning to the end, he had been under Yi Qin's control. His sky demon eyes had indeed seen through all of his weaknesses, but it was still useless. Unless he did not attack at all, once he did, all of his weaknesses would be exposed, and he would not even be able to threaten his opponent. Taking back his star scar sword, Yi Qin shook his head. Among the young generation, unless they were at the same level as him, it would not take much effort to take care of their opponents. Mo Yen was no exception. The dragon-shaped shadow outside his body had devoured part of Mo Yan's dragon fountain qi. It had expanded to 28 meters, its shape clear and majestic. The audience was dead silent. In the battle between Yi Qin and Mo Yen had lost completely. In front of Yi Qin, Mo Yan's sky demon eyes did not have much of an effect, because all of his attacks had been seen through by Yi Qin. In other words, compared to Tuo Baku, Yi Qin was more like Mo Yan's nemesis. Chapter 271. So scary. He could even see through Mo Yan's movements. How did he do it? A lot of people could not understand. If it was because he could see through other people's movements, then it would be because they had not fully mastered their martial arts yet. However, Mo Yen had trained the sky demon eyes, and had a deep understanding of martial arts movements. He belonged to the skillful martial arts school, so how could he be beaten by another skillful martial artist so easily? Phantom Spirit Finger, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Step, they were both seen through. Mo Yen lost completely. They are not even at the same level. Right next to Li Daoxian, a core disciple of the Heartless Martial School asked, "Head disciple, do you know what is going on? Could it be that Yi Chen's martial art realm is way beyond Mo Yan's, and he has already reached another level?" It is for sure that Yi Chen's martial art realm is beyond Mo Yan's, but the difference is not that big. The reason why Mo Yan lost was because he was not fast enough and he was not powerful enough. As one of the top sword artists in the young generation, Li Daoxuan's eyes were obviously better than others. Not fast enough? Not powerful enough? That disciple was still a bit confused. Li Daoxian explained, it was not fast enough, which caused Mo Yan to be one step slower. Although he had attacked first, he could not reach first. That was the key. It was not powerful enough because the Sky Demon art was slightly weaker in terms of attacking power, and focused more on techniques. Therefore he was not as powerful as Yi Chen in either aspect. Naturally he would not be able to pose much of a threat to Yi Chen. Hearing Li Daoxuan's explanation, the disciple finally understood. I see. If he was fast enough, then even if Yi Chen could see through the weaknesses of his movements, he would not be able to react fast enough. However, if he was powerful enough, then he would not need to care about weaknesses, and could choose to fight head-on. Otherwise he would not be an opponent for Yi Chen at all. Yes, that should be it. On the surface, Bing Ling's fighting ability is weaker than Mo Yan's, but Bing Ling can exchange a lot of moves with Yi Chen. Mo Yan can't. Li Daoxian was more or less right. No one knew his own situation better than Yi Chen. Mo Yan's weak point attack might seem very strong in other people's eyes, but Yi Chen was not afraid of this kind of opponent. If Mo Yan was a little stronger, he could at least exchange a few moves with him. Of course there were some differences. Comparing Mo Yan, Tua Baku and Lin Yun together, Yi Chen still thought that Mo Yan would be more difficult to deal with. The latter two were indeed powerful enough, but Yi Chen did not need to spend any effort at all. As long as he increased his attacking power to a certain level, he would be able to hit them easily. When facing Mo Yan, Yi Chen did not choose to use his sky-shattering clouds, which was a head-on attack, because he knew that it would be very hard to hit Mo Yan. Therefore he might as well use his fast sword poetic perspective, which was not as powerful. Facing different people he would use different battle plans. This was Yi Chen's style. Obviously attacking head-on would be the easiest. Excluding the top three, Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian and Murong Qingqing would be the real tricky ones. It would be impossible for Yi Chen to win against them easily. He would have to use his own power to fight against them, since it would be impossible for him to control the whole situation. However, Yi Chen still had some ace up his sleeve, such as his 70% sword intent. This guy is a special one. Those who are not as powerful as him would basically be crushed within one attack. There is no doubt about it. The head judge finally opened his mouth. Hearing him, the other judges nodded. In their eyes, Yi Chen was indeed different. Normally, if a powerful warrior wanted to beat a warrior who was not that much weaker than him, it would not be a one-sided situation. It would take at least dozens of attacks to decide the winner. However, Yi Chen was able to ignore this rule. Those who were not as powerful as him would not even have the right to bother him. The battle has ended. Let's announce the next battle. The head judge said. A judge next to him stood up. Yi Chen wins the 27th battle. The battle continued and Yi Chen went back to the audience. Originally, after beating Mo Yan, he should be the center of attention. However, right now it was not him but Xikong Sheng and Lin Yun. More specifically, Xikong Sheng. So far, 8 of the top 10 seeded contestants had appeared, and the remaining 2 were indeed Xikong Sheng and Lin Yun. Xikong Sheng, the head disciple of the Floating Mountain Martial School, was 20 years old this year. He had participated in 3 Hidden Dragon rank competitions in total. The first time he participated in the competition he was only 15 years old. It was a dark horse and he had won the second place. What was even more frightening was that he had not even reached the Clasping Yuan realm back then. He had beaten a lot of young warriors who were at the Clasping Yuan realm with his late condensing reality realm cultivation. Since then his name had spread across the whole South Rudra region. In the second Hidden Dragon rank competition he was only 18 years old. He had thought that there would be a fierce battle, but he had used his indisputable power to go through all the obstacles. He had beaten the top young warrior of the previous Hidden Dragon rank, the Fire Spirit Prince Yan Qihua, the eldest prince of the Black Dragon Empire, and the Heartless Sword Artist, Li Daoxian and the others. He had become the king warrior of the young generation in the whole South Rudra region. his fame had spread across the whole South Rudra region. This was the third hidden dragon rank competition he had participated in. No one knew his real power, but it was said that he had already reached the limit of the clasping yuan realm, and was training his Zhen Qi to prepare for the astral reaching realm. No matter what, Xikong Sheng's power was obvious to everyone. Everyone thought that he would still be the king of this year's hidden dragon rank, and no one would be able to shake his position. Although the head disciple of the Skyfall Martial School, Lin Yun, was not as bright as Xikong Sheng, and not as aggressive as Yan Qihua, he was still ranked 5th in the last hidden dragon rank. As the top martial genius of the South Rudra region, who knew what kind of progress he would make in the next 3 years? Just like Murong Qingqing 3 years ago, she was only ranked 27th at that time. But this year she had suddenly become one of the top young warriors, and was one of the most popular candidates for the top 5. Lin Yun, who was ranked even higher than Murong Qingqing, would not be easy to deal with. The title of the top young warrior in the South Rudra region was way too famous, and there would definitely be a lot of people staring at it. If Xikong Sheng wanted to keep his position, he would have to have enough power. Right now his first challenge had come, and it was Lin Yun, who was not friendly at all. The battle between the two had attracted a lot of people's attention. The 31st battle, Xikong Sheng against Lin Yun. As the battles had ended one after another, the head judge had finally announced the winner of the 31st battle himself. Boom. Not only the warriors who were watching the battle, all of the young warriors had their eyes fixed on the battling platform without blinking. The sound of their heartbeats could even be heard. Xikong Sheng has finally shown up. Even if Lin Yun could not win, he would at least be able to force out most of his power. Someone said. Indeed. If it were someone else, it would not be worth watching anymore. I wonder how far Lin Yun could push Xikong Sheng. Let's wait and see. After hearing his name, Lin Yun's aura exploded. His body flashed once, shooting out like a meteor onto the battling platform. His aggressive posture was shocking. Different from Lin Yun's arrogance, Xikong Sheng did not seem to care about Lin Yun at all. He put his right hand behind his back and walked right in front of Lin Yun with one step. The two top young warriors had officially confronted each other. Xikong Sheng, I thought our battle would last until the end. I did not expect it to be brought forward. This is good as well. It would save me the trouble of hiding my power. The clothes on Lin Yun's body started to vibrate as his chi power was ready to explode. A burning hot chi that was completely different from Yan Qihua spread out. Xikong Sheng put his right hand behind his back while his left hand was casually placed on the side. He said lightly, "You are not my opponent. If it were Yan Qihua, I would be interested to have a try. I will let you know my real power." Lin Yun's eyes shone with a bright light, which contained the poetic perspective of a meteor falling from the sky. It attacked towards Xikong Sheng aggressively. At the same time, he roared as an iron spear appeared in his hand. The iron spear was covered in a dark red flame as he threw out a spear attack. Skyfire 4 Spear. As soon as the spear was thrown out, the dark red flame started to spin crazily, turning into countless fire patterns and shooting out. The burning temperature had even ignited the fire yuan qi in the air, adding to its power. Destroy. Xikong Sheng reached out his left hand, his 5 fingers opened as he grabbed towards the fire patterns in the air. The fire patterns had been extinguished. Right then Lin Yun's following 3 spear attacks had arrived. Each spear attack was more violent and faster than the previous one. A huge amount of fire yuan qi had turned into pure fuel, merging into the spear aura. It had turned a small half of the battling platform into a world of fire. Inside the world of fire, 3 meteor-like spear lights shot out. Interesting. Sky Pushing Palm. The Sky Pushing Palm was a top martial art of the Floating Mountain Martial School, but it was not the top martial art. It was only at the high-rank Earth Realm level. However, when Xikong Sheng performed it, the whole space had been cleared out instantly. The flames had been pushed back, unable to move any further. Meanwhile, those 3 meteor-like spear light had been shattered bit by bit under the vibration of the palm power. They then disappeared completely. The other leaders of the Rank 6 martial institution's pupils shrank. Xikong Sheng's martial art mastery had obviously reached perfection. The wonders of the Sky Pushing Palm had been fully displayed. Skyfall Attack. His attack had been dissolved, so Lin Yun took a deep breath and poured all of his Zhen Qi into his iron spear. He and the spear had become one, bringing with them an unstoppable aura as he attacked out. The young warriors who were close to him had been affected by the poetic perspective. They felt like they were in a world of chaos, and huge flaming meteors had appeared in the sky. With his right hand still behind his back, Xikong Sheng's expression started to turn serious. His left palm turned into a fist, holding it tightly together as he threw out a punch. Sky Tyrant Fist. As he threw out this punch, the surrounding sky and earth seemed to have been merged into the fist aura, carrying the will of the sky as it attacked towards Lin Yun. The air in front of him twisted and turned blurry. The space vibrated, and the people under the stage could not even see where Lin Yun was. They could only see Xikong Sheng standing there quietly like a king on the stage. Boom. A crack appeared on the tough battling platform. Lin Yun held the iron spear in his hand as he puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown back. His poetic perspective had been completely destroyed. Sky Tyrant Fist. This is the secret martial art created by the mysterious king. Combined with Xikong Sheng's status as a king warrior of the young generation, no one would be able to compete with him. Lin Yun was able to force Xikong Sheng to use his Sky Tyrant Fist. He did not lose too badly. He could only blame Xikong Sheng for being too powerful and being above the young generation. Chapter 272. Xikong Sheng, take another attack of mine. Blood Flame Break. Just when everyone thought that the battle had come to an end, Lin Yun, who was still flying backward, waved his right hand in the air. All of the blood that had spilled out gathered into a pile. Under the burning of the dark red flame, it made a cracking sound before turning into a bloody spear tip, shooting towards Xikong Sheng. The blood-condensed spear tip was extremely fast. It was like a beam of bloody lightning shooting out in front of Xikong Sheng within a second. Xikong Sheng looked a bit surprised as he threw out a punch onto the tip of the spear. Swoosh! The tip of the spear had been shattered. The blood-red flame expanded rapidly in the air, devouring Xikong Sheng completely. What? Lin Yun still has this kind of attack. There were a lot of clasping Yuan Realm warriors who were able to compete with or even kill rank 6 Tyrant Beast. They could tell with one glance that Lin Yun's ace attack could kill any rank 6 Tyrant Beasts within a second. That blood-red flame was not a normal flame either. It was a special flame that had been infused with the power of blood, which was extremely sticky. Xikong Sheng's protective Zhenqi layer had been melted by the blood-red flame. It was like a pile of snow in the winter, or a block of ice in the early spring. Stumbling onto the platform, Lin Yun reached out his hand and wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "This attack is a killing attack that I had specially modified for you. It is your honor to be defeated by this attack." Lin Yun, do you really think that you can beat me with this attack? You have overestimated yourself. Wrapped in the flame, Xikong Sheng's right hand, which had been behind his back, finally reached out. That hand was long and powerful, and there was nothing special about it. However, when the 5 fingers of that right hand opened up, the space around it started to shake drastically. It was like what he had opened up was not his fingers, but the whole sky. The burning blood-colored flame started to spin and shrink crazily with that hand as the center. It eventually shrunk into an egg-sized blood-colored fireball, landing on top of Xikong Sheng's palm. It was less than half an inch away from the center of his palm. Xikong Sheng clenched his fist, and the fireball turned into a beam of blue smoke before disappearing. Raising his face, Xikong Sheng's eyes were like gods as he stared at Lin Yun and said, "The winner has been decided. Do you still want to fight?" You're good." A reluctant look flashed through Lin Yun's face. He had prepared for this attack for a long time, but it still could not do anything to Xikong Sheng. Although he still had other ace attacks, they were not as powerful as the Bloodfire Break. It would be a waste to expose his ace attack. "Never mind, if I can't fight for the first place, then I will fight for the second place." The dragon-shaped shadow on Xikong Sheng's body was 24 meters long, but after devouring Lin Yun's dragon fountain chi, it had instantly reached 26 meters, which was getting closer and closer to 90 meters. Xikong Sheng's power is still overwhelming. Even Lin Yun could not pose any threat to him. I wonder who else in this rank would be able to fight against him for real. Yeah. If I can't see the pinnacle battles, it will be quite boring. Yan Qihua should be able to make him take it seriously. As for the undefeated Yi Qin, it's hard to say for now. Only when he becomes the #1 swordsman of the younger generation will he have the basic qualifications. Yi Qin might not be able to win against Li Daoxian, not to mention Xikong Sheng. 50% of his sword intent is still too weak after all. He might not be able to win against Li Daoxian, not to mention Xikong Sheng. Right now, it is still too early to talk about this. The 63rd round is about to end. Perhaps we will be able to see something in the 64th round. The battle between Xikong Sheng and Lin Yun was not that intense. Everyone was still looking forward to the next round of battles. Soon the 63rd round had ended. The 64th round did not start right away, as some of the wounded young warriors needed to recover their energy and injuries, especially the top young warriors. Right then, the power of the martial institutions had been revealed. Bing Ling, Li Daoxian and Lin Yun had only been slightly wounded, but the pellets they had used were worth tens of thousands of mid-rank soul stones. Combined with the healing from the Sea of Souls realm warriors, they had all been healed within 2 hours. As for Mo Yen, he had only been wounded on the skin, so it would not be a big deal even if he did not need to be healed. After 2 hours, the 64th round had begun. In the first 6 battles, it was not the top young warrior's turn yet. In the 7th round, Li Daoxian was the first one to fight. His opponent was Mo Yen, who had lost to Yi Chen in the last round. Facing Li Daoxian, Mo Yen finally did not have to worry about anything anymore. Before, he had lost to Tua Baku and Yi Chen, and most of the reasons were because he had been suppressed. Tua Baku's defense had made his Sky Demon eyes useless, and Yi Chen's ability to see through the weaknesses of his attacks had also made him lose. Although Li Daoxian was extremely powerful, and was not weaker than Tua Baku and Yi Chen, as long as he was not suppressed, he would be able to perform his Sky Demon eyes as much as he wanted, attacking the weaknesses that he was good at. Mysterious Spirit Seven Finger. His body was like a ghost as Mo Yen walked around Li Daoxian. No one could see his body clearly. He held up his index and middle fingers together, continuously pointing at Mo Yan's weaknesses. Kill. 5 beams of sword light flashed through, and the finger light had been cut open one after another. Li Daoxian extended his body, and his sword intent spread out, locking onto Mo Yan's general location. He threw out a sword attack. The black chi flow was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and Mo Yan's body was exposed. He stepped back with both of his feet, shooting out 5 beams of finger light in a row, shattering that sharp sword chi. Kill. Once he performed his emotionless sword art's ace attack, the air had strangely calmed down. A light sword light that was as calm as water appeared faintly, pointing right at Mo Yan's vital parts. Mo Yan knew how horrifying the sword attack was. The dark red light in his pupils had been condensed to its extreme. He scanned through the air and found 3 unbalanced spots in the air. Without any hesitation, he shot out his finger light, landing on those 3 spots. The light veil was taken off, and the sword light was exposed, attacking over heavily. The clothes on Mo Yan's shoulder had been cut open. Tiny drops of blood leaked out of his skin and rolled down. Sky kill. After successfully shattering or dodging Li Daoxian's first 2 sword attacks, Mo Yan's confidence had been boosted, and his aura had become even stronger. However, when Li Daoxian threw out the 3rd sword attack, Mo Yan frowned. This sword attack did not have any sword light at all, nor did it have any sword chi. There were only tiny patterns that spread out in all directions. It seemed like there was sword light everywhere, but there were also sword lights everywhere. How should I defend against it? Mo Yan had a question in his mind. Thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed. You lost. Right then, Li Daoxian's voice came from right next to his ears. At the same time, he could feel a bone-piercing sharpness. Mo Yan turned his head and saw a great sword that was shining with a cold light was less than an inch away from him. The invisible sharp light on the tip of the sword had cut off a few hairs on his body. What is going on? Could it be a fake attack? I can't tell either. Besides some slight vibrations in the air, there was no attack at all. I think it was just to confuse Mo Yan. Even Mo Yan's Sky Demon eyes could not see through it. Whether it was a fake attack or not, it was horrifying enough. Everyone could not tell what was going on, so they started to discuss. Yan Qihua, who had fought against Li Daoxian before, twitched his mouth but did not say anything. Li Daoxian had used this attack on him before. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yi Chen slightly shook his head. It was definitely not a fake attack. It was a real killing attack, and it was a killing attack that had 2 layers of attack stacked on top of each other. One was fake while the other was real. One was in the light while the other was in the dark. When you were attracted by the attack in the light, the killing attack in the dark would come right after. When you ignored the attack in the light, then the seemingly fake attack would become a horrifying killing attack. This was a sword attack that was close to perfection. It had to be broken in all aspects or else it would be unbreakable. Thinking about that, Yi Chen could not help but glance at Yan Qihua. Before, when the two were battling, Li Daoxian's sword speed was extremely fast, and it was hard for him to see through it. After all, everyone had their own limit and so did Yi Chen. If he could break all kinds of attacks, then it would be too crazy since he was not that powerful yet. Yan Qihua was facing Li Daoxian's Sky Kill sword attack and had broken it with one blade attack. His power was way more horrifying than anyone had imagined, which was completely different from his previous aggressive style. Being rough but also careful, that was what a powerful blade artist should have. Yan Qihua was the #1 blade artist among the young generation in the whole South Zhuo region. He was definitely worthy of that title. Wei Renjie, who was known as the blade master of the young generation, was still 1 or 2 levels lower than him. After devouring Mo Yan's dragon fountain qi, Li Daoxian had been beaten by Yan Qihua. His dragon shadow, which had shrunk to 23 meters, had grown again to 26 meters. Mo Yan, who had walked off the stage, looked a bit tired. Including Li Daoxian, he had already lost 3 times. The first 2 were against Tua Baku and Yi Chen. Even if he only lost 2 more battles, he would not be able to get into the top 5 of the hidden dragon rank. He would not be able to beat Xikong Sheng for sure, and neither would Yan Qihua. Murong Qingqing and Lin Yun were also extremely dangerous. He did not even have a 50% chance of winning. After 3 battles, the second pair of top young warriors got on the stage. Haha, I did not have enough fun in the Black Dragon Empire. This time I will try my best. Tua Baku laughed out loud the second he got on the stage. His opponent was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled, I would like to see your full power as well. Come on then. Ruin 18 Fist Art. In Tua Baku's eyes, Yi Chen was the most powerful warrior among the young generation besides Xikong Sheng. He did not dare to hide his power at all. His 11th level of defensive martial art had been fully used. His Zhen Qi shot up into the sky as he threw out a punch towards Yi Chen crazily. It was obviously more powerful than when he was fighting against Mo Yan. Pouring 50% of his sword intent into the sky-shattering cloud's poetic perspective, Yi Chen's body turned into a blur as he flashed to the weakest part of the fist aura. He then held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack with the power of thunder and lightning. It was his most powerful sword attack with 50% of his sword intent, which was also more powerful than before. His protective Zhen Qi layer had been bitten into pieces by Tua Baku's brutal dragon movement. Yi Chen tightened his left hand into a fist and punched out the dragon-shaped fist power a little bit. It had only brushed past his body. As for his sword attack, it had completely landed on Tua Baku's body, shattering his protective Zhen Qi layer. His clothes had been torn apart, and a long white mark appeared on Tua Baku's chest. He laughed and said, powerful enough. Too bad it still could not break through my defense. Ruin Dragon Attack. This time, all of Tua Baku's fist power had turned into dragon shapes. Countless dragon-shaped qi streams rushed towards Yi Chen like a group of dragons dancing in the air. Yi Chen, who was floating in the air, shook his body. A powerful invisible sharp light spread out, shaking the air and bringing up waves of pattern. 60% sword intent exploded. Chapter 273. What? 60% sword intent? Didn't he only learn 50% sword intent? How come it has become 60% sword intent now? Perhaps this is his ace card? Hiding the sword intent level seems to be very hard to do. How did he do it? Perhaps it would be hard to see sword intent in other places, but in the competitions of the hidden dragon rank, there were already more than 20 young warriors who had learned the sword intent, which was more than any of the previous years. Among them, Li Daoxian was the most outstanding one, and he was currently at 60% sword intent. Tang Xiaoshan was at entry level, and Yi Chen was at 50% sword intent, which made him ranked second. However, now that he had revealed his 60% sword intent, Yi Chen's understanding of the sword intent was not any weaker than Li Daoxian. Plus, Yi Chen's sword art was so powerful, which made him even more powerful. More importantly, could the sword intent level be hidden that easily? It was understandable that Yi Chen did not reveal his sword intent before, since most of the sword artists could do it. But to hide the sword intent from 50% to 50% was 10 times more difficult, because the sword intent was very mysterious and hard to distinguish. The so-called 40 to 50% was just a rough estimate. Normally, there were only 3 levels of the sword intent, which were divided into entry level, and completion. Dividing it into levels was completely out of necessity, since the sword intent was so hard to learn, and every little bit of improvement would be extremely valuable. After a long time, the sword artists who had learned the sword intent had thought of dividing the sword intent into levels. If hiding the 50% sword intent was 10 times more difficult, then hiding the 60% sword intent would be even more difficult. The more powerful the sword intent was, the harder it would be to hide. People who could easily hide the sword intent were definitely those sword artists who were very good at using the sword intent. They would be able to beat another sword artist with the same sword intent. Thinking up to here, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yi Chen's mastery of the sword intent was even better than Li Daoxuan's? It is not possible. Li Daoxian had reached the 60% sword intent half a year ago. With his talent in the sword art, he would not lose to anyone in the way of using the sword intent. Everyone found it hard to believe. As soon as the 60% sword intent burst out, Yi Chen felt that his sword aura had increased crazily. For a sword artist, the sword intent wasn't just a one-sided amplification. It could increase the sword artist's attacking power, make up for the flaws in his sword art, and push his sword art to another level. Therefore, the sword intent wasn't just a matter of attacking power, it could also increase the sword artist's overall power to another level. Meanwhile, the improvement of the sword intent level would have a greater and greater effect on the comprehensive power. If the entry level of sword intent was a barrier, then every level after that would be a barrier. Therefore, Yi Chen with 50% sword intent and Yi Chen with 60% sword intent were not on the same level at all. They were on two completely different levels. Pu, the illusory sword light flashed, and the heads of the dragon-shaped energy streams were chopped off one after another, bursting into pieces. Amazing, he actually concealed a level of sword intent. Yi Chen's sword intent was too powerful. Tua Baku had just launched his attack when he realized that something was wrong. The sword intent that spread out from Yi Chen's body had made his hair stand on end. His fist aura had been blocked, as if it had been cut by countless invisible sharp blades. Savage tyrant body? Tua Baku yelled. That aggressive Jinqi had been hidden to the extreme, sticking to the surface of his skin like a thin layer of light film. It was dark blue in color. Pushing his defense to its limit, Tua Baku's eyes were wide open, shining brightly. He threw out an even more powerful punch towards Yi Chen. The dragon-shaped chi showed its fangs and claws. Break! Yi Chen waved out a sword attack, and the whole space seemed to have been cracked open. The dragon-shaped chi had been sliced apart and could not do anything. Then the sword chi was like lightning, landing on Tua Baku's body within a second. Chin! Burning sparks shot into the sky like fireworks. Tua Baku's feet were blown into the air by that sword attack that contained 60% sword intent. His whole body landed on the surface of the dark blue light wall. Right then, the sword chi had still not disappeared completely, continuing to press on. No, my savage tyrant body will not be able to hold on for much longer. Tua Baku was shocked. The dark blue light layer on his chest had started to crack, which could not be repaired at all. It was the first time that he had felt what it meant to be unstoppable. All of the muscles in his body started to twist. A wild light suddenly flashed through Tua Baku's eyes. His right arm that had expanded to twice its original size bent and pulled back, punching onto the sword chi. Crack! The sword chi had been shattered, and Tua Baku's right fist was covered in blood. Dragon World! The blood had been shattered by his fist power. Tua Baku's left hand hit on the light wall, and with the huge pushing force he shot out a horrifying dragon-shaped chi. The dragon-shaped chi roared into the sky, its massive head seeming to be able to devour a small house. The air around it was like a flood of water under the huge pressure, bringing up huge waves, allowing the dragon-shaped chi to travel around freely. The sharp intent had all gathered and merged into the Star Scar sword. Yi Chen stepped on the air, his body flashing. The next second, a long and sharp sword light flashed through the belly of that dragon-shaped chi, cutting it in half. Tua Baku, who was behind it, had been blown away with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He did not follow up with another attack. Yi Chen was still in the air, putting his long sword back into its scabbard. He lightly landed on the platform, his blue robe dancing in the wind. Bang! Tua Baku had also landed, but he had been cut into the ground. The platform under his feet was full of cracks, looking like spider webs. Even my most powerful ace attack could not do anything to you. I have lost. Wiping away the blood on the corner of his mouth, Tua Baku chuckled, but he did not look like he was going to die. Yi Chen said, with only 60% sword intent, it would be hard for me to kill you. Tua Baku's defense was unimaginable. Normal top-rank Earth Realm defense martial arts would not have this kind of effect. This was at least one of the top-rank Earth Realm defense martial arts. Besides that, Tua Baku's body was extremely compatible with this martial art. His 11th realm defense would not be any weaker than other people's 12th realm. Compared to my defense, my attacking power is indeed a bit weak. Tua Baku knew his weakness, which was why he had decided to give up. Otherwise it would not be as simple as a light wound. Oh. The dragon-shaped shadow jumped out, devouring Tua Baku's dragon fountain chi. Soon Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had reached beyond 80 meters, reaching 81 meters. It was right behind Xikong Sheng and Yan Qihua ranking third. This battle is not going to be easy. The leader of the Heartless Martial School frowned. Yi Chen's 60% sword intent had appeared out of nowhere, which had made him lose confidence in Li Daoxian. Although there seemed to be a 10% difference between 50% sword intent and 60% sword intent, the gap was extremely obvious. Right now, Yi Chen's understanding of the sword intent was the same as Li Daoxuan's. So, what they were going to compete on was their cultivation of sword arts. A core master of the Heartless Martial School said, "Leader, don't worry. Daoxuan's Heartless Sword Arts and the Heartless Sword Intent complement each other, which is way more powerful than a simple 60% sword intent." The leader of the Heartless Martial School nodded. Without this advantage, Daoxuan's chance of winning would not be more than 30%. Right now, he only has 50% chance of winning. 60% sword intent. It is indeed unexpected. I thought he would stop at the 5th or 6th place. It seems like he could still go up 1 or 2 places. Yan Qihua's eyebrows flicked, an interested look appearing in his eyes. Lin Yun, who was not far away, sneered. Right now, he thought only Yan Qihua could compete with him for the 2nd place. However, Yi Chen, who had revealed his 60% sword intent, had already made him feel the pressure. After battling with Xikong Sheng, he had revealed his biggest ace attack, and the others had more or less hidden ace attacks, so he had to be careful. Damn it. When these two were battling with me, they did not even use their full power. Mo Yin had suffered a huge blow, his fists tightened. Right then, the audience had already started to discuss. It is indeed Yi Chen who has the upper hand after all. Even Tua Baku had lost to him. Among the top 10 new stars, Yi Chen definitely deserves to be the number 1. Although Tua Baku is powerful, he had still lost to Yi Chen and could only be ranked number 2. Right now, Yi Chen had beaten 3 top young warriors, Bing Ling, Mo Yen and Tua Baku. Without any surprises, Gu Yuyun would not be able to compete with him as well. Besides these 4, his next opponents would be Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian, Lin Yun and Murong Qingqing. I wonder if he could continue to win all the battles. Yi Chen's dark horse status had shocked a lot of people. Since the beginning of the elimination competitions, he had not lost a single battle. No one knew how much power he had hidden or how many ace attacks he had. All they knew was that each time he encountered a powerful opponent, he would reveal a bit of his real power, which was undoubtedly horrifying. The next battle would be Yan Qihua against Gu Yuyun. Gu Yuyun, who had the Stone King Body Protective Fist art, was very powerful. Unfortunately, she was facing the number 1 blade artist, Yan Qihua. Yan Qihua's blade aura was extremely aggressive. With only 2 blade attacks, he had broken through his opponent's protective Zhen Qi layer. That overwhelming advantage had made a lot of people frown. Among the young generation, perhaps only Xikong Sheng had the power to beat him. Whether or not Lin Yun could compete with him was still unknown. The 27th battle, Xikong Sheng against Bing Ling. The battle continued quickly, and Xikong Sheng got on the stage again. Bing Ling bit on her teeth. It was not her style to give up without a battle. Without any hesitation, she pushed all of her Zhen Qi and gathered it on her right arm, performing one of the ace attacks of the Ice Break Fist art, Ice Crystal Fist. Xikong Sheng stood where he was without moving, waiting for Bing Ling's attack. Boom. The Ice Crystal Fist had been prepared. Bing Ling's speed had been pushed to its limit as she threw out a punch. Forming a fist with his left hand, Xikong Sheng threw out a punch as well. The sky was filled with ice shards. Under Xikong Sheng's Sky Tyrant Fist art, the Ice Crystal Fist had been shattered. The closer the dragon-shaped shadow got to 90 meters, the slower it grew. After devouring Bing Ling's Dragon Fountain Qi, it had only made Xikong Sheng's dragon-shaped shadow grow to 24 meters, only 3 feet away from 90 meters. The 28th battle, Lin Yun against Murong Qingqing. Although there had been 9 battles between the top young warriors, there were only 3 that could be considered as the most important ones. One was Yan Qihua against Li Daoxian, one was Xikong Sheng against Lin Yun, and the last one would be the battle right in front of them, Murong Qingqing against Lin Yun. Murong Qingqing was just like Yi Chen, she had not been defeated yet. The Sky Demon Great Art that she had trained had made most of the people feel helpless. Her defense was the shapeless Sky Demon Power Field, which was her territory. Her attacking methods were the Sky Demon Power Field and the Sky Demon Palm Print. With the combination of the two, even someone as powerful as Bing Ling would not be able to get close to her, and could only be attacked. And Lin Yun's power was not to be underestimated either. When he was battling with Xikong Sheng, he had revealed his ace attack, which could kill any rank 6 tyrant beasts within a second. His power was definitely horrifying, and he had the power to compete for the top 3. In everyone's mind, his power was even more powerful than Murong Qingqing. The battle between the two had attracted a lot of attention. Chapter 274. Yi Qin had calculated countless times in his mind, and eventually had to shake his head. Between Murong Qingqing and Lin Yun, both of them would have a chance to win. However, it was hard to predict who would win. It was not because the two were equally powerful, but the biggest problem was Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art. As everyone knew, the Sky Flying Devil Martial School's Sky Devil Great Art was a very powerful and strange martial art. It didn't have any protective Jin Qi, and its defensive method was the Sky Devil Power Field. The Sky Devil Power Field was invisible and intangible, and it needed to be driven by the Sky Devil Jin Qi. Once the Sky Devil Power Field protected the body, it would be very difficult to break through it, which made it difficult for normal attacks to work, and the opponent often couldn't get close to it. If it were another opponent, Murong Qingqing would have a very high chance of winning. However, her opponent, Lin Yun, was just as powerful as her. His powerful attacking power could kill any rank 6 tyrant beast within a second, which had been proven during the battle with Xikong Sheng. Therefore, even with Yi Chen's extremely sharp eyes, he could not tell who would have a higher chance of winning. He would only know after a battle. On the battling platform, Murong Qingqing, who was wearing purple robes, arrived in the air. Standing in front of her was Lin Yun, who was holding a black iron spear with burning qi. Lin Yun grinned and said, "Qingqing, it has been 3 years since we last fought. Your power has indeed surprised me. In my opinion, you definitely have the power to be ranked 5th or even 4th. However, if you want to be in the top 3, you are still 1 level away." Lin Yun's meaning was very clear. Although he had lost to Xikong Sheng, but besides Xikong Sheng, only Yan Qihua could threaten him. And Murong Qingqing's power was probably below the top 3. Within the top 5, she would not be able to win against him. He just did not want to say it out loud. Murong Qingqing said lightly, "Oh yeah? Why do I feel like I can win against you? Asking you to give up is indeed too much. How about this? Within 10 attacks, if you can get the upper hand, I will give up automatically." Lin Yun forced a laugh. He did not know if Murong Qingqing did not understand him or if she was just irritated. 10 moves, fine. Murong Qingqing did not speak anymore. Instead, she secretly activated her Heavenly Devil innate qi, forming a circle of Heavenly Devil force field in an area of 30 feet around her. Heavenly Fire Force Spears. Without using his ace attacks, Lin Yun had only used normal ace attacks to fight against Murong Qingqing. No matter whether he wanted to admit it or not, he did not think that Murong Qingqing would be able to win against him. Dark red flames erupted, and the air boiled like water. Immediately after, a spiral of flames spread out and rushed towards Murong Qingqing, who was dozens of meters away. Pop. The space around Murong Qingqing shook for a moment, and the airflow surged. Heavenly Devil Palm, annihilate. Stretching out her 5 fingers, Murong Qingqing sent out a palm print. Buzz. The flame pattern had been broken down, and Lin Yun's spear aura had been blocked. His speed had been reduced instantly. He did not panic at all as he stepped on the ground and cut into the incoming palm attack in a tricky and aggressive way. He continued to perform his Heavenly Fire Force Spear's ace attack, which was even more aggressive than before. However, his iron spear had lost control after the 3rd attack. Murong Qingqing, who was not far away, made a grabbing gesture with her right hand, drawing his spear aura to the side and throwing a palm attack back at him. Lin Yun did not dare to underestimate Murong Qingqing's palm power. His body shook once and a flame shield appeared in front of him. The shield was thick and full of patterns. Sparks kept splashing out and it looked like it was made of gold and stone. It was extremely heavy. Boom. The palm power that contained the Heavenly Devil power field had been blocked out by the flame shield, and Lin Yun was not injured at all. Heavenly Devil Palm Attack, Sky Blame. Murong Qingqing did not stop attacking as she threw out 4 palm attacks. The last one was the ace attack of the Heavenly Devil Palm Attack, Sky Blame. This attack was based on the reverse Heavenly Devil power field, creating a powerful repelling power that would blow away the locked objects in the space. Break! Lin Yun yelled as the flame around his body shot up into the sky. He waved his iron spear horizontally, battling against that powerful repelling power that was everywhere. He did not back out even 1 step. Lin Yun is indeed powerful. He could even fight against Murong Qingqing's power field. Murong Qingqing's martial art realm is 1 level lower, so it would be hard for her to perform the full power of the Sky Demon Great Art. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not be able to win this easily. The two were both testing each other. However, in everyone's eyes, Murong Qingqing had obviously fallen into a disadvantage. Even her Sky Demon Palm attack, which had always been successful, could not do anything to Lin Yun. Double Sky Blame. Murong Qingqing put her left hand on the back of her right hand. The repelling power had been doubled, and it had landed on Lin Yun's body within a second. Finally, it had blown him dozens of meters away, leaving a dark red trail in the air. Lin Yun was still in the air. He did not wait to land on the ground before he shot back like a flying dragon. He threw out a spear attack towards Murong Qingqing. It was indeed one of his ace attacks, the Sky Fall attack. Once the spear attack had been thrown out, the sky and the ground had been shaken. Even the air around Murong Qingqing had been dyed dark red, as if the sky had been burnt red. The Sky Demon power field could not block out the burning heat. Murong Qingqing's body disappeared and reappeared in the sky within a second. She performed the Sky Demon catch with her left hand while attacking with the Sky Demon Palm attack with her right hand. One positive and one negative, the other negative, had combined together. It had somehow dissolved Lin Yun's deadly attack. Sky Demon Strangle. It was not over yet. She twisted her left hand as the Sky Demon power field twisted, shattering the protective Jinqi layer outside of Lin Yun's body completely. 6 attacks had passed. Although Murong Qingqing had not gotten the upper hand, Lin Yun had not gotten the upper hand either. He could not help but look bad. He could not care less about the idea of holding back. He stomped on the ground, bringing up a fire wave. His body shot up into the sky, stabbing towards Murong Qingqing with his spear attack. It was still the Sky Fall attack. This time the Sky Fall attack was extremely aggressive. The air had been pierced through by the spear attack, creating a black vacuum tunnel that extended all the way to Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon power field. The Sky Demon power field was disrupted for a while, which had backfired on the Jinqi inside Murong Qingqing's body. She put her tongue on top of her chin, trying to control her boiling qi and blood. She threw out a palm attack to block that incoming spear light. Boom. Thunder exploded. Murong Qingqing backed out a couple of steps. Lin Yun did not take the opportunity to attack. His opponent's extremely powerful palm attack had also made him lose control of his body. His body froze on the spot. Do you still want to keep fighting? Lin Yun held the spear with his right hand. The body of the spear was covered in a dark red flame, slowly accumulating at the tip. Landing on the ground, Murong Qingqing put on the low-rank great weapon, the gold silk gloves. She said lightly, "Right now it has only been 7 attacks. It seems like you have not gotten the upper hand yet. Since that is the case, then I will defeat you within 3 attacks." As he spoke, the Jinqi that Lin Yun had poured into the iron spear suddenly increased. A walnut-sized fireball accumulated at the tip of the spear. The fireball kept spinning, its color getting darker and darker. Dark Flame Kill. When Lin Yun got serious, he was undoubtedly extremely horrifying. Once he had activated his 11th level martial art, flames shot out of his body, attacking towards Murong Qingqing like a human-shaped meteor. That iron spear that had accumulated the fireball had already been stabbed out 1 step ahead of him, its aura extremely aggressive. Murong Qingqing performed her Sky Demon catch and Sky Demon Great Palm print again. With the amplification of the gold silk gloves, her power field had been increased by more than 10%, blocking out Lin Yun's spear aura. Pop. The power field had been broken, and Lin Yun's spear aura had been slightly weakened. However, as Lin Yun poured in more Jinqi, a 12-meter-long spear light shot out, hitting onto Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon power field. The 9th attack. Lose. Lin Yun yelled, his iron spear cutting through the air like a hot knife through butter. Murong Qingqing's expression did not change. Suddenly she did something shocking. Her left hand's 5 fingers were bent, trying to grab onto Lin Yun's iron spear. Her right hand was hidden behind her back. Invisible sharp blades kept shooting out from her fingertips, hitting onto the surface of the platform and making a swishing sound. Boom. The fireball on the iron spear exploded. The fire wave that reached into the sky covered both of them, creating a 30-meter-tall fire pillar. Lin Yun sneered. He knew the power of the fireball, which was a killing attack that was condensed with 20% of his Jinqi. Once it exploded, even people who were more powerful than him would be badly wounded, not to mention Murong Qingqing, who was slightly weaker than him. If there were no accidents, she would have been wounded already. However, what happened next had shocked him. Inside the fire pillar, Murong Qingqing's left hand was not damaged at all. In between her palm, there was a cluster of light black light moving. He was very familiar with that light. It was obviously the extremely condensed Sky Demon power field. The scattered Sky Demon power field was already very powerful, and it was unimaginable how powerful it would be when it was condensed. It was because of the condensed Sky Demon power field that Murong Qingqing was able to take on Lin Yun's ace attack without any damage. Otherwise, even with the protection of the gold silk gloves, her arm would have been broken by the explosive power. Right then, Lin Yun could not care about anything else. He knew that Murong Qingqing would definitely have a follow-up ace attack. If he did not make the first move, he would most likely lose. The center of his left palm was cracked open, and a stream of blood shot out, being wrapped up by the dark red flame. Lin Yun backed out quickly, throwing out his ace attack that he had used on Xikong Sheng. The blood turned into a bloody spear tip, shooting out at an unimaginable speed. Break! Murong Qingqing waved her left hand, and the condensed Sky Demon power field landed on the tip of the bloody spear. She did not wait for the bloody flame to burn, and her whole body shot out into the air. The right hand that was hidden behind her back reached out horizontally. She opened her 5 fingers and a new Sky Demon power field was born, condensing into an invisible blade shape, attacking towards Lin Yun who was backing out. Power field cut. The fire shield had been broken, and Lin Yun could only watch his protective Jinqi layer being cut open. The Sky Demon power field that contained both positive and negative power had landed on his body. Puking out a mouthful of blood, Lin Yun flipped a couple of times in the air before landing heavily on the light wall. Right then, the blood fire break had just exploded behind Murong Qingqing. The bloody flame burned the air, expanding rapidly in the wind. At the last moment, Murong Qingqing had turned the tables. Over at the audience seating, everyone could not believe their eyes. Lin Yun had lost to Murong Qingqing, who had just risen up in this year's Hidden Dragon rank. And he had lost under the condition that he had performed his ace attack. There was no mercy at all, which had really shocked them. Power field cut. I did not expect Qingqing's martial arts to have reached this level. The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School was in a great mood. The head disciple Mo Yen had already lost the chance to compete for the top 5, and the only hope was on Murong Qingqing. She had not disappointed him at all. Chapter 275. Arrogant piece of trash. Yen Qihua sneered. Even he did not dare to underestimate Murong Qingqing's power, so he had to treat it seriously. Otherwise it would be possible for him to fail miserably. And the reason why Lin Yun had lost to Murong Qingqing was because he had underestimated Murong Qingqing's power. He did not take the battle seriously, and at the critical moment, it would be too hard to turn the tables. One wrong move and everything would be wrong. If Lin Yun did not limit himself with 10 attacks and put all of his focus into the battle, the result would still be unknown. Therefore he had lost to himself. The leader of the Sky Fall Martial School looked extremely pale. Lin Yun's failure was completely out of his expectation. He had already thought about it before the battle. With Lin Yun's power, even if he could not get the first place, he would definitely be able to get the second or third place. Among all of them, only Xikong Sheng and Yen Qihua would be his opponents. Leader, there is still a chance for the third place. There is no need to get so angry. The headmaster of the Sky Fall Martial School let out a breath and tried to persuade him. I know. This battle will be a lesson for him. Do not underestimate the others. The ranking system of the Hidden Dragon rank was based on the point system, and it was quite common for people to have the same points. Therefore, Lin Yun still had the chance to get the third place and maybe the second place as well. However, the chance was very low since Yen Qihua's power was right there. Besides Xikong Sheng, no one would be able to beat him. Crawling up from the stage, Lin Yun puked out another mouthful of blood. It was not caused by his wounds but by his anger. He had never thought that he would be defeated by Murong Qingqing one day. Thinking about what he had said to her before the battle, he could not think straight. He felt both humiliated and embarrassed. After devouring Lin Yun's dragon fountain chi, the dragon-shaped shadow on Murong Qingqing's body had expanded to 23 meters, which was only below Xikong Sheng, Yen Qihua, and Yi Chen ranking 4th. Without saying anything to hurt his opponent, Murong Qingqing walked down the stage directly. The 64th round had ended, and the 2-hour break began. Inside the training room, the leader of the Sky Fall Martial School said while healing Lin Yun, "You were too careless this battle. In the following battles besides Yen Qihua, I want you to win all of them." Leader, don't worry. If I have the chance to run into Murong Qingqing again, I will not be careless anymore. Lin Yun tightened his fists, blue veins popping out on his forehead. 2 hours later, the 65th round began. The first battle, Xikong Sheng against Gu Yuyun. Xikong Sheng and Gu Yuyun were not only disciples of the Floating Mountain Martial School, but they also had the king-level bloodline. One was the descendant of the Tsang King while the other was the descendant of the Stone King. Unfortunately, the power gap between the two was way too huge. Otherwise, it would have been a crazy battle of king-level bloodline. Sister disciple, you go first. Sikong Xing reached out his left hand. Gu Yuyan nodded. She naturally knew about her head disciple's power, and it was definitely not something that she could handle. However, in the last 9 rounds of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, no one had ever given up on their own. She did not want to break that rule. Plus, there were not many chances for her to exchange attacks with her head disciple. He would not be able to beat her with only one attack. He would at least show some respect to his fellow disciples. In front of Sikong Sheng, it would be a joke to talk about defense. Gu Yuyun rarely took the initiative to attack, and each of her attacks was extremely powerful. Sikong Sheng kept his right hand behind his back, using only one hand to receive the attacks. He did not plan to beat his sister disciple right away, so he only used a small amount of power. After 30 attacks, Gu Yuyun stopped her attack and stood still. Head disciple, thank you for teaching me. You have made great progress. I think you will be able to get into the top 3 in the next Hidden Dragon rank competitions. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions would be the most popular one. After this one, besides him, Yi Qin and Tua Baku, the others would all be over 24 years old. Plus, once he reached the astral reaching realm, the Hidden Dragon rank would only be an empty title, and he would not need to participate anymore. The Dragon Fountain Chi would not be able to increase anymore, so he might as well give it to the disciples of the Floating Mountain Martial School and let them fight for the endless luck for the school. The 7th battle, Bing Ling against Lin Yun. Losing to Murong Qingqing, Lin Yun looked even darker. Combined with the burning hot chi on his whole body looked like a beast hiding in the fire. Kill. Once the battle started, Lin Yun threw out his most powerful attacks towards Bing Ling. Sky Fire 4 Spears, Sky Fall Attack, and other ace attacks were performed continuously. The sky-covering flame almost lit up the entire battling platform. The flame shot up into the sky, spreading out in all directions. If it were someone else, they would have already lost under Lin Yun's crazy attacks. The good thing was that Bing Ling had trained the ice element Jin Qi, which could suppress the fire element Jin Qi under the same conditions. Although Lin Yun's martial arts were one level higher than hers, it would still be impossible for him to beat her easily. Looking from below the stage, the vast battling platform was covered in flames. In the center there was a pile of ice and snow, which was protecting Bing Ling's body. Ice Crystal Fist. After taking a couple of heavy attacks from Lin Yun, Bing Ling used her most powerful ace attack. Her right forearm and fist were wrapped in ice crystals, attacking towards Lin Yun at 2 times the speed of sound. Dark Flame Kill. Lin Yun did not back out at all. A walnut-sized fireball had been accumulated on his iron spear, attacking towards Bing Ling's ace attack in a brutal manner. Boom. A burning mushroom cloud of flame rose up between the two, with ice shards splashing everywhere. The next second, blood leaked out from the corner of Bing Ling's mouth. She had lost to Lin Yun's ace attack. The 14th battle, Mo Yen against Murong Qingqing. After Sikong Shing and Gu Yoyun's match, another pair of disciples from the same martial school had appeared. Mo Yen had lost to Tua Baku Yi Qin, and Li Daoxian one after another, which had made his popularity drop again and again. He was now out of the top 8. At the same time he was feeling the same pressure as Lin Yun, very bad. His handsome face looked a lot more hideous now. However, Murong Qingqing and Mo Yen were completely different. She was one of the top 2 beauties of the Black Dragon Empire, one of the top 2 warriors of the young generation in the South Rudra region. Even though she had lost the battle, her popularity was still the same. Plus, she had won 2 battles so far and she had even beaten Lin Yun in the second battle. It had made her popularity even higher than Yi Qin. Different experiences had created different mentality. Facing Murong Qingqing again, Mo Yen had a very complicated expression on his face. Even he himself could not tell what was on his mind. Murong Qingqing said, "Head disciple, do your best. Alright, I will not go easy on you." Her calling him head disciple was very irritating to him, and her tone was not that good either. Murong Qingqing shook her head in her mind and did not say anything else. Activating his sky demon eyes, a dark red light shot out of Mo Yan's pupils. It was like a diamond, extremely condensed. He groaned with a low voice as both of his hands threw out a couple of attacks, performing his normal ace attack, the sky hand attack. This attack had a huge coverage, which was the best one to confuse people. Palm shadows filled the air. Mo Yan's body flashed once before appearing on the right side of Murong Qingqing. He pointed his finger at the weak spot of the sky demon power field. Murong Qingqing and Mo Yen knew each other very well, so she would naturally not be confused by the sky hand attack. She waved her right hand in the air, and the sky demon power field spread out along her palm, deviating Mo Yan's finger light. Mysterious Spirit 7 Finger. His body jumped up from the ground as Mo Yen performed his ace attack again. Sky Demon Palm Attack Destruction Sky Rebuke. Murong Qingqing did not dare to waste any time. She performed the 2 ace attacks of the Sky Demon Palm Attack with both of her hands, one to break the attack and the other to attack. Moving like a ghost, Mo Yen avoided Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Palm Attack. Within a second he threw out a dark purple finger light. That finger light was like lightning, shooting through Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon power field, aiming for the vital spot on her waist, which was impossible to defend against. Sky Demon Protective Strangulation. In that critical moment, Murong Qingqing used her body as the axis and spun in the air for 2 rounds. The Sky Demon power field outside her body twisted instantly, making that finger light fly past her body without hurting her at all. As she spun, Murong Qingqing did not stop attacking. She used the Sky Demon Catch with her left hand and the Sky Demon Palm Attack with her right hand. Both attacks were thrown out together, forcing Mo Yen to temporarily dodge and lose the chance to gain the upper hand. Demon Spirit Killing Finger. His feet lightly touched the surface of the platform as Mo Yen performed his ace attack. This finger attack had broken through Tua Baku's defense, and its attacking power was no weaker than Li Daoxuan's. Unfortunately, the previous 3 opponents had made him suffer a lot. Tua Baku's defense was too high, and Yi Chen was able to see through all of his attacks. Li Daoxuan's sword attacks were unpredictable, and it would already be great if he could defend against them, not to mention attacking. Right then he had used it on Murong Qingqing instead. Murong Qingqing of course would not dare to underestimate Mo Yen. In fact, she suspected that this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition might be Mo Yan's nemesis, since all of the opponents he had run into were not good for him. Otherwise there might be a chance for him to make it into the top 5. But on the other hand, adapting to the environment and laughing until the end was the basic quality of a powerful warrior. Mo Yan's failure had proven that he did not have that quality yet. Facing that finger attack, Murong Qingqing had to perform her Sky Demon Power Field technique to break through that finger light. She then waved her right hand and a simple power field cut was shot out, cutting open Mo Yan's protective Jinqi layer and leaving a wound on his shoulder. This attack was Murong Qingqing holding back. However, Mo Yen did not care at all and continued to attack. The Demon Spirit Killing Finger attacked towards Murong Qingqing's vital spot. Murong Qingqing frowned. Her body disappeared as she threw back 2 power field cuts. At the same time she performed her Sky Demon Catch and caught Mo Yen, who was still trying to escape. They knew each other very well, so how could Murong Qingqing not know where he was going to escape to? Mo Yen did not look too good, but he did not attack again. The 21st battle, Yi Chen against Li Daoxian. It seemed like the head judge cared a lot about this battle. He stood up for the second time and announced the names of the 2 in person, his voice dragging out. Boom. The audience was shocked. They had waited so long for the battle between the top sword artists of the young generation. Without exaggerating, the battle between the 2 would basically decide who would be the #1 sword artist in the whole South Rudra region. Would it be Li Daoxian or Yi Chen? Li Daoxian was the head disciple of the Heartless Martial School with 60% sword intent. He had lost to the #1 blade artist Yan Qihua by half an attack. His power was obvious and no one dared to underestimate him. Yi Chen was the new top young warrior, the leader of the top 10 new stars. He also had 60% sword intent. Added with his extremely powerful sword art and horrifying ability to see through weaknesses, he was highly respected. He was so popular that he was ranked in the top 4 of the top young warriors. The battle between the 2 top sword artists would be very exciting without even thinking about it. After all, sword artists were different from warriors. Their attacks were famous for their fast and accurate attacks. Even a little bit of carelessness could cause one to lose. There would not be a situation where the battle would last for a long time. Chapter 276. On the vast battling platform, 2 human figures were standing hundreds of meters away from each other. On the left side of the battling platform, Li Daoxian was wearing a blue robe, with a long and narrow great sword hanging from his waist. The sword's scabbard was simple and ancient, with a few patterns on it. On the right side, Yi Chen was standing straight, wearing a blue robe as well. He also had a great sword hanging from his waist. The scabbard was carved with star patterns, its color clear and deep. Since you have the 60% sword intent, then I do not have to worry about the unfair advantage. The level of the sword intent had nothing to do with the unfair advantage. If it were a normal sword artist, Li Daoxian would never tell him that if he did not have the sword intent, then he would not use the sword intent either. It would be very stupid. However, Yi Chen was different. Yi Chen's sword art realm was extremely high, and almost no one could compete with him in the young generation. Li Daoxian did not want to win the competition with his sword intent that was 10% higher than his opponents, because he wanted to compete with Yi Chen's sword art realm. Right now, Yi Chen had also mastered the 60% sword intent. Therefore, the two were basically on the same level and the competition would be the sword art realm. Yi Chen said, "That would be for the best. I also want to know how powerful my sword art realm is." Up until now, Yi Chen had not revealed all of his achievements in his sword art yet. It was either because his opponents were too weak and could not use it, or his opponents were different like Tuo Baku. Therefore, if he did not find an equally powerful opponent, even Yi Chen himself would not be able to figure out his own sword art realm. Putting his right hand on the sword hilt, Li Daoxian stopped talking. His sharp eyes locked onto Yi Chen. Compared to the aggressive Yan Qihua, Yi Chen had given him more pressure. It was not that Yan Qihua was not as powerful as Yi Chen. In fact, even he could not see through Yan Qihua's power. However, Yan Qihua was a blade artist, which was different from a sword artist after all. However, Yi Chen was a sword artist who had mastered the 60% sword intent. This year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions only needed one number 1 sword artist. Kill? Flashing his body, Li Daoxian had shortened the distance between him and Yi Chen to only 10 meters. His sword had been taken out of its scabbard. A cold beam of light with a shocking sword intent was thrown out. The air was like water without any ripples. There was only one person and one sword left in the world. Yan Qihua, who was watching the battle, squeezed his eyes. This Yi Chen is indeed powerful. Facing him, Li Daoxian's sword art realm had improved even further. His spirit, qi and soul were condensed, showing signs of merging into one. Yi Chen's expression did not change. His right hand grabbed onto the hilt of his Star Scar sword, which looked slow but was actually fast. He gently pulled it out. The dark-colored sword light was like a poisonous snake coming out of its cave, accurately pointing at the tip of Li Daoxian's sword. The emotionless poetic perspective seemed to have no effect on him at all. Chin. The sword tips, which were filled with Zhenqi, clashed together. Sparks flew everywhere, looking extremely bright. Why do I feel a bit numb? On the audience seating, a clasping Yuan realm warrior had goosebumps all over his body as he said with a shaky voice. Me too. I heard that the battles between powerful sword artists would make the audience shiver. Today I can see that it is indeed the case. There is a huge difference between sword artists and blade artists. Blade artists need to be bold and powerful, and their blade aura would make people's blood boil. However, sword artists are the exact opposite. They try their best to beat their opponents with the smallest cost. They are good at killing with one attack, which is the sublimation of their techniques. Therefore, they will leave a terrifying impression on people. It was an astral-reaching realm sword artist who was talking. While the audience was chatting, the battle on the battling platform had already reached its climax. Ding, ding, ding. The sword lights spread out, clashing with each other sharply. Kill. Dozens of sword attacks had been blocked by Yi Chen in a row. Li Daoxian took 3 steps back. During the process, he shook his wrist, and a sword light that could cut through metal appeared on his long sword. The sword light seemed to be invisible, as if it could ignore the distance between them. It pointed right at Yi Chen, who was not far away. Pop. The sword light was shattered. It was shattered by an invisible sword light. After shattering the sword light, Yi Chen extended his body, his blue robe dancing in the air. He threw out a sword attack. The shocking sword speed made the sword light not have enough time to flash. Together with it, there was also that sword art poetic perspective that could confuse people's senses. 60% sword intent, lone peak kill. I cannot block it out. Li Daoxian was shocked. He closed his eyes and pushed his flying art to its limit, shooting out violently. No one knew why he had backed out so fast, because they could not feel the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill. A stream of blood splashed out along the tip of the sword. Yi Chen stopped his steps. Indeed, the lone peak kill with 60% sword intent is still a bit too powerful. It would not work on other sword artists at the same level. Yi Chen looked at Li Daoxian, who was 10 meters away. Li Daoxian had escaped from the poetic perspective and stopped immediately. However, there was a light sword mark on his face. This is the sword art that you had performed before. Li Daoxian's confusion had been solved. During the knockout competitions and the ranking competitions, Yi Chen would occasionally perform the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill. He had been wondering what kind of poetic perspective it was, but now he finally understood. Yi Chen did not answer but asked instead, "The battle between you and Yin Chihua was very interesting. Why don't you use all of your ace attacks on him?" The lone peak kill had been exposed and dodged by his opponent, but Yi Chen was not worried at all. The power of the movement did not lie in the movement itself, but in the person using it. The same movement would have different effects in different hands. That sword attack before was just a test, to test Li Daoxuan's bottom line. Next time the lone peak kill would be used at the most appropriate time. Sky kill. Needless to say, Li Daoxian naturally knew what to do. He performed the sword movement that had beaten Mo Yen with only one sword attack. The sword light was hidden inside, spreading out everywhere. His whole body stepped on sharp steps, as if he had turned into a sharp sword, shooting towards Yi Chen. Break. Yi Chen's spirit, qi and soul were extremely condensed. The star-scar sword in his hand was waved at an unimaginable speed. Within a second he had thrown out at least hundreds of sword attacks. The invisible sword light had formed a layer of invisible sword net in front of him. His extraordinary style had made the eyes of some of the female disciples brighten up. Pop, pop. Just like Yi Chen had expected, Li Daoxuan's sky kill sword movement indeed contained two layers of power, one in the light and one in the dark. The sword attack in the light might look like a fake attack, but it could not be avoided. The sword attack in the dark would definitely kill with one attack, which was where Li Daoxuan's real body was. The two complemented each other, which was enough to kill warriors at the same level. Right now, the sword attack in the light had been broken, so Li Daoxuan's dark attack was coming right at Yi Chen's throat. Ding! A metal clashing sound was heard. Li Daoxuan's sword had been blocked out. It was also a sword that had blocked him. The sword light kept spinning, piercing through the air and chasing back. It stuck close to Li Daoxuan's sword body, attacking towards his palm. Li Daoxian frowned. Yi Chen's toughness had made him feel like he did not have enough power for the first time. When Yi Chen was breaking his attack, he did not release his lone peak kill poetic perspective. When his sword attack was broken halfway, the poetic perspective suddenly appeared, which slowed down his reaction speed by half a second. His sword speed had been slowed down, and that half a second was enough for Yi Chen to use his sword to block and fight back. Moving sword steps. His feet were like swords and his body was like a ghost. Li Daoxuan's body moved away, avoiding Yi Chen's counterattack. Small sky-shattering clouds. Holding the sword with only one hand, Yi Chen's sword art style changed. Every movement contained thunder and lightning, and the wind and clouds started to gather. It contained an endless explosive power. It was like what he had thrown out was not a sword attack, but beams of lightning and clouds, not giving Li Daoxian any chance to breathe. Oh, oh, oh. The sword qi left cracks on the ground. Li Daoxian did not expect Yi Chen's style to change so quickly. It had completely messed up his own rhythm and he kept performing his moving sword steps. Earth explosion, sky shock. Finding out Li Daoxuan's pattern of dodging, Yi Chen suddenly stomped on the ground. He performed the secret martial art that he had gotten from the Bloody Butcher a long time ago, the Earth explosion sky shock. Although the rank of the Earth explosion sky shock was not that high, and it would not be able to cause any real damage to his opponent, but its supportive effect could not be underestimated. As his Jin Qi poured into the ground, the place where Li Daoxian had landed cracked open like a spider web. Not good. Without a choice, Li Daoxian took a deep breath in the air, forcefully stopping his falling body. Then his Jin Qi exploded, barely avoiding the attack range of the Earth explosion sky shock. There was no way that Yi Chen would let go of this opportunity. He performed his separating shadow flying art. His body flickered and he quickly appeared in front of Li Daoxian, throwing out a sword attack. Li Daoxian used his sword to block out the attack in an extremely uncomfortable position. He opened his left hand's 5 fingers, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, trying to grab Yi Chen's body. Separate. All he managed to grab was Yi Chen's Jin Qi shadow. Under the twisting suction force, it was shattered into pieces. Boom. After losing the opportunity to attack, Li Daoxian could no longer block out Yi Chen's sword attack. Under a dark sword light, his whole body was blown away, and his Jin Qi layer had been shattered. With blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth, Li Daoxian looked extremely serious. While he was still in the air, he forcefully pushed his Jin Qi and performed the sword step. He changed his original flying route and avoided Yi Chen's next sword attack. Dozens of meters away, Li Daoxian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and shot out with his long sword in his hand. This is my killing sword attack. If you can block it, you win. After throwing out the sword attack, the air became even calmer. The sword light attacked towards Yi Qin at a speed that was faster than the human eye could see. If it was only this, it would not be enough to be called Li Daoxuan's killing attack. This sword attack seemed to have blocked out all the noises from under the stage. Indeed, this sword attack was called silence. It was one of the killing attacks of the heartless sword art. During the battle with Yan Qihua, Li Daoxian had used this killing attack to cut off a strand of Yan Qihua's hair. If it were not for the fact that he could not fully perform his silence attack, Yan Qihua might not be able to win against him. Because the two of them had been fighting at such a fast speed, there were very few people who had actually noticed that sword attack. There were less than 5 or even less people among the young generation. All the noise disappeared and there was no trace left in the air. It was like the sword light was no longer a sword light but a part of the air. What a good silence attack. It is even more perfect than when he was fighting against me. Yan Qihua was still a bit scared. Excluding the silence attack, Li Daoxian was still a bit weaker than him, so it would not be that hard for him to win. However, once the silence attack was used, even he could not react in time. He could only block and counterattack subconsciously. To win in the end, besides the achievement of his blade art realm, there was also a bit of luck. Otherwise, it would not be a strand of hair that was cut off, but an ear or even his head. The leader of the Heartless Martial School had made up his mind. The combination of the Heartless Sword Intent and the Heartless Sword Art would be much more powerful than the Sword Intent and Sword Art. Combined with this silence attack, the situation was starting to look better. So this attack is called silence? What a vivid name. Yi Qin stood where he was without moving. He stretched his body. As for Li Daoxian being able to cut off a strand of Yan Qihua's hair, how could he not notice it? The reason why he had purposely suppressed his sword art realm was because he wanted to see the power of this attack and improve his own sword art realm. Chapter 277. Almost within a second, the sword light that Li Daoxian had thrown out had arrived in front of Yi Qin. The sword light did not have the slightest vibration. It was shaped like a crescent moon, and the tip of the crescent moon carried a thunderous power. It was impossible to describe how fast and sharp that sword attack was. Just as the sword light was about to reach Yi Qin made his move. He held the Star Scar sword tightly with both of his hands, waving it at a speed that was even faster than the sword light. Most of the people could not even see how he waved the sword, or what angle he had chosen. Seal. This sword attack was not about breaking but about blocking. Li Daoxuan's sword light was way too fast and violent. Two powerful sword attacks would not be able to block it in advance. Only the simplest fast sword poetic perspective would be able to do it. However, the power of the fast sword poetic perspective was way weaker than the Lone Peak Kill and the Sky-Shattering Clouds poetic perspective. It only focused on speed, and aimed to perform the fastest sword art with the fastest reaction speed. Countless sparks splashed everywhere. Because of the inertia, all of these sparks were shooting towards Yi Qin's direction, wrapping him up in the air. It was like a flower of fire was blooming towards him. It was unimaginably beautiful. Li Daoxuan's sword light had not disappeared yet. It started to bounce violently, as if it was trying to break through Yi Qin's blocking and give him a fatal attack. Ding. The Star Scar sword pulled back a little bit, but then attacked back at an even faster speed, hitting the same spot where the sword light had been. The sword light was broken with a sound that sounded like metal breaking. The next second, two beams of light, one on the left and one on the right, had cut out a deep mark on the platform behind Yi Qin, stretching for dozens of meters. Silent. It turns out that the power of the sword light was compressed to an extreme extent, cutting off its connection with the air and the outside world at the same time. Sound was transmitted through the air, so naturally, it couldn't be transmitted in, creating a man-made silent world. Yi Qin's blocking was not for nothing. Through the vibration that came from the sword light and the Star Scar sword when they clashed, as well as the feeling of his soul power, Yi Qin had discovered the secret of the silent attack in a very short period of time. However, knowing was one thing. Wanting to use this move out of thin air was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For example, everyone knew that by compressing Jin Qi to a certain degree, one could kill an astral-reaching realm warrior or even a Sea of Souls realm warrior. But no one had such a powerful control over it, since it would be even harder than becoming a life-and-death realm warrior. There were many simple mysteries in the world, but most of them were useless because ordinary methods could not be used at all. Therefore, techniques came into being. Skill could be described as a shortcut. It could make it easier for a martial artist to grasp some difficult things and do things that they could not do in the past. The silent killing move contained an extreme technique. Through this technique, the sword light could be compressed to the extreme, causing the speed and power to increase sharply and killing silently. He blocked the sword? After performing his silent ace attack, Li Daoxian felt like all of his energy had been sucked out of him. Seeing that Yi Chen had blocked out that sword light without a scratch, he could not help but be shocked. However, before this shock could spread out, he saw that sword light had been cut in half. It had been cut in half. Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen smiled and said, "This sword attack is very powerful. Unfortunately, it is not perfect yet. Otherwise, I would not be able to break it." The sword light that was condensed like steel was extremely tough. Even Yi Chen could not cut it in half at once. He could only do it twice, since he did not have Mo Yan's Sky Demon eyes, which allowed him to see the weaknesses with his eyes. In fact, if it were Mo Yan, he would not be able to do anything either, since his reaction speed would not even be half of Yi Chen's. Regardless, the silent killing move was indeed a killing move. If it could be perfected in the future, if Yi Chen wanted to block it out, he would have to learn the fast sword poetic perspective to the extreme. "I have lost. You are indeed powerful. You can compete with Yan Qihua." Li Daoxian knew that Yan Qihua was still holding back some of his power. Being able to cut off a strand of his hair might have been due to luck. Yi Chen being able to take on the silent killing move without being hurt meant that he could compete with Yan Qihua. Oh! A dragon roar was heard. The dragon-shaped shadow outside Yi Chen's body had devoured Li Daoxuan's dragon fountain qi, and had grown again. It was now 23 meters tall, looking very majestic. Right then the audience had already started to discuss. Beating Li Daoxian, Yi Chen would be the #1 sword artist among the young generation in the whole South Rudra region. What a surprise. Indeed. Right now, even Li Daoxian had lost to Yi Chen. Who would be the next one? Would he beat his opponent, or would he stop his winning streak? In everyone's eyes, Yi Chen had turned from a dark horse into a super dark horse. He had managed to get into the top 10 from the elimination competitions, and it was not over yet. Right now, he had already beaten 4 top young warriors. Gu Yuyun, who had not fought with him before, would definitely not be his opponent. Then there were still Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, Lin Yun and Murong Qingqing. No matter who he beat, it would make his reputation even brighter. Even if he lost, he would at least be ranked 5th in the Hidden Dragon rank, which was not something that normal people could fight for. The leader of the Heartless Martial School side. Even Li Daoxian had lost to Yi Chen in this kind of condition. What else could he say? The #1 young sword artist in the whole South Rudra region would have nothing to do with the Heartless Martial School anymore. But it was good for him. Without competition there would be no motivation. After this battle, Daoxian might be able to reach the next level. He is indeed a powerful opponent. Yan Qihua had never looked so serious before. Yi Chen was way too sharp. If he did not use all of his power, he would most likely lose. The good thing was that this battle had allowed him to see a lot of things, and he had a better understanding of Yi Chen's bottom line. "Li Daoxian, you have helped me a lot," Yan Qihua thought to himself. The 33rd battle, Yan Qihua against Tua Baku. Compared to the battle for the #1 young sword artist, the battle between Yan Qihua and Tua Baku had also attracted everyone's attention. Although Tua Baku had lost to Yi Chen, everyone knew that with his powerful defense, it would be hard for Yi Chen to beat him completely in a real battle. Great. Another powerful one. That rich Jin Qi was quickly hidden inside his body, sticking to the surface of Tua Baku's skin. It looked like a layer of dark blue light membrane. An excited look flashed through his eyes as he threw out his Ruin 18 fist art. Chin. Yan Qihua took out his long blade, which was covered in a red flame. That fire element Jin Qi had condensed into a flame that was different from Lin Yun's. It seemed to be purer and more powerful. As Yan Qihua threw out a blade attack, the area in front of him had been sliced open. Boom. Tua Baku's fist aura had not been pushed to its limit before it was broken by that blade attack. That aggressive flame drowned Tua Baku within. Dragon World. The flame was broken open and Tua Baku shot out from within. He threw out a killing attack in the air, and that massive dragon-shaped chi swallowed Yan Qihua, who was not far away. Chapter 278. Crack. The burning hot blade light flashed once, and the dragon-shaped chi was cut in half. Yan Qihua flew out from the crack and threw out 8 blade attacks towards Tua Baku. The 8 blade lights were extremely powerful, without any pattern. They were like 8 wild horses that had escaped from their reins, making it hard for people to predict where they would land. Boom, 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 boom. Tua Baku had dodged 5 of the blade light, but he could not avoid the other 3 no matter how hard he tried. He had to take it head on. He roared and his body flew backward while throwing out an uppercut punch towards Yan Qihua. Of course, it was not a normal uppercut punch. Under Yan Qihua's feet, a dragon-shaped chi appeared out of nowhere and blew him into the sky. That sharp claws and teeth had almost torn apart his protective Jin Qi layer. All of the people watching the battle could not help but be shocked. That attack did not seem to be that powerful, but it was extremely hard to defend against. They did not expect that Tua Baku would still have another attack, but they did not know why he did not use it on Yichen. Tua Baku, who had landed on the ground, made a face. Of course he wanted to use it on Yichen. But he had never fought with Yichen before, so he did not know how powerful he was. It would not be easy to lock onto his body. Up until now, no one had managed to touch Yichen's body. In his opinion, the scariest thing about Yichen was not anything else, but that insanely powerful control. Trying to play tricks with him, he would definitely kill you. Fire Dragon Cut. Standing in the sky, Yan Qihua threw out a blade attack. That fiery red blade chi exploded in the air, turning into a sharp fire dragon, attacking towards Tua Baku. Tua Baku lifted up his palm that had turned dark blue and pressed onto the head of the fire dragon. That powerful palm power had slapped the fire dragon until it cracked open. Break. As the palm power was pushed out, the fire dragon had been shattered. Flame Cut. Seizing this slight opportunity, Yan Qihua appeared in front of Tua Baku within a second. He waved his long blade upwards, not only blowing away Tua Baku, but also shooting out a bright red flame that landed on Tua Baku's body, bringing up a rain of fire. Tua Baku did not dare to waste any more time as he endured the flame and threw an uppercut punch at Yan Qihua. Learning from experience, Yan Qihua had long been prepared for this move. He held his saber in a reverse grip and struck the ground with blazing flames. Rumble. The dragon-shaped chi and the saber aura collided and finally dispersed. Let's see how you block this blade. The long blade stabbed into the platform, but Yan Qihua did not pull it out right away. Instead, he pushed his wrist and opened up a blade mark on the ground. That sky-reaching blade light had blown Tua Baku hundreds of meters away. He landed heavily on the dark blue light wall, bringing up a series of ripples. However, before that, Tua Baku had also returned an attack. That powerful fist power had landed on the surface of his protective Jin Qi layer, which had boiled up Yan Qihua's qi and blood. The winner had been decided. Tua Baku had lost this battle, but he himself was only slightly wounded. His insane defense had once again amazed everyone. The 65th round of battles had ended. After resting for an hour, the 66th round began. In this round of battles, the top 4 young warriors were Bing Ling, Gu Yuyun, Yan Qihua, and Mo Yen. Bing Ling against Gu Yuyun, and Yan Qihua against Mo Yen. Gu Yuyun's power was still a bit weak. Even though she had the Stone King's top martial art, the Stone King body protective fist art, it was still hard for her to block out Bing Ling's ice break fist art. After exchanging more than 30 attacks, she was beaten by Bing Ling with only one punch. As for the battle between Yan Qihua and Mo Yen, there was no suspense at all. It ended with Yan Qihua's complete victory. However, the 18th battle was very eye-catching. The contestants were the super popular Murong Qingqing and Li Daoxian, who had lost to Yi Chen. Right then, the battle had already entered the most crucial moment. The winner would be decided within a second. Silent Sword. Facing Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Power Field and Sky Demon Great Palm Print, Li Daoxian was having a hard time. No matter how powerful his sword art was or how powerful his sword intent was, it was still hard for him to break through Murong Qingqing's defense. If it was not being messed up by the Sky Demon Great Palm Print, then he would be hit by that horrifying power field cut. Without exaggeration, Murong Qingqing was definitely the most troublesome warrior to deal with among the young generation. Because no matter if it was Xikong Xing, Yan Qihua, or even Yi Chen, they were all battling with real martial arts. Battling styles like the Sky Demon Great Art were really rare. After battling for a long time, Li Daoxian found a flaw in Murong Qingqing's defense and performed his silent ace attack. Murong Qingqing's reaction speed was not that crazy after all. Before he could perform his power field cut, he had already been hit by the sword light. The protective Sky Demon Power Field was twisted, and Murong Qingqing's face went pale. His body backed out for a couple of steps. What was worth noting was that the sword light had not used all of its power yet. In that critical moment, Murong Qingqing had used the twisting power of the protective Sky Demon Power Field to divert the sword light, making it go past his shoulder. Otherwise, under that sword attack he would not just be looking pale, he would at least be badly wounded. No need to fight anymore. I have lost. Although he was not wounded this time, it did not mean that he would be able to next time. So Murong Qingqing gave up right away. Li Daoxian let out a breath and forced a smile. I really do not want to battle with you. The top 2 martial arts of the Sky Demon Martial School had always been famous for their toughness. For example, Mo Yan's Sky Demon art, after training the Sky Demon eyes, he would be able to see the weaknesses of his opponents. However, in Mo Yan's hands, it did not seem to be able to bring out its full power. And then there was the Sky Demon Great Art. This martial art's unique Sky Demon power field was even more difficult to deal with than the Sky Demon eyes. Within a radius of 10 meters, the whole area would be covered by the power field. Plus, the user could use the power of the Sky Demon power field through his palm to reach a very far distance. It was a nightmare for normal warriors. The 24th battle, Yi Chen against Lin Yun. The 4th pair of top young warriors was indeed Yi Chen and Lin Yun. Lin Yun had lost to Murong Qingqing more or less because of his carelessness. If he had not used 10 attacks to limit himself, he would not have been able to use all of his ace attacks in a hurry, which had allowed Murong Qingqing to turn the tables in such a short time without any chance to fight back. Of course, whether or not Lin Yun had more power than Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen did not care too much. Under the same conditions, Lin Yun would not be a threat to him at all. It was not only because of the difference in cultivation, but also because Yi Chen was not afraid of people like Lin Yun. Let's do it. With the Star Scar sword in his hand, Yi Chen and Lin Yun stood 100 meters apart. Lin Yun looked very gloomy. Losing to Murong Qingqing had made him more cautious. However, Yi Chen had given him a lot of pressure. Before the last 9 battles, he had never considered Yi Chen as a real opponent. He thought that Yi Chen was just SOSO. Beating Li Daoxian is not that big of a deal. Just lose. The Sky Fall attack required the Sky Fire 4 spear to store up its power. Lin Yun held the iron spear in his hand and threw it out. The red flame rushed towards Yi Chen, turning into layers of fire waves in the air. Ignoring the aggressive fire waves, Yi Chen extended his body and rushed towards the fire waves. Midway he took out his Star Scar sword. A dark sword light flashed once before disappearing, separating the fire waves. Chapter 279. Clang. Sparks shot up into the sky. Lin Yun's Sky Fall attack, which he had been waiting for, had been broken apart by Yi Chen with one sword attack. It was just when he had used up all of his previous power. With one sword attack, Yi Chen jumped into the air. The Star Scar sword in his hand was extremely powerful and full of explosive power. That intense sword light was like thunder and lightning, like an ocean of clouds. Every movement gave people the feeling that it was unstoppable. Damn. Dark flame kill. Lin Yun was shocked and angry at the same time. He had not expected that Yi Chen would change his battling style and become so aggressive. In the previous battles, he was obviously the type of person who would counter attacks as they came, and rarely took the initiative to attack. Seeing that his battling rhythm had been completely broken, Lin Yun did not even have the chance to perform his ace attacks. Without a choice, he replaced his iron spear with his left hand, accumulating an egg-sized dark red fireball and attacking towards Yi Chen. In fact, Yi Chen right now was the real Yi Chen. He was full of attacking power, showing off his power and cutting through all kinds of obstacles. Any opponent that was in his way would be cut down by his sword without any hesitation. But before that, he had wanted to learn something from the others to enrich himself. That was why he had hidden his power and countered attacks as they came. Right now, these experiences were more or less enough. As for the few people who had not fought against each other before, they did not need to compete with each other. After all, up until now, everyone had exposed all of their ace attacks. They had seen everything that they needed to see, and there was not much that they needed to think about. The fireball exploded violently, bringing up the chi everywhere. Shadow explosion. Countless overlapping shadows exploded. Yi Chen's real body flashed once, avoiding the exploding range of the fireball. He appeared on the right side of Lin Yun. He slightly shook his wrist, and that thunder-like sword light poured out. Each sword attack seemed to have been measured perfectly, and each attack was deadly. Lin Yun's protective Jinqi layer had been weakened to only a thin layer, which made him shocked. He was different from Tua Baku, who had put most of his Jinqi on his skin, so his protective Jinqi layer was not that powerful. However, Lin Yun was the exact opposite. His protective Jinqi layer had definitely reached the 11th level of his martial art, which was very powerful. However, under Yi Chen's continuous sword light, it was showing signs of breaking down. How could he not be shocked? Fire Essence Shield. More burning Jinqi poured out, forming into a shield shadow made of flames in front of Lin Yun. The shield shadow was thick and heavy, covered in patterns. Because of the intense Zhen Qi pressing against each other, clear sparks kept shooting out of the surface of the shield. Bang! The sword light was finally repelled by the fire elemental shield, unable to advance any further. Quick sword. His footwork was unpredictable. Yi Chen took a step forward and got close to him. The star scar sword in his hand moved at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Dang! The shield shadow had been blown away, and the sword light was extremely sharp, pointing right at Lin Yun's chest. You are too much. Lin Yun was furious. Since the beginning of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, there had never been anyone who could not even give him a chance to attack. The anger in his heart grew as he performed the Skyfall Great Art of the Skyfall Martial School. A total of 5 shield shadows were formed outside of his body, blocking all of the blind spots. Yi Chen's eyebrows flicked as he changed his sword movement from the quick sword to the lone peak kill. The poetic perspective of his 60% sword intent spread out, covering the area where Lin Yun was standing. I do not believe that you can break through my Fire Yuan shield. Under the influence of the poetic perspective of the lone peak kill, Lin Yun's reaction speed had obviously slowed down a bit. Right then he did not have the time to dodge. His right palm cracked open, blood splashing out. He was ready to take on Yi Chen's attack head-on, and at the same time, give him a fatal attack. What was out of Lin Yun's expectation was that Yi Chen had backed out without any warning. It made Lin Yun feel depressed as if he had just punched into the air. Even the blood fire break that he had been cultivating in his hand had almost been shattered. But right then Yi Chen, who had backed out for dozens of meters, threw out another attack. Sky-shattering clouds. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen's clothes danced in the air as he threw out a sword attack. Lin Yun's face looked extremely hideous. The blood on his right hand had condensed into a bloody spear tip. As he waved his right hand, the spear was shot out. Burning flames shot up into the sky. Thunder and lightning were mixed together, and the wind was roaring. The two completely different ace attacks had been combined together. Any clasping Yuan realm warriors who touched it would be killed instantly. Break. The ace attacks had cancelled out each other. Yi Chen's body had exploded again. Dozens of shadows flew towards Lin Yun. All of a sudden, Lin Yun could not even tell which one was Yi Chen's real body and which one was the Zhen Qi shadow. Without a sound, a sword stabbed into the gap between the Fire Yuan shield and landed on Lin Yun's shoulder, bringing up a stream of blood. What a powerful attack. First he had used up Lin Yun's ace attack, then he had killed him with one attack, leaving him no chance to fight back. Li Daoxian took a deep breath as he thought to himself. The leader of the Skyfall Martial School had a bad look on his face. The armrest of his chair had been cracked by his grip. This brat is indeed cunning. Right next to him, the headmaster of the Skyfall Martial School did not know what to say. He could only say this after a long while. The leader of the Skyfall Martial School sneered, but did not say anything. After devouring Lin Yun's dragon fountain qi, the dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body had expanded to an unprecedented height. It reached 25 meters, catching up with Yan Qihua and Xikong Shen. You. Lin Yun looked down at the tiny sword hole on his shoulder. He still could not believe that he had lost, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. On the judge's seat, all of the judges looked at each other and announced Yi Chen as the winner of the battle. Next was the battle between Xikong Sheng and Tua Baku. Tua Baku's power was among the top of the young generation, but his opponent was Xikong Sheng, the king warrior of the young generation of the South Rudra region. If his attacking power did not reach Yan Qihua's level, he would not even have the right to challenge him. So he had lost the battle without any surprise. The 67th round, the first battle, Murong Qingqing against Yi Chen. Once the 67th battle began, the audience started to get excited. Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen were both very popular among the young generation. Judging only based on popularity, they could be ranked in the top 3. Adding their equally powerful power, it was no doubt that the audience was looking forward to it. On the battling platform, Murong Qingqing was wearing a purple robe with a light veil over her face. Her body was slim, and her pitch-black pupils were like 2 bright stars, making people unable to move their eyes away. On the other side, Yi Chen was wearing a blue robe with a long sword hanging on his waist. He looked calm and elegant, as if he was standing alone in the world. At this moment, everyone was stunned by what they saw. Murong Qingqing revealed a light smile. I have not seen you for more than a year. I did not expect you to have improved this much. Winning all the battles, I am afraid that even I would not be able to beat you. It would be a lie to say that she was not surprised. Back in the Three River City of the Spirit Nation, Yi Chen was only an early clasping Yuan realm warrior, and his sword intent had only reached entry level, which was the same as Wei Renjia. But after not seeing each other for more than a year, his sword intent had not only reached 60%, but his sword art and personal cultivation had also increased drastically, reaching an unimaginable level. It had even made Shi Xing, who had always been quiet, curious. "It is just a matter of personal experience," Yi Chen said. Murong Qingqing nodded. "Then let's begin." Looking serious, Murong Qingqing immediately pushed her Sky Demon power field. Her left hand performed the Sky Demon catch, while her right hand attacked with the Sky Demon palm. Facing Murong Qingqing's attack, Yi Chen's body flashed, avoiding the Sky Demon catch. At the same time, his Star Scar sword was taken out of its scabbard. The sharp sword chi clashed with Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon palm. The sword chi had been shattered, but Murong Qingqing frowned. In her sight, Yi Chen had performed the separating body art that he had used to beat Lin Yun. His clones were everywhere, stacking on top of each other, making it hard to tell which one was the real one. Sky Demon Strangle. Both of her hands attacked in the air. Murong Qingqing activated her Sky Demon power field and twisted it slightly. Pop, pop, pop. At least 10 Jin Chi shadows had been shattered by the Sky Demon power field, clearing out a huge area. But what welcomed her next was a sword light that was as powerful as thunder in the sky. It landed heavily on the protective Sky Demon power field, bringing up waves of ripples and boiling her chi and blood. Power field cut. Murong Qingqing moved her hand as she threw out a power field cut towards where the sword light was coming from. It contained both the positive and negative Sky Demon power field, which was extremely horrifying. It had torn apart the surface of the platform, leaving a deep mark that spread out in a straight line. Swoosh. Another Jinqi shadow had been cut into pieces. Lone Peak Kill. Yi Chen's real body appeared 10 meters away from Murong Qingqing, right next to the Sky Demon power field. He did not care about the effect of the Sky Demon power field as he flipped his wrist and stabbed in with his Star Scar sword with a determined posture. His poetic perspective covered his opponent perfectly. Oh! The sword chi and the Sky Demon power field clashed against each other. The ripples that were created spread out, affecting on both Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing's face turned pale. That second, her reaction speed had been affected, and she did not manage to launch the counterattack at the right time. Instead, she had been attacked by her own Sky Demon power field, which had only wounded her slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already backed out a bit, so he had only taken some of the remaining ripples of the power field. With only 60% sword intent, it was naturally impossible to break through Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon power field. Yi Chen used his separating shadow flying art to stay 10 meters away from Murong Qingqing. He kept performing his Lone Peak Kill and sky-shattering clouds, trying to break the stability of the Sky Demon power field and not give his opponent a chance to breathe. After dozens of attacks, Murong Qingqing's face was getting paler and paler. People had always said that the Sky Demon great art was hard to deal with, but no one knew how hard it was for Yi Chen. He had gotten the upper hand and she did not even have the chance to fight back. Right now she could feel what Lin Yun was feeling. After another 10 attacks, Murong Qingqing said, "There is no need to fight anymore. I have lost." Hearing her, Yi Chen put his Star Scar sword back into its scabbard and backed out 10 steps. "Thank you." Yi Chen's victory was expected, but it was also unexpected. No one had expected that Yi Chen, who was full of attacking power, would be this powerful. The Sky Demon power field that even Lin Yun and Li Daoxian could not handle had been broken down by him. Head disciple, this guy is too hard to deal with. Right next to Xikong Sheng, a core disciple from the Floating Mountain Martial School frowned and said. The expression on Xikong Sheng's face was very calm, without any change. He said lightly, "His battling experience is not bad. Unfortunately, in front of absolute power, all of this would be meaningless." In his eyes, Yan Qihua could only make him a little bit more serious, and would not pose any threat to him. As for Yi Chen, he was just like Yan Qihua, maybe even weaker. Chapter 280. After Yi Chen had beaten Murong Qingqing in the battles between the top young warriors, Mo Yin had used his Sky Demon eyes to break through Gu Yoyun's Stone King body protective fist art. He had won the first victory in the last 9 battles, which had saved a lot of face. Right after that, Bing Ling, who had performed all of her ace attacks, had lost to Tua Baku, who had a powerful defense. What was worth noting was that Bing Ling's ace attack, the Ice Crystal Fist art, was getting better and better. It was not easy for Tua Baku to win. Right now it was Xikong Sheng versus Li Daoxian. On the battling platform, Li Daoxian kept performing his sword step art, trying his best to avoid Xikong Sheng's powerful fist power. Waiting for the opportunity, he pushed his sword intent to its limit. The sword light shone brightly, and the sword chi was extremely sharp, cutting towards Xikong Sheng's protective Zhen Qi at an extreme speed. River Tyrant Fist. With his right hand still behind his back, Xikong Sheng turned his left hand into a fist and threw out a punch. The powerful fist power directly caused the air to ripple like a tide. Pop 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 pop. The sword chi was broken, but the power of the fist did not dissipate. It brushed past Li Daoxuan's flying figure and heavily hit the dark blue light screen. The light screen swelled outwards as if it couldn't withstand the force and was about to explode. What level of fist force is this? The ceiling light screen is about to explode. The audience was silent. After a long time, someone said in a trembling voice, "The strength of the ceiling light wall is equivalent to an early astral reaching realm warrior's protective Zhen Yuan layer, so it is not likely to be broken." However, Xikong Sheng's fist power is indeed horrifying. Even the most normal protective Zhen Yuan layer is not something that normal clasping Yuan realm warriors can break. He's too far ahead of the younger generation. The dark blue light wall on the edge of the battling platform was called the stage ceiling light wall. Although it had nothing to do with Zhen Yuan, its defensive power was not weaker than the protective Zhen Yuan layer. In the past 1,000 years, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to break through the light wall directly. Even the light wall had barely been shaken. Naturally, no one believed that Xikong Sheng would be able to break through the light wall. However, judging from the previous situation, Xikong Sheng's fist power had obviously reached the limit of the light wall. He's too strong. Every move he makes has such power. How are we supposed to block him? I guess Xikong Sheng has not used all of his power yet. Otherwise, this light wall might not be able to handle it. The young generation was shocked as well. Only the disciples from the Floating Mountain Martial School were full of pride. Once their head disciple became the #1 disciple of the Hidden Dragon rank again, they would be able to enjoy the benefits as well. Even a little bit of that endless luck would be able to save them years of hard work. Silent Sword. Pushing his sword step to its peak, Li Daoxian crossed hundreds of meters and appeared on the right side of Xikong Sheng, throwing out a sword attack without a sound. The sound coming from outside was cut off immediately, and the whole world became silent. Only a soul-stirring sword light was left, shooting towards Xikong Sheng like lightning. Silent killer move, it is worth it for me to use my right hand. His body shook slightly. Xikong Sheng did not make any movement, but he had already turned around, facing Li Daoxian. His right hand reached out from his back and clenched in the air. The calm air suddenly tightened up, as if it had left the whole world and become one with itself. Under this terrifying tightening force, the speed of the sword light rapidly slowed down. In the end, it became visible to the naked eye, and the sword chi was dense. Fist whirled. The clothes on his body fluttered without any wind as Xikong Sheng threw out a fist attack. Crack. When the sword light was less than 5 meters away from Xikong Sheng, it shattered into thousands of pieces, splashing everywhere. Then it shot back like a hornet returning to its nest. Light dots fell like rain. Li Daoxian flashed again and again. Each time he stopped, it would not be longer than a second. However, there were just too many broken sword lights. His shoulders, legs and arms had all been scratched by the light dots, causing blood to spill everywhere. Xikong Sheng stood with his hands behind his back. "You are quite powerful. Your silent ace attack has gotten a bit more powerful." Sealing the acupuncture point to stop the bleeding, Li Daoxian lifted up his head and said, "Among the young generation, you are indeed the most powerful warrior I have ever seen. I heard that after this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, you will be going to other regions to train." Indeed. In the South Rudra region I could not feel any pressure anymore. Only by leaving the South Rudra region and seeing the top martial geniuses from other regions would I be able to train even faster. Xikong Sheng had planned for this a long time ago. Although his training speed was the #1 in the whole South Rudra region, and no one could compete with him, it would still be extremely hard for him to reach the life and death realm. It should be known that within the same generation, there would rarely be more than 3 people who could reach the life and death realm. So, it was not hard to imagine how hard it would be. In the next year or two he would go to another region. The dragon fountain chi on his body was being devoured by Xikong Sheng's dragon-shaped shadow. Li Daoxian put away his long sword and said, "I have a feeling that this year's Hidden Dragon rank will not end so easily. I will end it without any suspense." Xikong Sheng's tone was very calm, but it contained an unimaginable confidence. The 67th round, the 35th battle. Yan Qihua against Lin Yun. Skyfall attack. Fire dragon cut. The Zhenqi that the two had trained was slightly different, but they were both fire element Zhenqi. The fire element Zhenqi was famous for its aggressive power. Each of its movements was extremely powerful, bringing up flames everywhere. Shooting star step, wave treading kill. His body was like a shooting star, fast as lightning. Lin Yun performed his ace attack that was just as famous as the dark flame kill, the wave treading kill. A burning spear attack was shot out along with the endless fire waves. Flame cut. Earth crack cut. Yan Qihua did not back out at all. He threw out a blade attack to block the tip of the spear. He then stabbed his long blade into the ground, slicing upwards, bringing up an even more horrifying fire light. Boom. Lin Yun's 11 Sky Fall Great Art had been pushed to its limit, forming layers of fire yuan shields around his body. The fire yuan shields were thick and heavy, blocking out Yan Qihua's killing blade attack. You have underestimated me. Lose. Gold flame cut. After the earth crack cut, it was an even more powerful ace attack. The blade was covered in flames, and its color had changed from red to gold red. It had burned the air around it into nothingness, turning it into a vacuum world. Without a sound, the bright gold blade light shot out horizontally. It had been accelerated to its limit in the vacuum state, brutally attacking on Lin Yun's fire yuan shield. It was as fast as lightning. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. Lin Yun could not stop his body. He was blown backward along with that burning fire wave. The fire yuan shield around his body had been completely shattered, leaving nothing behind. Damn it. Blood flame break. There were too many bleeding places on his body. Lin Yun waved his hand in the air, and a huge amount of blood gathered into a pile. Under the burning flame, it turned into a blood-colored spear tip that was as long as a forearm. It broke through the air and shot out at an extremely fast speed, leaving a bloody red light on its tail. Second kill gold flame cut. Yan Qihua did not dare to underestimate the power of the blood flame break. He backed out with a strange footwork. As he was backing out, the long blade in his hand suddenly performed its ace attack, clashing onto the tip of the blood-colored spear. A golden-red flame mushroom cloud rose up in the air. The ceiling light wall around the stage expanded a couple of times, looking like a bloated stomach that was constantly shrinking. Shattering the hard platform with one foot, Yan Qihua stabilized his body. The long blade in his hand that was covered in flames pointed at the ground as he opened his mouth. Lin Yun, you are still far from it. Lin Yun was furious inside as he sneered, if it were a life-and-death battle, I might not lose to you. The extreme power of the blood flame break is not just this powerful. If you have lost, then you have lost. What are you talking about? In a life-and-death battle, you might not even have the chance to talk anymore. Along with Yan Qihua's aggressive aura, the dragon-shaped shadow jumped directly at Lin Yun, devouring his dragon fountain qi to replenish its own power. Yan Qihua is indeed not to be underestimated. He has broken Lin Yun's fire yuan shield from the front. This attacking power is extremely horrifying. Right now there are only 3 people who still have an undefeated record. They are Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua and Yi Chen. The 3 of them will have a battle for sure. I wonder what the result will be. As the battle was coming to an end, the audience knew that the most intense battle was about to begin. They could not control their excitement anymore. The next battle had ended and the 67th round had come to an end. It was already the 68th round. This round did not have much of a challenge for Yi Chen. His opponent was Bing Ling. After dozens of exchanges, Bing Ling had to admit defeat again. The battle in front of him was between Murong Qingqing and Yan Qihua. Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Sky Art was extremely hard to deal with. Yan Qihua could not break through her defense all of a sudden. Plus, his movement art and skills were not as good as Yi Chen's, so he could not gain the upper hand from the beginning to the end. He could only use his powerful frontal battling power to exchange attacks with Murong Qingqing. Gold flame cut. Flames were everywhere as Yan Qihua threw out 3 blade attacks towards Murong Qingqing. 3 beams of gold-red blade light sliced through the air, chasing after her. Power field cut, protective sky demon kill. Murong Qingqing performed her power field cut with both of her hands, breaking 2 of the blade light instantly. When the last blade light got into the protective sky demon power field, it had been shattered by the rotating power field around Murong Qingqing. Yan Qihua obviously did not expect to beat Murong Qingqing with 3 blade light attacks. His goal was to get closer. Once he got closer, he would throw out his second kill gold flame cut immediately. The sky demon power field had been broken by half, but it was eventually blocked by Murong Qingqing's ace attack, condensed power field. However, that aggressive power that had been added to the blade light had blown her away immediately. Crack ground cut. With no time to lose, Yan Qihua stabbed his blade into the ground and threw out a slanted attack, beating his opponent with one attack. After the top 4 young warriors had made their moves, there were still 6 warriors left. Without too many surprises, Xikong Sheng had taken out Mo Yen without any effort. Li Daoxian had broken Gu Yoyun's Stone King Body Protective Fist art with his super powerful sword art Cultivation. After that, Tua Baku had fought with Lin Yun. Seriously speaking, the battle between the two was the real battle of equals. Tua Baku's defense was super powerful, and Lin Yun's was not weak either. If the two wanted to break through each other's defense, it would be almost impossible. In the end, Lin Yun performed his blood fire break and burned through Tua Baku's protective Jinqi layer. At the same time, Tua Baku performed his dragon traveling world and blew Lin Yun away, landing heavily on the dark blue light wall. The battle was still not over yet. Crawling back up from the ground, the two continued to battle. This time it was no longer a battle of battling power but of stamina. Whoever could last until the end would be the winner. After half an hour, Tua Baku's stamina was still slightly better, and he had barely won against Lin Yun. Right then he was already gasping for air, and his battling power had been greatly reduced. As the battle between the two had ended, there would no longer be any battles between top young warriors in the 68th round, which made people lose their interest. This situation did not last long. Once the 68th round had ended, the sky had already turned dark, and the battles for the day had come to an end. Chapter 281. On the second day, it started to drizzle from the dark sky, landing on the ground. The slightly dark environment made the hidden dragon ancient city look even more ancient. On the battling field there were tons of people, their voices reaching the sky. This little bit of rain did not affect them at all since they had reached the clasping Yuan realm. The first 4 or 5 rounds were fine. But don't you think that starting from the 67th round, the judges have purposely left the 3 of them until the end? What do you think the judges are doing? Their eyesight is way more powerful than us. Naturally they could see it clearly. Otherwise, if the 3 of them were to fight right at the beginning, then the hidden dragon rank competitions would not be perfect. Yeah, that's true. It has been like this for the past few competitions as well. The top battles are always left to the last round. The warriors who were watching the battles had some doubts about the order of the competitions, but they were soon dispelled. As long as it did not violate the rules of the competitions, the judges still had a lot of power. They had the right to arrange their opponents. Even the leaders of the rank 6 martial institutions might not be able to decide, since their disciples were powerful enough. But at the same time, if they were not powerful enough, the arrangement would be useless. It all depended on the power. The 69th round of the competitions had officially begun. The first pair of top young warriors was Li Daoxian and Tua Baku. Compared to Yan Qihua, Li Daoxuan's movement art was slightly better. Besides Xikong Sheng, who had never used his movement art before, he was only second to Yi Qin. Therefore, Tua Baku's uppercut fist could not hit Li Daoxian as he had hoped. Instead, Li Daoxian had taken the opportunity to attack him a couple of times. Eventually, Tua Baku had lost to his silent ace attack. The second pair was Lin Yun and Mo Yen. Although Mo Yen had lost the competition this time, he had finally gained some fame. Judging on power, Lin Yun was not as powerful as Yan Qihua. Judging on battling skills, he was not as powerful as Li Daoxian, not to mention Yi Qin. Therefore he had managed to gain the upper hand with his sky demon eyes. That thick and heavy fire yuan shield had a lot of weaknesses in his eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Yun's power was not to be underestimated. He was a powerful warrior at the same level as Tua Baku. If it were not for the fact that he had suffered too much damage before and his condition had dropped a bit, Mo Yen might not even be able to get the upper hand. After being enraged, Lin Yun threw out a crazy attack. That iron spear that was covered in flames was like a dragon playing in the water, bringing up the wind and waves. The flame was so strong that it had suppressed Mo Yen until the end of the battle. After that, Xikong Sheng and Murong Qingqing started to fight. Among the young generation, the 2 of them were the most popular. Xikong Sheng, the king warrior of the young generation, and the champion of the last hidden dragon rank, it was reasonable for him to be this popular. Although Murong Qingqing's power was not as powerful as Xikong Sheng, sometimes women did not need to rely on their power to win the popularity. Their looks and temperament were also part of their power, since most of the warriors watching the battle were male. You're very strong. Are you interested in going to the other domains with me? Murong Qingqing was about the same age as Xikong Sheng, they were both in their 20s. But in Xikong Sheng's eyes, Murong Qingqing was only a woman. It was that simple. Murong Qingqing shook her head slightly. Sorry, I will go out to train myself. But it is just a personal plan. I do not want to get involved with anyone. What a shame. Xikong Sheng did not care too much about it. As a beautiful woman with both power and temperament like Murong Qingqing, no one would not appreciate her beauty. He was no exception. However, for him, besides training, everything else was secondary. He only felt a bit regretful. Let's start. Xikong Sheng looked serious as he signaled to Murong Qingqing. Sky Demon Catch. Without performing any attacking movement, Murong Qingqing accumulated a huge amount of Sky Demon power field with both of her hands, attacking where Xikong Sheng was from a distance. Crack. The ground 3 steps behind Xikong Sheng cracked open. Blink body movement. Murong Qingqing's pupils shrank. She threw out her attack first, and Xikong Sheng moved his body behind her. Because of his extreme speed, normal people would not be able to see his movement at all. It was as if the Sky Demon Catch had gone through his body and landed behind him. It was the first time that Xikong Sheng had performed his movement art. It was obviously more powerful than Li Daoxuan's, and even Yi Chen's was not as powerful as it. Off the stage, Yi Chen squeezed his eyes. The movement art that Xikong Sheng had performed was indeed a top-rank Earth Realm movement art, which was rarely seen even in rank 6 martial institutions. After all, it would be quite good for a normal rank 6 martial institution to have 4 or 5 top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. How could it be possible for them to have all kinds of top-rank Earth Realm martial arts? For example, Li Daoxuan's sword step shift was only top-rank Earth Realm. But of course, it was definitely one of the top-rank Earth Realm flying arts. The good thing is that my separating shadow flying art is also top-rank Earth Realm. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Back when he was on the Snake Island in the Star Region Lake, Yi Chen had already trained his Flow Ruah 3 mysterious spell to the 3rd level, which had increased his separating shadow flying arts rank to top-rank Earth Realm. However, since the beginning of the competition he had not only restricted his sword intent, but also his flying art, which was also one of his ace attacks. Force Field Cut. Murong Qingqing accumulated 2 Sky Demon power fields with both of her hands, one positive and the other negative. The fields pressed and combined together, forming a huge cutting power, attacking towards Xikong Sheng. Xikong Sheng's body did not move at all, but he threw out his ace attack from his mysterious Sky Tyrant Fist art, confronting Murong Qingqing's ace attack head-on. Boom. The force field cut was shattered. Fist Tyrant River. After shattering the force field cut with one punch, Xikong Sheng threw out another punch, which had shattered Murong Qingqing's protective Sky Demon power field. It was something that had never happened since the beginning of the competition. Naturally, Murong Qingqing had lost the battle. After devouring Murong Qingqing's Dragon Fountain Qi, Xikong Sheng's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 80 meters, only 2 feet away from 90 meters. I am afraid that no one would be able to beat Xikong Sheng anymore. No, he would not even be able to fight with all of his power. Even Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Great Art had been shattered by him with only one punch. In the last Sky Demon rank, Yan Qihua was still able to fight against Xikong Sheng. But this time Xikong Sheng is way too powerful. He is so powerful that most of the young warriors do not even have the right to challenge him. Yeah, Yi Chen's power is at the same level as Yan Qihua. Neither of them would be able to face Xikong Sheng. While everyone was talking, the competition continued until Yi Chen beat Gu Yuyun, and Yan Qihua beat Bing Ling. The 69th round of competitions had come to an end. 2 hours had passed and the 70th round had arrived. The next round would be the last one. This round of competitions had not started yet, but the audience seating had already been heated up. There was nothing else because in this round of competitions, Yi Chen would either be fighting against Yan Qihua or Xikong Sheng. He would have to face one of them eventually, and no matter how the judges arranged the order, it would not change that fact. In the crowd's anticipation, Mo Yen had beaten Bing Ling, and Lin Yun had beaten Gu Yuyun. Now it was Tua Baku and Murong Qingqing's turn. Murong Qingqing's power might not be as powerful as Lin Yun's, and even if it was, it would not be that powerful. However, Tua Baku still could not get the upper hand. Under Murong Qingqing's Sky Demon Catch, Tua Baku could not even maintain his own battling rhythm. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing's power field cut could be ranked in the top 3 among the young generation, seeming to be right behind Xikong Sheng. It was even more powerful than Yan Qihua and Li Daoxuan's ace attacks. Tua Baku's defense would naturally not be able to handle it. But even so, he had only been slightly wounded. After Tua Baku had lost, all of the spectators were getting more and more excited, waiting for the next battle. The 23rd battle, Yi Chen against Yan Qihua. The head judge stood up and announced the battle himself. Boom. The sound wave was so loud that even the rain in the sky had been shaken off. A wave of slight pattern appeared in the air, covering the whole battling field. In this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions, the 4th to 10th place was basically clear, and there would not be too many changes. Only the top 3 were still in the dark. To be exact, the 2nd and 3rd place were still not clear, and the 1st place had been reserved for Xikong Sheng. Without a doubt, the 2nd and 3rd place would be Yan Qihua and Yi Chen. Xikong Sheng would not even be considered, since only the two of them had won all of their battles without losing a single battle. Yan Qihua paid a lot of attention to this battle. He had already taken out his long blade when he was still off the stage, wearing it on his waist. His whole body was filled with blade intent as he flashed onto the battling platform. A blue light flashed and Yi Chen followed right after him. Facing Yan Qihua's sky-high blade intent and blade aura, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. With his blue robes and the long sword on his waist, he looked very calm with a sense of calmness. Before the battle, I had never thought that you would be the one to make it this far. The blade intent on Yan Qihua's body was getting stronger and stronger. There was only a thin line between him and the 70% blade intent, and it seemed like it could break through at any second. However, this thin line was not that easy to break. Without a certain level of mastery of the blade art, it would be impossible to break through it even after 3 to 5 years. And this was because there were powerful warriors from the Fire Spirit Palace who had mastered the completed blade intent, who had given him a lot of guidance. Yi Chen looked very calm. Yan Qihua's blade intent had undoubtedly reached the peak of 60%, which was even more mature than the 60% blade intent. Let's fight. The sword intent was like an unsheathed weapon, shooting out of Yi Chen's body. It was the same 60% sword intent, but Yi Chen's sword intent was even purer than Li Daoxuan's. Fire Dragon Cut. The blade chi turned into a dragon as Yan Qihua pushed his Zhen Qi and threw out a horrifying blade attack towards Yi Chen. A deep star-like sword light flashed in the air. No one knew when, but Yi Chen's Star Scar sword had already been taken out of its scabbard. Along with the 60% sword intent and the poetic perspective of the sky-shattering clouds, it accurately pointed at the head of the fire dragon blade chi. Sparks flew everywhere, looking like a rain of fire. Flashing his body, Yi Chen broke through the rain of fire and appeared in front of Yan Qihua, stabbing out his sword. That sword attack was sharp, but it also carried the elegance of a sightseeing. There was no need for any smoke or fire, and it was thrown out naturally, as if he was drawing a landscape painting with his sword. All of his experiences had been condensed into one sword attack. All of the previous battles had not been wasted. Plus, this sword attack did not combine all of the complicated experiences into one. There was not enough time. Yi Chen believed that he was not the only one who had comprehended it, but they would need more time to absorb the essence of it. What? Since the start of the Hidden Dragon rank competitions, it was the first time that Yan Qihua had fallen into a disadvantage. Yi Chen's sword attack made him feel like he could not block it. The poetic perspective of his sword art was too well coordinated, so well coordinated that Yan Qihua did not even know how to fight back. Right then he finally realized how powerful Yi Chen was. His sword art training was so powerful that Li Daoxian could not even compare to him. Chapter 282. Explode. At that critical moment, Yan Qihua bit on the tip of his tongue. The Zhen Qi inside his body exploded like a volcano, bringing up a sky-piercing blade intent. It seemed like he was going to block out Yi Chen's fatal sword attack with his exploding Zhen Qi power. Swoosh. The Star Scar sword slowed down a bit, but it still stabbed in. The sword light was pointing right at Yan Qihua's chest. Open. Having gained a little bit of time, Yan Qihua did not have time to think. He threw out his burning red iron fist, landing on that sword light. A metal clashing sound was heard. The Star Scar sword in Yi Chen's hand had been bent by the fist power and bounced off. His whole body had been blown away and Yan Qihua was even worse off. His left fist was covered in blood, and there was a bone-deep sword mark on it. If it were not for his high cultivation and the top-rank Earth Realm martial art from the Fire Spirit Martial School, that sword attack would have broken his left arm. Watching what had happened on the battling platform, everyone was shocked. What is going on? This is too crazy. One sword attack had wounded Yan Qihua? Could it be that Yi Chen had not used all of his power before and was just playing around? In everyone's mind, Yi Chen's flying art and skills were slightly better than Yan Qihua's, but their overall power was almost the same. In some ways Yi Chen was still not as good as Yi Chen. However, right from the beginning Yi Chen had overturned everyone's judgment and wounded Yan Qihua with an unbelievable sword attack. Yan Qihua's eyes were burning with fire. "You have successfully pissed me off. Now you will have to face my anger." With a loud yell, Yan Qihua pushed his Zhen Qi to the 7th rotation. That long blade in his hand that was covered in flames suddenly turned into a roaring fire dragon. It attacked towards Yi Chen with a momentum that could crack open mountains and break the sky. Right then, Yan Qihua had used all of his battling power, which was at least 30% more powerful than when he was facing Li Daoxian and Lin Yun. His spirit, qi and soul had all exploded. Seeing that, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. His body kept flashing and drifting, easily dodging that burning attack. Then he shook his star scar sword. That bright sword light spread out like rain, covering Yan Qihua, who was not far away. Yan Qihua sneered, "You think you can hurt me again? What a joke. Yan Qihua will never suffer a second loss in the hands of the same person." After saying that, a scarlet wave of fire spurted out from his back, propelling his body forward explosively as he slashed with his saber in the air. Instant kill golden flame slash. The golden-red saber projection sliced through the air, turning this part of the world into a vacuum. Yi Chen looked very calm as his index and middle fingers rested on the tip of the sword handle. That sword attack landed right in the middle of the golden-red saber light. The air started to ripple. After a light popping sound, the saber light suddenly shattered. It was split open in the middle like a piece of cloth that had been torn apart. "Why does it seem like there is a shadow of the silent ace attack in there?" Li Daoxian looked surprised. That sword attack of Yi Chen's seemed to have nothing to do with his silent ace attack. However, in his eyes, it clearly contained the mystery of hiding the sword light, which was extremely tough and penetrating. He had guessed it right. Yi Chen had indeed added a bit of the silent ace attack into it, but it was not as powerful as Li Daoxuan's. But combined with the sky-shattering cloud sword movement and poetic perspective, this sword attack was not only tough, but also had the effect of tearing everything apart. It was the evolved version of the sky-shattering clouds. Yan Qihua was dazed for a second. He had never fought with Yi Chen before, so he did not know how powerful he was. But after fighting with him for a while, he felt that his opponent's mature battle experience was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare with. Every time he would always be able to cause the most damage with the least cost. With Yi Chen as his biggest enemy, Yan Qihua looked extremely serious as he crazily activated his 9-turn Fire Spirit Art. 7 turns of Fire Spirit Art, Red Flame Battle Body. Every time his 9-turn Fire Spirit Art increased by 1 turn, his power would increase tremendously. At the 7th turn he could already beat Li Daoxian in its normal state. Now that he had evolved the 7th turn to the high rank, the Red Flame Battle Body, all of his Zhen Qi seemed to be burning up. His aura only increased and very soon he had broken through his original level. Crack. The platform under his feet could not handle that aggressive and burning power anymore. Countless twisted cracks appeared on it as the fire qi rose up. In less than half a blink of an eye, Yan Qihua's aura and battling power had increased to the next level. He roared as his whole body jumped up from the ground. That bright red long blade sliced through the air, dragging out a light black light mark in the air. The light mark was not affected by the gravity, which had increased the speed of the blade light drastically. Roar fire lightning. Fire cloud earth crack cut. Off the stage, all of the young warriors who had seen Yan Qihua's powerful attack had lost their composure. They had not expected that Yan Qihua would be this horrifying when he had used his real power. He was like a fire demon. Lin Yun, who had also trained fire element Zhen Qi, was no different from a kid in front of him. Focusing his eyes slightly, Yi Chen's body became blurry, turning into layers of shadows that spread out in all directions. It was like a startled moth flying in the sky. Yan Qihua, who was standing in front of him, laughed wildly. "Do not waste your time. Once the fire cloud earth crack cut is performed, the ghosts and the gods will be destroyed." Just as he finished talking, the blade light spread out, looking like a fire cloud in the sky, burning the sky red. Pieces of black shadows had been burned into smoke one after another, disappearing completely. The people in the audience seats could not help but scream. The battle between Yan Qihua and Yi Chen had been full of twists and turns. At first, Yi Chen had the upper hand, but now it was Yan Qihua who had the upper hand. And it seemed like Yan Qihua's advantage was much more obvious. All of the people from the Sky Cloud Martial School looked worried. Right now, it would be a lie if they did not hope for Yi Chen to win the first place. As long as he could beat Yan Qihua, Yi Chen would be able to fight against Xikong Sheng. By then, no matter if he won or lost, it would be enough to shock the whole South Rudra region and bring endless luck to the Sky Cloud Martial School. However, Yan Qihua was just too powerful. Only Su Jing's expression did not change at all. Yi Chen's real power was way more powerful than everyone had imagined. This was her instinct about Yi Chen. The separating shadow flying art, which had been restricted to high-rank Earth realm, was broken. Yi Chen was a bit surprised since his separating shadow flying art was different from normal flying arts. It had reached its current rank with the help of the Flow Rudra 3 mysterious spell, which allowed it to maintain the effect of the separating shadow flying art, and its speed was no weaker than other flying arts of the same rank. Of course, it was not enough to make him change his expression. He backed out of the way and his sky-shattering cloud, which had been activated with his 60% sword intent, was ready to attack. He threw out a sword attack onto that aggressive fire cloud. Swoosh! The fire cloud was blown back. Yan Qihua's fire cloud earth-shattering cut contained the poetic perspective of clouds and fire, while Yi Chen's sky-shattering cloud contained the poetic perspective of clouds and thunder. The two overlapped with each other. Playing with the poetic perspective of clouds in front of Yi Chen was no doubt asking for trouble. What? Yan Qihua backed out quickly, avoiding the attack of the fire cloud. The leader of the Fire Spirit Palace's expression changed drastically as he stared at Yi Chen. He was very clear about Yan Qihua's fire cloud earth-shattering cut, which had reached a very high level of the poetic perspective of clouds. Added with the help of the poetic perspective of fire, it was way more powerful than just two poetic perspectives. However, under Yi Chen's sword attack, the poetic perspective of clouds had been used by him, and had been pushed back. How could he not be shocked? Mortal realm martial arts focus on the aura, and there are very few poetic perspectives. As for Earth realm martial arts, without a poetic perspective, one would not be able to reach its peak. How could this guy's poetic perspective of clouds be more powerful than the red fire? How did he train it? There were countless powerful warriors in the Fire Spirit Palace, and a lot of them had completed the poetic perspectives of Earth realm martial arts. After witnessing and hearing about Yan Qihua's talent, he knew that among the young generation he was only second to Xikong Sheng. The leader of the Fire Spirit Palace did not believe that anyone could surpass his head disciple, Yan Qihua, in terms of poetic perspectives. Yan Qihua did not believe it, so he yelled, "Just now my attacks were too scattered. Let's see how you can break this attack." Fire Cloud Golden Flame Cut. It also contained the poetic perspective of clouds and fire, so the power of the Fire Cloud Golden Flame Cut was extra concentrated. It was thrown out with 60% of the peak blade intent, attacking toward Yi Chen. Stubborn. His body was as straight as a sword as Yi Chen held his Star Scar sword with both of his hands. The air around the sword body twisted and collapsed rapidly, looking like an ocean of clouds rolling. Then lightning flashed, jumping around. A 1-meter thick lightning light shot out, which was actually formed from sword chi. The sky-shattering clouds used the poetic perspective of clouds as the main one, and the poetic perspective of thunder as the support. However, the way it was presented was the poetic perspective of thunder, and the poetic perspective of clouds as the support. Therefore, at first glance, one would think that it was just the poetic perspective of thunder, but it was actually the poetic perspective of clouds combined with the poetic perspective of thunder. It could be called the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds. The lightning light attacked crazily, landing right in the middle of the golden red blade light. Countless arm-thick electric lights exploded, looking like snakes and spears, very eye-catching. Boom. The blade light was shattered. Yan Qihua had blood dripping out of the corner of his mouth as he backed out a couple of steps. He could not believe that his ace attack was completely useless in front of Yi Chen. It had been completely suppressed, which was something that he could not accept. After shattering Yan Qihua's ace attack with one sword attack, Yi Chen shook his head secretly. If it were someone else, perhaps he would have been beaten by Yan Qihua. Unfortunately, his opponent's poetic perspective of clouds was not as powerful as his, which was why he was naturally suppressed. Therefore, the power of his poetic perspective of fire had been greatly reduced. The world of martial artists was always complicated. Power was only the foundation, and the most important thing was how to turn one's disadvantage into one's advantage, not being suppressed. According to Yi Chen's knowledge, clasping Yuan realm warriors had only touched the surface of the poetic perspective. Once they reached the astral reaching realm, the poetic perspective would be the king. Without a high poetic perspective, one's power would be greatly reduced, unless one's foundation was extremely powerful and could ignore other people's poetic perspectives. Just like the minor blood demon separating great art, which was a special earth realm martial art. It did not care about poetic perspectives, but only focused on increasing the warrior's power, which was the foundation. Therefore, for high-level warriors the basic power was important, but the comprehensive ability was equally important. The former could increase one's natural advantage, while the latter could make up for one's weakness and win against the strong. With both, one would be a powerful warrior. I have not lost yet. Flame cut. After comprehending the peak level 60% blade intent, Yan Qihua's mentality was extra solid, and he would not be affected easily. Right then he knew that the poetic perspective of clouds would not work on Yi Chen, so he used the pure poetic perspective of fire and threw it out together with his ace attack. The fire wave was extremely powerful, spreading out everywhere. Poetic perspectives alone are the hardest to understand. Your poetic perspective of fire is not even at the tip of the iceberg. Thunder light exploded as Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, cutting open the fire wave. His body flashed as he performed his separating shadow flying art. Layers of shadows spreading out in all directions. Ding. Without seeing the sword light, Yan Qihua's red long blade flew out of his hand. Chapter 283. His sword movement poetic perspective has obviously reached a very high level, almost the same as normal astral reaching realm warriors. It would be fine if Yi Chen did not expose his poetic perspective completely, but once he did, powerful astral reaching realm warriors would definitely be able to tell. Even clasping Yuan realm warriors would be able to sense the power of Yi Chen's poetic perspective. After blowing away Yan Qihua's long blade with one sword attack, Yi Chen jumped back to where he was standing. Talking about the poetic perspective, Yi Chen had found a different way. The others would use Earth Realm martial arts to slowly understand the poetic perspective, but he had learned it by combining sword movements. Both of them had their own advantages. Using a complete Earth Realm martial art to understand the poetic perspective would be easier and easier to master. However, combining sword movements was not only extremely difficult, but also easy to get stuck. But the advantage of combining sword movements was that during the process of combining, one would be able to understand the poetic perspective more thoroughly and control it more deeply. Therefore, although Yan Qihua had trained a very powerful martial art, he had lost to Yi Chen in terms of poetic perspective. After beating Yan Qihua, the dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body spun once before jumping onto his body, trying its best to devour the dragon fountain qi. 26 meters, 27 meters, 28 meters. Yan Qihua's dragon fountain qi was too rich, and Yi Chen's dragon-shaped shadow had grown to 28 meters, just like Xikong Sheng. Of course, Xikong Sheng and Yan Qihua still had to battle, and by then, it should be more than 28 meters, reaching the level of 29 meters. You are very powerful, but unfortunately you will lose to him eventually. Yan Qihua glanced at Xikong Sheng, who was still in the audience, and reached out his hand to suck back his long blade. Yi Chen said, "You do not need to worry about that. I still have another battle with him. You will see the gap between us." Actually, Yan Qihua had already suspected that Xikong Sheng had reached that level. It was not until the battle between him and Murong Qingqing, where he had almost shattered the ceiling light wall with one punch, that Yan Qihua finally realized the truth. Because of the arrangement of Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, and Yi Chen to the last two battles were a bit weird. Yan Qihua not only had to fight against Yi Chen, but also against Xikong Sheng because he had lost to Yi Chen. However, the referees were prepared for this situation. They allowed the uninjured Yan Qihua to rest for half an hour before he went on stage. On the stage, Yan Qihua, who had lost to Yi Chen, held a long saber in his hand. His whole body was surrounded by flames and his momentum was strong. It was obvious that he had upgraded the 9 Revolutions Fire Spirit technique to the 7th Revolution, the Crimson Flame Battle Body. "I know you have reached that level, but I will still fight with all my power." Swinging his long blade, a deep burning mark appeared on the ground as Yan Qihua said to Xikong Sheng. Xikong Sheng's eyebrows flickered slightly. "There should be a lot of people who know about it. But I did not expect you to be able to see it when you are only at the clasping Yuan realm." Yan Qihua said, "I am not that far away from that level. Otherwise I would have made a mistake as well." "Well, yeah. Make your move then." Fire cloud crack earth cut. Facing Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua did not dare to hold back at all. One of his top 2 ace attacks, the Fire Cloud Crack Earth Cut, was thrown out aggressively, attacking towards his opponent like a flood. Fist Tyrant River. Xikong Sheng took out his right hand from his back. His fist was covered in a thick qi as he threw out a punch. Boom. The fist power was like a dragon crossing the ocean, unstoppable. It split open the Fire Cloud Blade Light within a second, attacking towards Yan Qihua. Among all of Yan Qihua's ace attacks, the blink kill golden flame cut was the fastest. He threw out a blade attack and a gold light flashed in the air, clashing with the fist power. Fist conquering mountains. Xikong Sheng lifted his feet as if they were light as a feather, walking over and throwing out another punch. Boom. The area around Yan Qihua had been restricted like a cage. Even the fire element Zhen Qi on his body seemed to be shrinking into his body. He roared, his red flame battle body exploding. The flame was so condensed that it looked like it was real, burning fiercely. It had burned through the air and part of the restriction. His second ace attack, the fire cloud golden flame cut, was ready for the incoming attack. Xikong Sheng's battling power had increased steadily. He threw out a punch, and that powerful fist power had not only shattered Yan Qihua's blade light, it had also blown him away. That shocking power had made most of the people open their eyes wide. Yan Qihua was ranked second in the last Hidden Dragon rank and he was ranked third this time. However, he could not even handle 2 punches from Xikong Sheng. What kind of level had Xikong Sheng reached? All of the astral reaching realm warriors knew what was going on, but they were still shocked. So powerful. They are both from the young generation, but how could Xikong Sheng be this powerful? Yichen could not possibly be his opponent. People from the Sky Cloud Martial School looked at each other. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School forced a smile and said, Yichen being able to reach the second place is already beyond our imagination. There is no need to hope for the first place. Luo Xinglia nodded, I suspect that Xikong Sheng has entered the Zhen Yuan purification stage. This? Everyone was shocked and did not say anything for a long time. His feet landed on the ground unsteadily. Yan Qihua looked like he had expected it. This should be very close to your real power. Xikong Sheng said lightly, too bad that you did not have the chance to experience it. Yes, none of us had the chance to experience it. But once I make it to this step, it will not be so clear who will win or lose. Putting his long blade back into its scabbard, Yan Qihua walked off the stage. After losing to Yi Chen and Xikong Sheng in a row, his rank had already been confirmed, the third place of the Hidden Dragon rank. When he walked off the stage, Yan Qihua glanced at Yi Chen as if he was saying, you saw it. Without reaching that level you will not be his opponent. Yi Chen looked the same as if he had not heard it at all. It seems like you still have some tricks up your sleeves. However, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, it would still be useless. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Yan Qihua probably knew that Yi Chen still had some ace up his sleeves. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful his ace was, it would be useless if he did not have the same power. The battle between 2 geniuses would not be that easy to win against someone stronger than you. In the 70th round, there were 9 top young warriors who had fought before. Only Li Daoxian had not fought yet. After the battle between Yan Qihua and Xikong Sheng had finished, Lin Yun and Li Daoxian, who had already fought against each other, had started to fight. It was Lin Yun's last battle, and it was Li Daoxuan's 8th battle. The reason for the chaos in the competition was because of the problem of arranging Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua and Yi Chen to fight in the last 2 battles. After exchanging hundreds of attacks, Li Daoxian had barely won against Lin Yun. After resting for an hour, the 70th round had begun. In the 70th round, there were 6 battles in total. Therefore, there were only 4 battles left in the 70th round. They were Yi Chen against Xikong Sheng, Li Daoxian against Bing Ling, Murong Qingqing against Gu Yuyun, and Tua Baku against Mo Yen. As for Yan Qihua and Lin Yun, they had both gone through 9 battles and fought against 9 top young warriors. So, they would not be involved in this round of battles. First, it was Murong Qingqing who had beaten Gu Yuyun, and then Tua Baku who had beaten Mo Yen again. They had fought against each other before in the elimination battles, and then Li Daoxian had also beaten Bing Ling. In the end, there was only 1 battle between top young warriors left, which would be Yi Chen against Xikong Sheng. Yi Chen was the biggest dark horse in this year's Hidden Dragon rank competitions. He had been through all the battles and had won every single one of them. Up until now, he had not lost a single battle and had maintained his winning record. The most eye-catching thing was that his power had been increasing along with his opponent's power. He had hidden his ace cards quite well. In the last round he had even surprised everyone by beating the Fire Spirit Prince, Yan Qihua. Xikong Sheng was ranked second and first in the last Hidden Dragon rank, the king warrior of the young generation in the South Rudra region. Even someone as powerful as Yan Qihua could not last 2 attacks against him. A lot of people suspected that Xikong Sheng's real power was way more than that. As for what his real ace card was, no one knew. This battle was not only the last battle between top young warriors, it was also the last battle of the 70th round. Countless people had their eyes on the two, holding their breaths. Yi Chen got onto the stage first, with his long sword hanging on his waist. Sikong Sheng sneered as he took one step forward, appearing in front of Yi Chen within a second. His horrifying flying art had caused a lot of people to gasp. Your power is not bad. Even Yin Qihua had lost to you. But the second place will always be the second place. It will not change. Sikong Sheng stood there with his hands behind his back. That kind of aura spreading out through the ceiling light wall. This aura is so powerful. Has Sikong Sheng decided to use his real power? Everyone was shocked. Under the attack of his opponent's aura, Yi Chen's blue robe danced in the air, his long black hair flying in the air. His pitch-black star-like eyes were calm like water, without arrogance or impatience, pure and natural. He was like a top sword artist standing on top of a cliff, neither happy nor sad. He said lightly, until the last second, no one can be sure of the real result. Do you still think so now? Sikong Sheng did not try to explain as he took out both of his hands from his back. His body shook once, and that horrifying Jin Qi shot out into the sky, covering the whole area. Visible with naked eyes, there were bits of broken light floating out of Sikong Sheng's body. They looked like precious stones but also like diamonds, crystal clear and extremely condensed. This is Zhen Yuan. No, it is half-step Zhen Yuan. Sikong Sheng had actually started to train his Zhen Yuan. No wonder he was so powerful. Once he used his half-step Zhen Yuan, no one under the astral reaching realm would be able to fight against him. I understand now. In the battles before, Sikong Sheng had diluted his half-step Zhen Yuan into Zhen Qi, which made it hard for people to see through his real power. Indeed, Zhen Yuan could not be diluted into Zhen Qi, but half-step Zhen Yuan could. Sikong Sheng had hidden his power too well. Yi Chen would definitely not be his opponent. No, even Ten Yi Chen would not be his opponent. A king warrior of the young generation with half-step Zhen Yuan would be able to compete with real early astral reaching realm warriors. He might even be able to kill them. Once Sikong Sheng used his half-step Zhen Yuan, no one thought that Yi Chen would have any chance of winning, including people from the Sky Cloud Martial School and the leader of the South Rudra Martial School. Everyone from the Purple Sun Martial School even had a gloating expression on their faces. Yi Chen beating Yin Qihua had already pissed them off, and if he were to get the first place, then it would be even worse. Luckily, there was Sikong Sheng, so it would be impossible for Yi Chen to get the first place. Do you think you can win against me now? Inside his body, the half-step Zhen Yuan was extremely powerful. Sikong Sheng's aura kept on increasing as if it would never stop. It attacked on Yi Chen's body wave after wave. Yi Chen lifted his eyelids, a shocking sharp light shooting out from his pupils as he said word by word, I have said it before, until the last one, no one can be sure of the real result. As the last word was spoken, the air around Yi Chen started to vibrate. The air seemed to have been pierced through, as if a legendary weapon was about to come out of its scabbard and kill the whole world. The next second, an extremely horrifying sword intent shot out of his body, piercing through the air. Even the ceiling light wall seemed to be shaking. It was an existence that had surpassed the 60% sword intent. The 70% sword intent, which contained the immortal mentality, exploded. Chapter 284. All of a sudden, the whole battling field became so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. After 2 or 3 blinks of an eye, the crowd started to chatter again. This is the 70% sword intent. Am I seeing it right? Although there is only a 10% difference between 70 and 60%, 70% sword intent has already reached the upper realm of the sword intent, while 60% is only the lower realm. The two are completely different, just like the difference between a high-level warrior and a low-level warrior. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Yi Chen's ace card is the 70% sword intent. Even among the astral reaching realm warriors, very few of them have reached this level. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. In the front row of the audience seating, Song Yen, the astral reaching realm warrior who had competed with Yi Chen for the sword-shaped plant in the gold tripod city auction, was slightly shocked. He remembered that at that time, Yi Chen's sword intent was only at 50%. Could it be that the two sword-shaped plants had directly increased his sword intent by 20%? It did not seem possible. The sword-shaped plant contained a bit of the Battle King's sword intent, but if one wanted to increase the sword intent with the plant, the chance would be extremely small. It would already be extremely lucky if 1 out of 10 people managed to do it, not to mention increasing it by 20% all of a sudden. Plus, there was a huge gap between the 60% and 70% sword intent. The 60% sword intent was still at the lower realm of the sword intent, while the 70% sword intent was the upper realm. Once one managed to reach the upper realm, it would mean that one had made a great achievement in the sword intent, which would be very meaningful. Before, Song Yin had bought a sword-shaped plant from Yi Qin, but it had only helped him a little bit. His sword intent did not increase at all, and was still at 90%. No matter what, in order to increase the sword intent, one would need to have an extremely powerful understanding of the sword art. Otherwise, even a life and death realm warrior would not be able to be one's teacher. A rare genius of the sword art. Song Yin took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. The second Yi Qin released his 70% sword intent, Li Daoxian had finally understood why he had that kind of instinct. It turned out that the biggest reason was Yi Qin, who was powerful enough to compete with Xikong Sheng. This was his real ace card. Before, he had not been serious at all. The realm of sword intent is indeed terrifyingly strong. Li Daoxian made a comparison and found that the 60% sword intent didn't even look like it was going to raise its head in front of the 70% sword intent. As for Yan Qihua, he had almost bitten his own tongue. He had never thought that Yi Chen's hidden ace would be the 70% sword intent. The sword intent was just like the blade intent, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be. But at the same time, the power would also be more and more terrifying. Moreover, the 70% sword intent was the upper level of the sword intent. If Yi Qin used his 70% sword intent during the battle, not only would Yan Qihua's peak 60% blade intent not be able to compete with it, but he would also be suppressed, and would only be able to use 80% of his power. Impossible. How can his sword intent be at such a high level? The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, tightened his fists. The more powerful Yi Qin was, the more of a threat he would be to the Purple Sun Martial School. Given time, once he reached the astral reaching realm, even the great master might not be able to suppress him, which was not what Tu Chongshan wanted to see. The headmaster of the Purple Sun Martial School had a bad look on his face as he sneered, "Xikong Sheng is not a pushover." The half-step Zhen Yuan had increased his power in all aspects, and he would be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors. But Yi Qin cannot be allowed to live either. After the hidden dragon rank competitions, we will find a chance to kill him, no matter how high the price is. Indeed. This guy cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, the Purple Sun Martial School would never have a chance to rise again. Kill. All of the people from the Purple Sun Martial School had a murderous look on their faces. On the judge's seat, the 13 judges gasped. I had thought that Xikong Sheng would definitely win. But now, it seems like the first place of the hidden dragon rank is not a foregone conclusion. One of the judges sighed. The former Group 3 judge who had been watching Yi Qin win all the battles nodded. Not even 18 years old, 70% sword intent. This has definitely broken the record of the sword artists in the South Rudra region for decades. It would not be wrong to call him the rare sword art genius in the South Rudra region. It is not easy to make a conclusion yet. The head judge said, extracting Zhen Yuan depends on the rank of the martial arts, and the number of times is different. For mid-rank Earth Realm martial arts, it would take 8 times to convert the Zhen Qi into Zhen Yuan. For high-rank Earth Realm martial arts, it would take 4 times, and for top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, it would take 2 times. Xikong Sheng had already done it once and he was at the half-step Zhen Yuan level. Although it would not be like the Zhen Yuan which could burn the Zhen Yuan to increase the power, the quality would be way better than normal Zhen Qi. The attacking power it would bring would not just be a little bit but would be doubled. If Yi Qin wants to compete with Xikong Sheng, it would still be a bit difficult for him to do it with only 70% sword intent. Extracting Zhen Yuan was a very difficult process and it would take a long time. Even a martial genius would not be able to do it in a short amount of time. But once it was done once, the power would increase drastically, and he would be able to reach the next level. With 70% sword intent coming out of his body, Yi Qin felt a lot more relaxed. Before, he had limited his sword intent, which made it hard for him to fight freely. But Yi Qin believed that if there was a Yi Qin who had only learned 60% sword intent, he would definitely be able to beat him, who had limited his sword intent to 60%, because the former would be the most comfortable way for him to fight, while he would have to put on the shackles of his own accord, which would make it different. The pure horrifying sword intent spread out in the air, piercing through the air. Xikong Sheng's storm-like aura had been shattered into nothingness by the sword intent once it got close. Right then, Yi Qin was like a godly weapon that had been unearthed from the ground, telling the world what it meant to be sharp and unstoppable. Xikong Sheng could vaguely hear his aura being shattered. His slightly raised eyelids finally dropped down, his eyes looking at Yi Qin at the same level. Very good. I thought it would be a one-sided battle. Right now you are qualified for me to be serious. But of course that is all. His aura had stopped spreading out and Xing took back his aura. His not-so-tall body was like a mountain, an unreachable peak. Under the influence of the sword intent, the Star Scar sword vibrated slightly, seeming to want to get out of its scabbard and kill everything in front of it. Yichen did not look happy or angry as he said, "No need to talk anymore. Let's fight." Once the word fight came out, Yichen's sword intent became even sharper. Everyone seemed to see a peerless great sword floating above Yichen's head, which would be able to kill with just a thought. All of the young girls saw this scene, their hearts beating extremely fast and their faces blushed. Let me remind you that only with the help of half-step Zhenyuan can my mysterious Sky Tyrant Fist art perform its peak power. With both of his hands hanging casually on his sides, Xing took a step forward. That ocean-like aura exploded again, looking down on the whole world. Xing is going to attack. This is his first real attack. The young generation under the stage could feel their hearts racing uncontrollably. Their mouths were all dry, and they could not even blink their eyes, afraid to miss the most crucial moment. His aura exploding to its limit, Xing yelled, "Take my first fist attack. Fist conquering the world." Boom. The battling platform shook violently, cracks appearing out of nowhere. Then the space where Yichen was suddenly tightened and collapsed, forming a natural prison, trapping Yichen inside. At the same time, that powerful fist power attacked out along with Xing's aura. Crack, 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 crack. After throwing out one fist attack, the battling platform, which had gone through countless battles and was only slightly damaged, created a tunnel. That aggressive chi flow made everyone's scalp numb. Yichen took out his Star Scar sword with his right hand. His 70% sword intent had found a target to attach to. That horrifying sharp light spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. Right then, the sword intent was the most powerful sword intent. If a sword artist did not take out his sword, the sword intent would not be able to perform its peak power. Sky-shattering clouds. A half-meter thick bolt of lightning shot out. Not only did it break free from the shackles of space, it also absorbed enough thunder and cloud elemental energy from the air. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, it heavily slammed into the fist energy. Boom. The air started to explode. That horrifying collision power formed a visible shining pattern and horrifying chi flow. The ceiling light wall could no longer handle the destructive power of the two attacks, and started to expand to its limit. Along with a popping sound, countless tiny cracks appeared. The chi flow and the remaining sword chi shot out through the cracks, looking like countless arm-thick light pillars. Looking over, the whole battling platform looked like a shining hedgehog. The ceiling light wall had been punctured. Everyone was shocked. Watch out. Around the battling platform was an abyss, and on the other side of the abyss was where the young warriors were standing. Seeing those beams of chi flow and sword chi shooting towards them, the young warriors screamed out loud. They all performed their ace attacks to protect themselves while backing out step by step. So horrifying. Just the aftermath of the chi flow is enough to make us use all of our power. The young warriors could feel the gap between them and the two on the stage, so they were getting more and more shocked. Murong Qingqing waved off the chi flow attack, staring at the two on the stage without blinking. More specifically, she was paying attention to Yichen, the one who had shocked everyone from the beginning to the end. Yichen and Xing both backed out dozens of meters at the same time. That exchange just now was more or less a test, so it was not their most powerful attack. Half-step Zhenyuan. It is indeed powerful. It was the first time that Yichen had felt such a huge pressure. If he did not use all of his power, he might very well lose. The young king warriors of the South Rudra region were always talking nonsense. 70% sword intent, the poetic perspective of cloud and thunder. Xing looked surprised. As Yichen's 70% sword intent exploded, his martial poetic perspective had also reached an extremely high level, and he could not afford to underestimate it. Waving his sleeves, Xing said lightly, "Being able to block out this fist attack means that you indeed have the power to compete with me. But that was just a test. For the next one you will have to be extra careful." The mountain-conquering fist had the effect of binding space, so its attacking power would inevitably be a bit weaker. Xing knew that instead of binding his opponent, it would be better to beat his opponent with absolute power. This sword attack was also my test. The sky-shattering clouds does not only have this kind of power. For this hidden dragon rank competition, Yichen had prepared a lot. He had more than 3 ace attacks, 2 of which he would not use unless absolutely necessary. Still just a test? No way. The first exchange between the two had already shocked everyone. Now hearing them say that it was just a test, everyone was speechless. Chapter 285. Indeed, these two have already surpassed our level. Before the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank had started, Tua Baku had used his wild instinct to guess that Xikong Sheng and Yi Chen were the most powerful warriors. Right now his guess had come true. Xikong Sheng's biggest ace was his half-step Zhen Yuan, while Yi Chen's was 70% sword intent. No one in the young generation could threaten them. On the battling platform, Yi Chen held his Star Scar sword, the Zhen Qi inside his body operating at an extreme speed. His sharp sword intent and sword aura continued to climb, preparing for the next powerful sword attack. Xikong Sheng, who was standing in front of him, was also accumulating his power. His fist aura was extremely rich, turning into waves of powerful poetic perspectives. The two had gotten rid of the feeling of testing each other, and decided to use all of their power. Boom. It was almost within the same second that the two started to attack each other fiercely. Sky-shattering clouds. 5 movements combined. Yi Chen's pupils had almost been dyed into a bright blue color, which was the color of thunder and lightning. His body was running at an extreme speed while the Star Scar sword in his hand had turned into a lightning light attacking crazily. His speed was extremely fast with a hint of lightness in it. Fist Tyrant River. Xikong Sheng looked very serious as he threw out an ace attack. That powerful fist aura had pierced through the air in front of him. Boom. The Thunder Sword light and the powerful fist power clashed together. The whole battling platform started to shake. The broken rocks on the platform floated up into the air, turning into a strange, still state. The next second the air started to vibrate like boiling water. That aggressive qi power spread out in all directions, exploding suddenly. Yi Chen could not stop his body, and was blown hundreds of meters away by that qi power. Such a condensed fist power. Yi Chen controlled his qi and blood that were going against the flow. Although that sword attack was still his sky-shattering clouds, it was the combination of 5 movements of his Sky Cloud sword art. It was more than twice as powerful as the combination of 4 movements. After all, he had spent so many days in the competitions, and it had given him a lot of inspiration. However, Xikong Sheng's fist power was even more aggressive. It had been completely combined into one. With only one fist power, it had shaken the whole world. The sword intent and the poetic perspective of thunder and clouds had both been shattered by it. His mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art is probably the most horrifying top-rank Earth Realm fist art. No matter the movements or mentality, they are all top-notch. I am slightly disadvantaged in terms of martial art rank. Although fusing sword moves could solve the problem temporarily, it was not a long-term solution after all. If he wanted to have more potential, he would have to find a top-rank Earth Realm sword art to cultivate. Of course, top-rank Earth Realm martial arts couldn't be lacking either. However, my mentality of thunder and clouds is not ordinary either. Combined with 70% sword intent, its explosive power is definitely top-notch. Yi Chen let out a breath, looking at Xikong Sheng in front of him. Under the explosion of his qi, Xikong Sheng had backed out less than 10 meters compared to Yi Chen. However, he was not feeling any better either. That Thunder Sword light was full of explosive power, and it had released its most powerful power in a very short period of time, which made the fist power of the mysterious Sky Tyrant fist unable to shatter it immediately. The reason why he was able to back out less than 10 meters was because Xikong Sheng's basic power was more powerful than Yi Chen's. No matter cultivation, Jin Qi quality or quantity, he was more powerful than Yi Chen. This was his biggest advantage, but also Yi Chen's biggest disadvantage. Good, very good. In these 3 years, you are the first young warrior that could make me back out. You should be proud. Lifting up his eyes, Xikong Sheng's gaze was like that of a god, full of confidence. But now, I will not hold back anymore. You need to be prepared to be badly wounded. Just bring it on. No need to talk too much. Yi Chen's sword intent was condensed without disappearing. It was getting sharper and sharper, shaking the air around him. In fact, up until now he had never truly released his 70% sword intent, because his 70% sword intent was different from other people's 70% sword intent. From the Battle King's 2 sword intents, he had learned a little bit of immortal mentality. After a couple of months of accumulation, his sword intent could finally stay in the real world for 5 blinks of an eye. It was an extremely horrifying improvement, since even other people's completed sword intent did not have this kind of effect. Moving his body within a second, Xikong Sheng wanted to get close to Yi Chen and attack him with a deadly attack. My movement art is not weaker than yours either. As the wind blew, Yi Chen's body disappeared like a pile of black smoke. Seeing that, Xikong Sheng frowned. In his sight, Yi Chen's figure could no longer be seen. Yi Chen's movement art was also at the top rank Earth realm, and it contained a very special effect. His whole body seemed to have turned into a shadow. Since this is the case, take my fist-shattering river. Stopping his body, Xikong Sheng locked onto Yi Chen again, throwing out a fist attack. Immortal sky-shattering clouds. The immortal mentality from his sword intent had been poured into his sword movement. Yi Chen held his star scar sword with both of his hands, throwing out a dark blue thunder light towards Xikong Sheng. The thunder light was like a waterfall shooting out violently. Crack, crack. A weird scene happened. Xikong Sheng's fist power was extremely condensed, but no matter how powerful it could not shatter the thunder light formed by the sword chi. It seemed like that thunder light had the ability to repair itself, as it continued to absorb power from the surreal space. Within a blink of an eye, the fist power and the sword chi exploded at the same time, combining together and creating a horrifying chi tornado that spread out crazily. Boom. Yi Chen's back was stuck on the ceiling light wall. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and blood dripped out from the corner of his mouth. His protective Jin Chi was still a bit weak after all, and could not block out the vibration of the fist power completely. Added with the aftershock of the chi tornado, he was slightly wounded. Backing out for almost 100 meters, Xikong Sheng's confident expression froze. Within the chi tornado, a beam of sword chi shot out, brushing past his left arm and bringing up a stream of blood. Such a horrifying chi tornado had not been able to shatter the sword chi completely. There was still a bit of it left, attacking Xikong Sheng. Horrifying. What kind of sword chi was that? The audience gasped one after another. Everyone in the younger generation was stunned. The intensity of the battle was beyond their imagination. The ceiling light curtain was like a leaking balloon. From time to time, 1 or 2 beams of chi would shoot out, riddling the light curtain with thousands of holes. Xikong Sheng has been hit by the sword chi. Yi Chen's 70% sword intent is way more powerful than the normal 70% sword intent. It would be impossible to destroy it within a short period of time. Otherwise, Xikong Sheng would not be wounded at all. In the beginning, although Yi Chen had exploded with that horrifying 70% sword intent, there were not many people who thought he would win, including the 13 judges. However, after a while of battling, Yi Chen had not only not fallen into a disadvantage, but had even managed to fight against Xikong Sheng. Right now, Yi Chen had crashed into the ceiling light wall and was slightly wounded, but Xikong Sheng had also been scratched by the sword chi on his left arm, which was also slightly wounded. The record of being unwounded in the last hidden dragon rank had been broken. Is this still the young generation? Even the warriors who had just reached the astral reaching realm would not be this powerful. A battle between the top of the young generation. If the hidden dragon rank competitions want to surpass this battle, it would be extremely hard. It would be almost impossible in the next hundreds of years. Indeed, their battle was already like the battle between normal early astral reaching realm warriors. It would be extremely rare. Once they reached the astral reaching realm, it would be even more powerful. Everyone was shocked. The battle had progressed to this point, and it had already gone beyond their imagination. No one knew what would happen next. Yi Chen. Ji Shuiyan could feel that her heart was beating extremely fast. All she could see was Yi Chen, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Su Jing and Murong Qingqing were all focused on Yi Chen as well. Damn. How is this possible? The leader of the Purple Sun Martial School, Tu Chongshan, gasped at first, then became extremely furious. He had never thought that Yi Chen would be able to fight against Xikong Sheng. He thought that once Xikong Sheng got serious, Yi Chen would lose. So scary. He is definitely a monster. Right now, he already has the power to threaten early astral reaching realm warriors. All of the core masters of the Purple Sun Martial School looked at each other. There was a heavy worry and killing intent in their eyes. Tu Chongshan tried his best to control his emotions. He thought to himself word by word, no matter what, you are going to die. I will let you live a little longer. What a strange sword chi. It is so hard to destroy. Xikong Sheng sealed the bleeding meridian on his left arm as he looked at Yi Chen, who was hundreds of meters away. Even though he had the half-step Zhenyuan protection, it was still pierced through by that almost indestructible sword chi. If it were not for his fast reflexes, that sword chi would have gone through his left arm for sure, instead of just brushing past his skin. It was a very dangerous situation indeed. The immortal mentality is indeed powerful. Within 5 blinks of an eye, the sword chi is almost impossible to destroy completely. There would always be some left to attack. Even Yi Qin himself was a bit surprised. Ever since he had learned the 70% sword intent, he had never fought with anyone with all of his power. He did not know exactly what the immortal mentality could do. But through this battle he had learned how powerful the immortal mentality was. On the other hand, the Battle King's power had shocked him even more. That was a sword intent that had not disappeared for 500 years. How much immortal mentality was contained in it? From now on, you will not have another chance. Xikong Sheng's eyes were cold. His body kept flashing as if he had teleported for a short distance, approaching Yi Qin. Yi Qin performed his separating shadow flying art to increase the distance between them. It was not yet the time for him to perform his lone peak kill. In fact, it was already unknown whether or not the lone peak kill would work. His opponent's half-step Zhen Yuan was not within his expectation, which had lowered the possibility of killing him with one attack. In everyone's sight, they could not even see a human figure on the vast battling platform. All they could see were piles of black smoke and human shadows flashing endlessly. The former was Yi Qin's separating shadow flying art. When pushed to its limit, the black shadow would be like smoke, leaving no trace behind. The latter was Xikong Sheng's teleportation art. Because of its extreme speed, it would only appear once in a while, making it hard to tell where it was. Lose? All of a sudden, Xikong Sheng flashed twice and appeared not far away from Yi Qin, throwing out a punch that seemed to be able to break through the surreal space. Danger! Yi Qin's body turned into black smoke, disappearing with the wind. Having lost its target, the fist power did not stop. It blew through the ceiling light wall, creating a huge hole. No way. The ceiling light wall has been broken through. Before, the ceiling light wall had been broken by the chi tornado created by the two's attacks. It was just a small hole which was not that big. Right now, Xikong Sheng had thrown out a punch and broken through the ceiling light wall all by himself, which made everyone open their eyes wide. They knew that it meant that Xikong Sheng's full power attack could already break through an early astral reaching realm warrior's protective Zhen Yuan layer. Chapter 286. Lone Peak Kill. Xikong Sheng threw out a punch, but there was a slight pause. Yi Qin seized the opportunity, turning his body and stabbing out with his sword. With the help of the 70% sword intent that contained the immortal mentality, the fatal poetic perspective spread out, covering Xikong Sheng within a 10 meters radius. Xikong Sheng knew that it was not going to be good, so he forced himself to break out of the poetic perspective and teleported dozens of meters away. A beam of sword chi shot out, piercing through the ceiling light wall. All of the clasping Yuan realm warriors in the audience seating felt their mouths go dry. The two's attacking power was unbelievable. One had pierced through the ceiling light wall, while the other had pierced through it. If it were a clasping Yuan realm warrior, who would be able to handle it? Not to mention a clasping Yuan realm warrior, even a normal early astral reaching realm warrior would not be able to handle it. Another indestructible sword chi. Xikong Sheng looked serious. If it were not for his half-step Zhen Yuan and his powerful mental power, that sword attack would have wounded him badly. Both of them threw out one attack each, then continued to fight. Xikong Sheng used his teleportation step art to catch Yi Qin's trace from time to time, throwing out his most aggressive attacks. Meanwhile, Yi Qin used the super dodging ability of his separating shadow flying art to keep dodging all of those attacks. Once he found the chance, he would throw out a dangerous counterattack. Everyone in the audience could only hear the horrifying sound of attacks, as the ceiling light wall was pierced through again and again. Boom. This time, the ceiling light wall had been torn apart directly. The fist power and the sword chi had been combined together, attacking towards the young warriors on the other side of the abyss. It turned out that Yi Qin and Xikong Sheng did not want to give in to each other. During the battle, they had both made up their minds and threw out an attack. The head judge frowned as he extended his body, covering hundreds of meters in front of that horrifying chi flow. He reached out his hand to block it out. Although the combined chi flow of the two was extremely powerful, the head judge was a late astral reaching realm warrior. He could shatter the ground with just a wave of his hand, so this chi flow would not be a threat to him. The chi flow had disappeared as the head judge turned his head and said, "Back out a bit." Hearing him, the young warriors did not dare to try their best. They all backed out. The attacks from Yi Qin and Xikong Sheng alone could kill them, not to mention the combined chi flow. Undying heaven-shattering clouds. Gradually getting used to the maximum distance of Xikong Sheng's teleportation, Yi Qin intercepted him in advance. He then held his sword with only one hand, waving it out at an even faster speed. The thunder roared, attacking towards Xikong Sheng. Oh. Unfortunately, my space teleport step can also teleport in midair. Before his feet had even touched the ground, Sikong Sheng's body flashed once, returning to where he was standing. Whoosh! The ceiling light wall was torn apart, and the Thunder Sword Chi flew towards the audience seating. It was caught by a mid-astral reaching realm warrior. Once Sikong Sheng returned to where he was standing, he threw out an ace attack towards Yi Chen. Boom! On the other side, the ceiling light wall had also been broken through. As for Yi Chen, he had already activated his separating shadow flying art the moment he missed Sikong Sheng's attack. Sikong Sheng had already prepared for his next attack. Aiming at the direction where Yi Chen was going to dodge, he bent his back and formed a fist with his left hand, throwing out a punch on the platform. Fist shaking mountains and seas. That powerful fist power spread out, looking like waves in the ocean. It was also like countless steep mountains pressing towards Yi Chen, blocking his escape route. Yi Chen knew that there was no way out, so he held his Star Scar sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. The ocean had turned violent, and the mountains had collapsed. Yi Chen's sword attack had directly destroyed the fist aura of the mysterious Sky Tyrant fist art. Naturally, it had also turned into tiny electric arcs and disappeared. Yi Chen, this fist attack was supposed to be my ace attack. I was not planning to use it in the competitions of the Hidden Dragon rank, because no one is worthy enough for me to use it. It is still not too late for you to give up now. Otherwise, with this fist attack you will either die or be badly wounded. Even I would not be able to control it. As one of the king warriors of the young generation, Sikong Sheng would always leave some ace attacks for himself, in case his power was seen through by others. However, Yi Chen's power was completely out of his expectation. If he did not use this ace attack, it would be hard for him to win this battle. Yi Chen looked surprised. He did not know that Sikong Sheng still had an ace attack, so he said, "You have left your ace attack, but so have I. Then let's use our ace attack to see who is better." Once he used it, it would be like telling them that it was him who killed Yuan Zonghua. Plus, the minor blood demon separating great art was the blood demon's secret martial art. If he used it, he would not know what the consequences would be. Yi Chen did not like to do things that he could not control. Besides that, he did not plan to use that bit of Zhen Yuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art either. He believed that if he used it, it would be enough to beat Sikong Sheng, who had only trained half-step Zhen Yuan. However, the Zhen Yuan was his last ace attack and also his most powerful one. The future was unpredictable, and if he used it, he would have less chance to save his life. Then there was only the third ace attack left. They still have more ace attacks? All of the warriors who were watching the battle were completely numb. They felt that they had never seen such powerful clasping Yuan realm warriors in their entire lives. "Since you do not know what is good for you, then don't blame me for not warning you," Sikong Sheng yelled. The aura around his body started to expand and spread out. His whole body did not seem to have changed much, but it gave people a feeling that he had grown infinitely tall, standing in the sky. Sky-breaking fist. This fist attack was the ace attack of the Sky Tyrant fist art. Performed by Sikong Sheng, who had the aura of a giant, it shot out with an unstoppable momentum, shattering the surreal space. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Chen was ready to perform his ace attack. He held the sword with both of his hands and sank his mind into the sword intent. It was like an ancient well without any ripples. It was secretly accumulating a horrifying power, giving people a feeling of the calm before the storm, or the darkness before the dawn. Waiting until Sikong Sheng's fist power had been thrown out, Yi Chen had finished accumulating his power. He threw out a sword attack. Kill heart. Boom. The fist power and the sword chi clashed together violently. The ceiling light wall on the four sides was shattered at the same time. It was shattered by brute force. A massive chi flow spread out, spreading out in all directions. Looking up, a shocking scene happened. Sikong Sheng's fist power had been punctured through by a sword attack, quickly dispersing. At the same time, Yi Chen's sword chi did not disappear completely. It heavily landed on Sikong Sheng's half-step protective Zhen Yuan along with a determined poetic perspective. His half-step protective Zhen Yuan was torn apart. Sikong Sheng puked out a mouthful of blood and was blown backward. Oh! Yi Chen breathed heavily. Throwing out that sword attack had consumed a lot of his mental power, and his condition had dropped a bit. However, he was very satisfied with its power. He had performed this kill heart sword attack before. It was when he was fighting against the Wind Wolf in the Gold Tripod City. Back then he was trying to combine his Lone Peak kill, and accidentally combined the one sword attack into it, killing the Wind Wolf with only one sword attack. Back then he was only a mid-clasping Yuan realm warrior, and the two combined sword attacks did not have much power. His sword intent was only at 50%, which meant that his power was not even worth mentioning compared to his current power. However, the Wind Wolf could not even handle that sword attack and was killed right away, although it was not in its peak condition back then. Right now, Yi Chen's lone peak kill had reached completion, and he had 70% sword intent, which also contained the immortal mentality. Plus, his mysterious great art had been trained to its 11th highest realm, and his cultivation had reached the late clasping Yuan realm. The power of his kill heart had increased by more than 10 times. Beating Xikong Sheng was not a surprise at all. Luckily, the lone peak kill had reached completion, and the one-sword attack itself did not have any flaws. Otherwise, it would be extremely hard to combine them together. I would only be able to do it occasionally. Chapter 287. Lifting up his head, Yi Chen looked at Xikong Sheng, who had been blown away. Xikong Sheng was in the air, his left hand opened into a claw, blocking out the dark blue kill heart sword chi. There was blood dripping down from his hand, which was caused by the sword chi going through his half-step Zhen Yuan. Letting out a breath, Xikong Sheng crushed the sword chi with one hand and landed on the ground. He had to back out for dozens of steps before he could stabilize his body. A surprised look appeared in his eyes as he said with a dry throat, "I did not expect you to still have a killing sword art attack." The kill heart sword attack not only contained a horrifying killing poetic perspective, but its destructive power and speed were also unimaginable. Just like its name, it could kill the heart with one sword attack. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Among the 3 ace attacks, the Zhen Yuan that he had refined from the mysterious great art was just a suppression of power, which was not really a technique. The minor blood demon body separating great art would affect the use of the one sword attack, while the one sword attack combined with the lone peak kill would be the kill heart sword attack. Therefore, in terms of attacking power, it might not be as powerful as the kill heart sword attack. Without any exaggeration, the kill heart sword attack was his most powerful sword attack, but it still could not beat Xikong Sheng right away. His opponent's basic power was way beyond his imagination. Of course, although Yi Chen's mental state had dropped a bit, his attacking power was still at least 90%. Xikong Sheng had blocked out that kill heart sword attack, and it would be great if he could still have 60 to 70% of his attacking power. Same to you. Yi Chen let out a breath slowly without changing his expression. Xikong Sheng's condition was worse than Yi Chen had imagined. After saying that, he puked out another mouthful of blood. The kill heart sword chi did not seem to have broken through his defense, but the tiny sword chi on it had gotten into his body and clashed with his half-step Zhen Yuan, which had caused him quite a bit of damage. All the warriors watching the battle were shocked. The last battle was Yi Chen's victory. They had never imagined this result, since Xikong Sheng was so powerful and unstoppable, which had left a deep impression on them. But even such a powerful Xikong Sheng had been defeated by Yi Chen. The impact it brought was simply earth-shattering. This dark horse is really dark. He has been dark all the way to the end. Even Xikong Sheng has been killed. Someone in the audience seat said. Look, the sect leaders of the rank 6 sects are all stunned. Hehe. I guess even they themselves did not expect that the first place of the hidden dragon rank would be taken by an unknown rising star instead of a disciple from any of their martial institutions. The leader of the floating mountain martial school was a bit absent-minded. This was the first time since he had reached the Sea of Souls realm. Xikong Sheng losing to Yi Chen had shocked him way too much, so much so that he could not believe it even until now. He thought that he was hallucinating. Shaking his head, his expression turned gloomy. The champion of the hidden dragon rank was not just a simple fame, but also an unbelievable luck. It was something that the floating mountain martial school and Xikong Sheng could not live without. But right now it had been snatched away by someone else. Damn it, where did this brat come from? His eyes landed on Yi Chen, and the ceiling light wall between the two suddenly changed, bringing up a series of ripples. It was the chi reaction brought by his eyes, which had actually triggered the natural Yuan chi. The other leaders of the 5 rank 6 martial institutions were also shocked for a second, but soon a light smile appeared on their faces. Although their martial disciples did not get the champion, the floating mountain martial school did not either. In this case, it was a tie for them, which would benefit Yi Chen and his martial institution. With this kind of luck, they would definitely have a bright future. Everyone from the Sky Cloud martial school had not come back to their senses yet, as if they were still in a dream. They had never expected to be the champion of the hidden dragon rank, not even to think about it. It was not because they did not dare to, but because they thought it was impossible. The top 6 rank 6 martial institutions were extremely powerful, and they had a lot of great martial arts. The young generation that they had trained with all their power would not be something that others could compare with. In the past 8 out of 10 hidden dragon rank competitions, the top 10 would always be occupied by disciples from rank 6 martial institutions. Occasionally, there would only be 1 or 2 disciples from rank 7 martial institutions. Since the ancient times, there had never been a rank 9 martial institution that had made it into the top 10 of the hidden dragon rank, not to mention the champion. Leader, this is not the potential that our Sky Cloud Martial School should have. It is Yichen. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School said suddenly. Luo Xinglia said, "What do you mean?" Since the ancient times when life and death realm warriors were growing up, they would all show extraordinary potential. They could easily break the rules and create miracles. Not to mention the ancient times, even within the past 1,000 years, all of the life and death realm warriors had been pushing their way into the life and death realm. Among them, the Battle King, Su King and Shenhe had shown the most amazing potential. They were even more powerful than Yichen right now, and they had also made the biggest achievements. Of course, Yichen was born with a defect and he had just started to rise up. It would be hard to tell how much he would be able to achieve in the future, but he undoubtedly has the potential to reach the life and death realm. Hearing him, Luo Xinglia nodded. The headmaster was right, the Sky Cloud Martial School would not have this kind of potential. The problem was most likely with Yichen. When a person's potential was beyond the martial institution, then he would have the possibility to reach the life and death realm. This had all been shown by Yichen. It seems like he had a feeling that he would not be able to achieve anything great if he stayed in the martial institution. That is why he went out to train. The martial institution was like a chain that would restrict the growth of the young generation of life and death realm warriors. This chain would get heavier and heavier as one's cultivation increased. One would have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how great one's potential was, it would all be wasted away and one would become a normal martial genius. The path to become a life and death realm warrior has to be walked by himself. Let's let him go. The headmaster of the Sky Cloud Martial School sighed. His chi and blood, which had been worn away by time, started to boil again. What could be more exciting than watching someone become a life and death realm warrior? Nothing. While the atmosphere in the Sky Cloud Martial School was heated, the people in the Rudra Martial School suddenly became silent. Long Bai let out a long breath. I have to admit that I was wrong. This is not a flood dragon, but a real dragon that has been hiding in the deep abyss. Once the thunder roars, the hidden dragon will come out of the abyss. His power is comparable to the top martial geniuses of the true spirit continent. According to the old leader, the purpose of the hidden dragon rank is to find the real dragon hiding in the abyss. If the real dragon does not show up, the luck of the South Rudra region will be low. It seems like there has not been a life and death realm warrior in the South Rudra region for 500 years. Hearing her, the headmaster of the Rudra Martial School said. Long Bai sighed, it is not that easy for a life and death realm warrior to be born. Every time one of them appears, it would consume a huge amount of luck. Luck is very mysterious and no one knows how to make up for it. After such a long time, the luck of the South Rudra region has basically been worn out. Only the hidden dragon ancient place is left, and no one can shake it. The leader of the 9 Ghost cult came to the hidden dragon ancient place because he wanted to absorb the luck of the hidden dragon ancient place to make up for himself and reach the limit of the life and death realm. If he succeeded, there would never be a life and death realm warrior in the South Rudra region, and it would become an unbreakable forbidden place. The words King Forbidden Place seemed to have an endless magical power. The headmaster of the Rudra Martial School stopped talking. Sikong Sheng, who was known as the king warrior of the young generation in the South Rudra region and had the highest chance of becoming a life and death realm warrior, had lost. Everyone was shocked, wondering if it meant that Yichen was the one who had the highest chance of becoming a life and death realm warrior, and not Sikong Sheng. Because for people who had the potential to become a life and death realm warrior, every time they failed, their luck would be taken away. Even with the help of the Dragon Fountain Chi, the lost luck would still be valuable. Countless people in the true spirit continent had died at the peak of the Sea of Souls realm because of that little bit of luck. There was a rumor in the true spirit continent that a person who had walked through mountains of corpses and oceans of blood without losing once would have the chance to become a life and death realm warrior even if he did not have the potential to become a life and death realm warrior. However, if a person had endless potential but failed too many times, his luck and potential would be taken away as well. In everyone's eyes, Sikong Sheng had lost way too badly this time. Normally, even 10 times of losing would not be as bad as this. If Sikong Sheng managed to get into the first place of the hidden dragon rank without any suspense, then the rest of his life would be completely different. At least, he would be able to walk a lot less. The leader of the floating mountain martial school sneered. Sikong Sheng had the help of the dragon fountain Qi, added with his king bloodline, so his luck and potential would not be taken away. If he could beat Yi Qin again in the future, it would not be impossible for him to take back his luck. Sheng, don't disappoint me. Oh well. Just when all the warriors who were watching the battle were shocked, the battling platform changed again. The 28 meters long dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body jumped toward Sikong Sheng. After devouring a huge amount of dragon fountain Qi, it continued to grow. 29 meters, 90 meters. Once it reached 90 meters, the dragon-shaped shadow stopped expanding. The scales and claws on its body started to become clearer and clearer, looking majestic and powerful. Looking at it was like looking at a real dragon in the clouds. The dragon-shaped shadow opened its eyes. Wherever it looked, there would be nothing but silence. Even the 6 Sea of Souls realm warriors did not dare to challenge its majesty, so they tried to avoid looking at it. They were not afraid of the dragon-shaped shadow on Yi Chen's body. What they were afraid of was the hidden dragon ancient city that was connected with the dragon-shaped shadow. They had no doubt that once they had bad intentions, it would bring unimaginable bad luck to themselves and their martial institutions. The lesson they had learned in the past was still fresh in their minds. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. The martial arts platform above the abyss suddenly trembled. The light screen of the ceiling platform flickered in and out. It was extremely unstable. In the next second, a huge amount of dragon-shaped Qi flow gathered in the abyss, forming into a huge dragon Qi that was unfathomably long. The dragon Qi roared into the sky, the sound wave blowing away the rain and the dark clouds. Finally, a red sun could be seen, shining down on the whole hidden dragon ancient city. After everything was done, the huge head of the dragon Qi broke through the ceiling light wall and landed on the edge of the battling platform. It opened its mouth, looking immeasurably deep. Yi Chen and Sikong Sheng had always been calm and steady. But seeing the dragon Qi right in front of them, their hearts started to beat uncontrollably. In their sight, the dragon Qi's head was almost half the size of the battling platform. It was 50 meters wide and 200 meters long. Its whiskers were waving in the wind. Wherever it went, the space started to blur. Inside the dragon's mouth, a swirl was forming at a visible speed. It was like a black hole, absorbing the mysterious power from the surreal space. This is the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. The Hidden Dragon Secret Realm that has not appeared for thousands of years. Some of the knowledgeable people let out a scream which spread out everywhere. According to the rumors, when a young generation's dragon-shaped shadow reached 90 meters, it would sense the hidden dragon ancient city and open the extremely mysterious Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. Only the young generation with the dragon fountain Qi could enter the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. Chapter 288. The Hidden Dragon Secret Realm is the biggest martial arts sacred place in the whole South Rudra region. However, it has never appeared before. I did not expect to see it today. Yeah, if I have guessed it right, that lively dragon Qi should be the only entrance to the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. Once it disappears, no one will be able to enter. I am so jealous. The young generation is already extremely powerful. If they come out of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm, their power would definitely increase drastically, especially Yi Chen and Sikong Sheng. Their attacking power is already equivalent to warriors who have just reached the astral reaching realm. If they increase drastically, they might even be able to compete with early astral reaching realm warriors. Although the first two had broken the ceiling light wall, it was dead, while the early astral reaching realm warriors were alive. It would not be easy to hit them. Plus, after reaching the astral reaching realm, all of their Jin Qi would be converted into Zhen Yuan. Under the burning Zhen Yuan mode, their power would increase drastically. With the two's attacking power right now, they could only compete with early astral reaching realm warriors under normal conditions. If they ran into early astral reaching realm warriors who were risking their lives, it would be very likely for them to die. They would not even be able to compete with Xianhou, who could kill 2 or 3 early astral reaching realm warriors at the same time. Of course, Xianhou was the #1 martial genius in the past 1,000 years, so it was understandable that she was so powerful. But, if the two could also reach this level at the Clasping Yuan realm, then it would be really shocking. All of a sudden, people started to have different opinions. A lot of the warriors who were watching the battle looked envious, including the astral reaching realm warriors. The martial arts sacred place was not a normal place. Once one entered, he or she would be able to make great progress in martial arts. As for how much progress one could make, it would depend on one's comprehensive ability and power. The entrance of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm will be open for 6 hours. Hurry up and heal your wounds. Go in with your best condition. All of the leaders called back their disciples who had entered the hidden dragon rank, their voices sounding urgent. Soon, all of the young warriors on the hidden dragon rank had disappeared, leaving only dozens of them. Yi Chen did not leave the battling platform. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed, taking out a soul-replenishing pellet from his storage ring. As for Sikong Sheng, he had been wounded quite badly, so he had already left the battling platform. Under the lead of the leader of the Floating Mountain Martial School, he had entered the secret room to heal his wounds. This is a rare opportunity. I will also prepare. Tua Baku flew onto the battling platform and sat down in front of Yi Chen. He took out a huge pile of spirit medicines from his storage ring and randomly picked a few of them and put them into his mouth. Yi Chen glanced at them slightly and could not help but feel speechless. These spirit medicines were not normal, and some of them were extremely valuable, which would be hard to find in big auctions. This Tuabaku was not simple at all. A fragrant wind lingered in the air as Su Jing also arrived on the stage. She was strong and her recovery ability was also strong. She would only get stronger as the battle progressed, so she didn't need to deliberately heal herself. They really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm would have nothing to do with them. Of course, there's also me. The replenishing spirit pellet was working. Yi Chen smiled and said, "This time, there will be someone who has a 30-meter-long dragon shadow. Therefore, the appearance of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm is destined." Tua Baku interrupted, "That is not necessarily true. 30-meter-long dragon shadow is not just about having enough dragon fountain chi. It also has something to do with the user. If you did not get the first place, then maybe the dragon shadow would not even appear and would be stuck at 89 meters. It was Yi Chen's first time hearing about this. Time passed like water. More and more hidden dragon rank warriors appeared on the battling platform. Everyone kept their mouths shut and waited quietly. After 4.5 hours, all 72 people had arrived. The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School's voice was heard. "This time, you will have to go through all kinds of tests. Those who do not pass the test will be automatically teleported out of the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. There are only 7 days left before the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm closes. In other words, after 7 days, everyone will be teleported out. Hurry up and work hard." Just as he finished talking, the leader of the Sky Demon Martial School said to Yi Chen, "You are the key to opening the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm. You will be the first one to go in. The rest of you will be the same." Hearing him, Yi Chen did not hesitate as he stepped into the swirl in the dragon chi mouth. Oh! The swirl shook slightly and Yi Chen disappeared. Then Sikong Sheng, Yen Chihua, Murong Qingqing, Tua Baku and the rest entered one by one. The rest of them did not want to be left behind, so they extended their bodies and followed closely. Once everyone had disappeared into the swirl, the massive dragon chi head lifted up, circled around the battling platform twice, and then shrunk back into the pitch-black abyss. No one could see it anymore. The leader of the Sky Demon Martial School sat down and exchanged a look with the leaders of the other Rank 6 martial institutions. It was the first time for them to see the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm appear. As for what kind of benefits the young generation would get, no one could tell for sure. But they believed that their disciples would not lose to the others, and they would definitely get the biggest benefits, which would help them build a solid foundation for the future. On the audience seating, no one left. They were prepared to sit there for 7 days and see what would happen. Once they reached the Clasping Yuan realm, it was normal for them to close up for 1 or 2 months. 7 days was a very short time. Above the surreal space, 2 space cracks were faintly visible. "Dragon King, this is also the first time for us to see the Hidden Dragon Secret Realm appear, right?" A light female voice came from the space crack on the left. "The Hidden Dragon Secret Realm has appeared, which means that the luck of the South Rudra region is on the rise. We did not waste our effort to chase the 9 Underworld Demon King for half of the continent and wound him badly. He would not be able to recover within 100 years. The voice was very old, but the power contained in the voice had even made the surreal space shake a little. His tone changed as he said, "Speaking of which, you are quite powerful. You had only reached the Life and Death realm not long ago, but your power was already at the same level as the older Life and Death realm warriors. I, the Dragon King, am not even close." "Dragon King, you do not have to be so humble. You are one of the oldest Life and Death realm warriors. The fact that the 9 Underworld Demon King had been defeated is enough to show your power." The owner of the old voice forced a laugh. "Let's not talk about these meaningless things. Plus, we should not stay here for too long. The Hidden Dragon Ancient Place is something that even titled emperors would be afraid of. The good thing is that we have some connection with the South Rudra region. Otherwise we would not even come here. Yeah, when I was able to reach the life and death realm, I had more or less gotten some of the luck from the South Rudra region. Killing the 9 Underworld Demon King was only part of it. The Hidden Dragon rank competitions have already ended. There is no point in staying here any longer. Within a blink of an eye, the space crack disappeared. Even the leader of the rank 6 martial institutions could not sense their existence, as if they had never appeared in this world before. This was a vast world, boundless and limitless. The young generation all appeared on top of a low mountain. The mountain was connected to the ground by a flight of stairs, which was dozens of miles long. So this is the Hidden Dragon secret realm? It does not feel different at all. Some of the young generation were confused. If the Hidden Dragon secret realm could let you see something different, then it would not be called the Hidden Dragon secret realm. I will go first. 7 days was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Some of the people were impatient, so they started to walk down the mountain, hoping that they would be able to find something in 7 days. Dozens of miles were covered within a blink of an eye. The people in the front had just reached the foot of the mountain when something strange happened. The ground started to crack and the fire shot up into the sky. The burning lava was like waves of water rushing towards the crowd. What is going on? Everyone was shocked and they all backed out. Yan Chihua's eyes brightened. He had seen the existence of a poetic perspective in this scene. He did not back out but rushed towards the lava. Flame cut. Fire dragon cut. Earth crack cut. Gold flame cut. With the long blade in his hand, Yan Chihua performed everything he had learned, fighting against the lava. Gradually Yichen could see the difference. Yan Chihua's fire poetic perspective was growing at a fast speed. Towards the end, his blade art was getting more and more aggressive, and the blade light was getting more and more powerful. It seemed to have become one with the boiling lava and the cracked ground. Every time he waved his blade, it gave people a feeling that the ground was cracking and the lava was crazily rushing out. The lava disappeared. Yan Chihua stood still for a while, then laughed towards the sky. Good, very good. My fire poetic perspective has not only doubled, but I have also learned the earth poetic perspective. Turning around, he yelled at Yichen, "Your cloud poetic perspective is suppressing my cloud poetic perspective. But now I have the earth poetic perspective. Combined with the fire poetic perspective, you are definitely not my opponent." The young warriors were shocked. They did not expect that Yan Chihua would have such a great achievement right from the beginning. Right now he even dared to challenge Yichen. But judging from the looks of it, Yan Chihua's blade art had indeed become much more powerful. His third place in the Hidden Dragon rank was unshakable, and there was a clear dividing line between him and the fourth. The lava came fast and left fast as well. Soon, it had disappeared without a trace, and the cracked ground had healed up without a trace. Flying was not allowed in the Hidden Dragon secret realm, so everyone had to walk. The wind started to pick up. Small snowflakes flew across the sky, covering the whole place. The next second, huge snowflakes started to fall, accompanied by the wild wind. It was obviously an extremely horrifying blizzard. Lynch, who had been silent the whole time, took out his air-shattering blade and rushed towards the blizzard. The shining blade light spread out in all directions. Lynch's blade aura was getting faster and faster, and the poetic perspective of his blade art went from weak to strong. When he waved out his blade, the blade was no longer a blade anymore, but a wild wind, a blizzard, giving people the illusion that it was unstoppable. Right then, Lynch's attacking power had increased by a small level. If the Hidden Dragon rank competition was held again, he would definitely be able to make a big step forward and surpass the few people who were ranked in front of him. Right after that, the surrounding area started to flood again. There were swirls everywhere in the water, and the undercurrent was surging. All of the young warriors who had learned the water poetic perspective had learned from what had happened before, so they did not panic too much. They all picked up their weapons and fought against the tide, hoping that they could make it to the next level. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. All of the people who could not fight against the tide had been sent out of the Hidden Dragon secret realm one by one. Only then did everyone realize that the Hidden Dragon secret realm was not only a holy place for training, but also a place to test them. Those who were not talented in martial arts would be eliminated one by one, and only those who could fight against the tide would be able to get the benefits. With this lesson, a lot of people started to hesitate. They did not know if they should challenge the Hidden Dragon secret realm or not. What if they were sent out? The top-ranked young warriors sneered. If they did not become more powerful now, there would be no chance for them to challenge the Hidden Dragon secret realm in the future. But one thing was for sure, the Hidden Dragon secret realm would only get harder and harder. If they did not prepare well in the beginning, they would most likely fail. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.